Hello everybody and welcome to the Virtual Endurance Championship for round number 2. It's the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta here this evening, the first of our race distance events here this season. It's 1,000 miles around this circuit. It's been 11 years since we've held this event. It's been 11 years since we've even been to Road Atlanta in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Struck off our calendar last time out. We are coming here for good this time around, and it's great to be here once again with the Van Wall back on the grid for the Le Mans Hypercars, the LMP2s back again, and the GT3s new for season 16 in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. My name is June O'Leary. I'm alongside Zach Sweeney here for the first couple of hours of racing of what's set to be, what I believe is going to be 395 laps over the course of the day, totaling just over 8 hours of racing. Very glad to be alongside you once again, Zach. First time we've been here in 11 years in the Virtual Endurance Championship. First time we've had a distance race outside of Sebring since season 11, which was 5 years ago at Indianapolis. It's a day of firsts, really, a season too late after this track was struck off the calendar 1 year ago.
Yeah, really looking forward to kickstarting things here in Road Atlanta because it's a brilliant circuit. It's the ups and the downs, the twists and the turns all the way through. It should, in theory, bring some brilliant racing. So yeah, looking forward to it.
For doing a qualifying lap after the time was up. Car number 34.
There were penalties already being dished out, I'm sure you'll be glad to know. Infringements in qualifying. There is our schedule, by the way, over the course of the season. It's a couple of 4-hour races to come. That will be coming next after this one as well. The 4th of November we'll be going to Bahrain. 6 hours of Spa coming relatively late in the season compared to some of the previous seasons in the last few years anyway. 2nd of December this time round. 24-hour racing at Daytona returns once again on the other side of January, or the other side of the new year I should say. Then Road America, Sebring, Imola and Le Mans. So this makes the Road Atlanta race the first of 4 races this season that is going to be out in the United States. This is the grid this afternoon. It's Tom Lartalou and Patrick Sinlou will be on the front row, with Seawolf Net Race and Virtual Drivers by TX3 lining up on row 2. Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing has gotten them into 5th ahead of Widchick Racing Team. Then it is Burst Esport Nextview who round out the hypercar grid for the moment. Team Iris took pole for the LMP2s at a Go Team Racing and Virtual Drivers by TX3. Sean Clark Racing are in 11th ahead of On-Off Racing. Nicolas Lemoine is in 12th. Starting 13th will be Lela Bell in the other of the Team Iris cars. Team RTR are in 14th with Rickard Nielsen. Then it's Arm Cyber and Netrex GP who are 15th and 16th overall. Valet Corsa round out the LMP2s with Yunus Ravio starting from the front for BS Plus Zoom competition. Understeer United and Visceral Esports will be 2nd and 3rd in GT3. Diogo Silva will start for Visceral Esports from 21st with Thomas Enger Sim Racing 22nd. Guanaco's Adam Taylor will be 23rd ahead of 4-time Virtual Endurance champions Juices Motorsport Club. Then it's Scuderia Leon and Arnold's competition on the next row. Schubert Motorsport with Ben Geider starting that car alongside another one, the McLaren's RKT competition in 28th. Caspian Motorsport and Black Hawk round out the top 30 with Go Team Racing's Van Wall and NeveRacing.com's Van Wall starting on row 16. That's going to be a very difficult start to the race for them. Dennis Dooner is going to have his work cut out as well from 33rd for Sim Racing for Holland. Gold Racing Esports, Arm Cyber and Hyperion Esports have all got work to do from back there. By the way, Gold Racing Esports, of course, having finished 2nd in LMP2 in the opening round of the season. Netrex GP and Visceral Esports are on the 19th row ahead of Geeks Energy Sim Racing and Ramada Motorsports Carlos Basto, who rounds up the top 20 rows. Then we've got Undercover Ryan and Seawolf Net Race, lots of LMP2 starting towards the back. Then it's Daniele Canestrazzi and Liam Rance for Simframe and Satellite, who are starting from the 22nd row of the grid. The other Satellite racing car is 45th ahead of the Black Hawk racing car with Kamel Nui. Then it's Tomeli ERT, another Satellite racing car starting down the back in 48th. And then Deuces Motorsport Club and Scuderia Ferrari Esports, Timothée Andonovski starting from 50th and last. That's a lot of prototypes, Zach, starting a very long way down in the field, or at least it was on the grid there. I wonder how they're actually going to line up in the actual race. We're hearing that that's not going to be the case for the actual start of this race, so that order is a little bit jumbled up, but you get the general gist within the classes. That's where they'll generally be starting from. It's going to be a long race though, 394 laps over the course of today, and the The hypercars will lead us to green, of course, as they always do. But a mixed-up grid, relatively. There is no change at the front of the field, though. The reigning champions, having taken the opening round of the season, they're on pole for the second round as well.
Yeah, they're looking really, really strong at Race Clutch. Obviously, kickstarted things off really nicely. A couple of weeks ago when we went to Monza, they are just starting their campaign again as reigning champions so strongly. Let's see if they can keep that pace up. Of course, it's a long, long road ahead, spanning all the way to Le Mans next June. But, you know, it's good to start on a high. They've done that, and then they're using that momentum to carry themselves forward all the way through the rest of the season, hopefully for them. But it all starts here again in Road Atlanta. Let's see if they can maximise points. All a little bit longer should be here at Road Atlanta, and a distance race to throw some spanner into the works. Could it be Race Clutch to take the win? But you know, based off how competitive Monza was, I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe we could have a couple of teams in the mix.
It's, of course, not the only 1,000-mile race we've got this season. We've got Sebring to come later on, of course, and that is it. 2 distance races here this season for the first time in a long time. We've had 2 distance races, 394 laps, as I mentioned. Back in season 5, we did 395. I'm not sure whether the layout was slightly different back in 2012 or 2011, whenever it was, 2013. But it's 1 lap shorter this time around, so don't know what that's all about. But anyway, it's a slightly shorter race by definition. Back then, by the way, we only had LMP2s, and of course that's a decade-old LMP2 technology as well, and that's of course come on a little bit. So if we have a clean and green race, and mainly if the weather stays away, we will get an 8-hour roughly race, maybe even break the 8-hour mark and go below that. But we'd have to be going some to manage that, I think. Out of the final couple of corners then comes Tom Lartalou, qualifying the car on this occasion instead of the likes of Colin Spork, who did so much driving in the opening rounds of the season, of course, and well, I should say throughout last season. He's not driving here for the moment. It's Tom Lartalou who will lead us to green in the Race Clutch car. 2 by 2 as the 1,000 miles at Road Atlanta in the Virtual Endurance Championship sets to get underway. We are green, and Lartalou gets off to a good start. It's Percy Sport who are looking to get involved with Jurne Simitic on the inside and Martin Burgley in towards turn 1. It's side by side between those top 2 drivers as the LMP2s get underway. Very close to them as well. They're actually faster than the hypercars on the way down the S's here due to their lightness and the agility that they actually have. Some of them are off the road though, down through the grass. They've already got a rear wing off, and it's been chaos in the background. There's a spin in front of the field. The BS Plus Zoom competition car has gotten free, but the rest of the GT3s have gotten caught up in it, and my goodness, it's a big accident. Further backwards, think I saw a car flipping over and over again. What a disaster on the start for some of these GT3s.
Yeah, absolute carnage and chaos. Obviously good news for the BS Plus Zoom competition car in order to pick their way through the carnage, but that is not what you want to be seeing in the opening moments. There is the very damage-stricken car without a rear wing.
Code 80
that is
in
most
10
certainly
seconds.
not the way you want to start a race.
It's code 80 already. We've got no rear wing for the
5,
Arnage competition
4,
Mercedes as
3,
well.
2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And so code 80 is now out on the circuit. There is the damaged Yuri Nerola, it is. I think Andres Aslan may have some damage as well in the 28, but I couldn't be sure at the moment. Just trying to scan through these cars at the moment and see if they have any damage. Don't think so. And I think the most damaged GT3 is certainly this car. I think it was this Mercedes that actually went over and toppled over entirely on the run down the S's that time.
Yeah, potentially so. And of course, Arnage looking really strong, obviously, in their Virtual Endurance Championship campaign. But, well, that is not the way they wanted to start things off. Looks more road car-esque now, so it's sort of going back to its roots and not looking more like a GT3 car anymore. But that is not going to be how it's going to be travelling very quick. I mean, the bracket is still there for a rear wing. It's just gone completely. So, again, a shame because you could argue that it really wasn't their fault at all, just a passenger in someone else's incident. And with however many GT3 cars that we've got all running their way through the S's, the GT3 cars obviously a lot less aerodynamically inclined, a lot less able in order to avoid incidents easily. It's difficult in the driver's seat in order to get yourself out of those situations. And well, unfortunately, now I've got to suffer with it for the next 393 laps.
Certainly have. A good afternoon to Tony Jukic, by the way, in the YouTube chat, who says that it's the most normal Road Atlanta start. Well, you might be right there. It's a difficult circuit to get underway at, and unfortunately, we've not seen get underway particularly great on this occasion. Let's see who's down on pit lane further back. We've got so many cars down pit lane here. I can count 6 already, Zach. 3, 4 LMP2s, a couple of GT3s as well. Giancarlo Rossi for Tomelli ERT is also into the pit lane as we are set to get back under green again. It's been a good start for Race Clutch, and they'll get us back underway from the lead of this Code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And we are back under green again at Road Atlanta. Opening lap, Code 80 now complete, and the racing can get back underway again. Martin Mergley did hang on to second place there, by the way, ahead of Jurnej Simicic, and then further behind, everybody's gotten back under green again, and they're all going for it. What a dive that is from the Simfreen car. It's Patrick Schindler who skates in on the brakes in the number 2, and he gets up into third place almost by accident.
Beautiful move indeed, and just picking his way through the carnage. Very nicely done. Jurnej Simicic with a flash of the headlights. Maybe he's not too happy with that move, but the best esports next few cars settling into 4th place. Looked to be a decent attempt from Christian McCall as well, just in behind in that number 19 machine, but nothing materialising as of yet. We're back underway firmly, but Tom Larkley very much in control in the opening moments, just trying to spread, sort of spread his wings, stretch his legs out in front, and get away from the ensuing carnage that you'd expect is going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long race. I said at the start it's going to be a very long race for everybody, but I didn't imagine that quite. Already got 3 of those cars who came in earlier out again. Seawolf Net Race, Team RTR and Arms Cyber are the 3 that have made it out immediately there. They're all LMP2s who got caught up in that, and we've also got a yellow flag, I'm afraid, in Sector 2 at the moment. Not sure who it's for. I think it's for the 15 LMP2 actually. Stavros Mercedes, actually, it may well be. He gets back going again. Don't think he's got any damage from that one, but he does find himself back in the LMP2s, and immediately we're into traffic. Normally we speak about 10 minutes or so we get into the traffic and then the race goes on from there, but it's constant now. The LMP2s have found themselves in the GT3 traffic already because they're battling for overall places.
Yeah, they're having to carve their way through the field, and obviously with the less than ideal start, it's sort of exaggerated that effect more so. We had a couple of the LMP2 starting behind the GT3 field, so now they're having to pick their way through. Obviously all the GT3 cars are quite interested in battling with each other as well. You can see the McLaren and BMW fighting away as they go all the way to the inside the LMP2 cars. As there's 3 wide, that's not exactly too tidy. The McLaren on the right hand side keeping his footing quite nicely, gets the position. There goes the Simfreen Ferrari as well, making the most of the carnage, and this is what we talk about when we talk about traffic. Yeah, it's never easy.
It is never easy. Daniele Canestrazzi is the one who's gained a place there. Jimmy Nisseler in the McLaren has held on for Satellite Racing. Diogo Silva is the BMW. Now you can see the difference though between the prototypes and the GT3s, and this prototype is going to want to get through before the S's, but not going to manage it. That's the Netrex number 28, the Netrex GP LMP2. That is, by the way. Currently running further down because of that incident earlier on. They were down pit lane, by the way, so these are overall places. It's Andres Aslan who's fighting for these places at the moment, making his way up to 28th overall in the number 28, but Nisseler holds on to that position for the moment. 3rd place it is for Satellite Racing, but look at this, Eunice Rabio in a world of his own, and I said this at the time, he got away very lightly with the chaos that went on behind him.
He did, yeah. Of course, he obviously leading the way, managed to sort of get through that initial moment, and it was a chain reaction. It was one spin that then obviously catalysed a huge pile-up in behind. Thankfully for Rabo, he just got through it and then just sort of drove away, wasn't involved in any part of it because he missed that initial spark that caused the reaction, and now he is just flying out in front in a world of his own, and obviously giving himself the best foot going forwards, being in control. He can now sort of dictate things, take the initial part of this race at his own pace. He's not worried about damage or position or anything like that. He's in the lead, he's in a world of his own. He just has to settle into rhythm. Obviously it's far from over, but it's as far as starts go, to be 6.5 seconds clear in the opening 5 laps is definitely not too bad at all.
And in from the lead come Race Clutch, so this will be penalties being served early on here, and Race Clutch are one of them. Burst Esport another, with Jurnej Simicic having to come into pit lane as well. So new leaders will be at Martin Mergley's number 18, that's Winchip Racing of course, in the number 8. They were right up there of course in the opening round of the season. Throughout most of it they were sort of lingering in those positions a little bit further back, ended up finishing in 3rd after some good strategy towards the end, on a day where 5 drivers and 5 cars finished on the lead lap, which is quite unusual for a 6-hour race. anywhere really, especially at Monza as well. Traffic is about to be a factor though. We've got the leaders right together, they're on your screen at the moment, but now traffic properly comes into play for the first time today. Not that it hasn't been an issue already, but it's going to be even more of an issue a little bit later on, as now they have to pass all of these GT3s, and there are a lot of them.
Yeah, good luck, guys. Let's put it that way. Obviously, this is the normal traffic that we'd expect. Obviously, outside of any sort of other circumstances, this is the sort of the usual time that we would expect traffic to start to play a factor. And well, Martin Mergli is going to have to fight his way through it, and maybe hope for him sort of build that gap. Of course, that's why we saw the race clutch and burst esport car come in, because then it means they can delay going through this for longer. Of course, still serving their penalty, but running their way through the S's now. You can see Maguli climbing his way through. There is just a huge volume of GT3 cars, and at a tight and twisty circuit like Road Atlanta, it is difficult to make those moves up easily.
It is. Down the S's they go, and Mergli has done well here early on. Now we'll see how it flashes the lights. You can't do that too many times, of course, in the VEC. You've got to be careful with that. Patrick Sindler getting caught up behind a few here, and he's really losing out as a result. A big dive down the inside from needsracing.com. That's Christian Mikel, who started at that car, of course. Previous virtual endurance champion himself in the top category. He's closed in on Simfream Esports once again, as they all dive, the GT3s that is, dive for the slipstream left and right. The hypercars, the Van Wals, having to slalom their way through to the right and the left as well. Now down the inside of the Visceral car, I think that's Diogo Silva, who Schindler's just gone through on there, and that indicates that they have gotten through most of the field now. Silva was running inside the top 5 earlier. I think he's actually running 6th now, just behind one of the Black Hawk cars maybe. Not entirely sure, but yes, maybe a little bit further down than that actually. Now I say that, but yes, it's a difficult first run through traffic as Gold Racing come into the pit lane. Some others as well. The LMP2s are starting to serve their penalties as well.
Yeah, so it's just all action at this stage in the race, but you just got to make your way through and sort of just bed yourself in as calmly as possible. You can see Schindler and Mikel both picking their way through. I have to say, very impressed at the start that Christian Mikel is showcasing the opening moments. Of course, needsracing.com taking that jump up from where they were last season in the GTEs all the way up to the top flight in the Le Mans Hypercar, and as it stands, their pace isn't too bad at all, considering they're chasing down with one of the championship contenders of last season, especially in the opening moments. So yeah, Christian Mikel really bedding himself quite nicely into that hypercar environment. Yeah, and he's certainly made that change as well from some recent seasons where he's not obviously been in that category. Out towards the line again for Schindler as Mikel just closes in again and again. Now the traffic will become pretty much constant. I mean, the opening moments of this race have meant that the field has been spread apart so much. In fact, everybody, I think, has gotten back out onto the circuit again. Even Stan Prenzer, I just saw again in the Arnage car. I think that, yeah, there he is, in fact, on our screens at the moment in the Mercedes. So even that car has been able to get back out there on the circuit again. And I think they went over and actually barrel rolled a couple of times over the course of that run down the S's for the first time. So, yes, everyone's back in the race at least, which is a fantastic thing. And that's something I noted from Monza actually, Zach, was the fact that we only actually had one retirement. The virtual drivers by TX3 LMP2 was the only retirement by the end, and unfortunately the Seawolf car actually never got to start. But even so, 2 out of 50 was a great record, but even despite the chaos early on here, we've started well again. Yeah, people are determined to get to the end. They know they're in for the long haul. They know that it's a mountain you have to climb. There are going to be struggles along the way. Obviously, for some, if they have the first little bit of contact in the opening lap, they're like, nah, mate, not doing this anymore. But obviously, these guys, they know they've got to contend at the highest level. And in order to do that, especially over the course of a whole season, for season 16, if they want to contend for a championship, they have to be in it all the way through, no matter what goes their way. They get into the pit lane, they scrub off the damage, as well, some more damage happening here for one of the LMP2s. It's at the exit of the S's there. Oh, no, and Andonovski's off again. Down at turn 6, this could be a code 80, the second of the day, because Timothy Andonovski's in big trouble here for Ferrari. It is. I know it doesn't look like one, but it is the Scuderia Ferrari car that was so close to winning the race, of course, at Monza at points last time out. 4th place they ended up. Andonovski might well just get to the end of the lap here and finish off his lap, so I think he's going to be okay, but he's got no rear wing, and I hope nobody collects him over the course of the remainder of this
of this lap. I think he is going to get to the end. By the way, Wojciech Polesny in the number 70 has now got to the lead in GT3. Despite the start to Yunus Rabio, it's all fallen apart really, because I think he had to serve a penalty. I'm presuming he had to serve a penalty throughout the opening moments of this race once again. So drama at the start here, and there he is, Rabio, 4th place in GT3 traffic already, in fact, but that's the second rear wing we've seen off the road again, and no code 80 this time.
Yeah, thankfully they were able to obviously get rid of the hazard they posed quite quickly, and didn't pose a reason for a code 80, so obviously nice to see. We're going to take a look back at the chaos that ensued at the start. That's obviously one of the LMP2s going round, and then the GT3 is just going anywhere. There is the Arnage doing, what was it, two and a half rolls, bouncing off the barrier, thankfully landed on all fours to then obviously carry on again. So that obviously kept them nicely in the race, but well, just goes to show how easily it can happen. It was a small mistake, but well, you can't get away with it at the start. If that happened maybe a couple of hours in, it's a solo mistake and you could probably get away with it, but you've got then obviously say 35 other cars all behind you trying to find their way through. Yeah, no, you're not coming out of that unscathed.
No, definitely not. So that was really unfortunate for everybody involved. I mean, to be fair, it's not like that could have been worse, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole track could have been blocked there, and the GT3s would have all had to come to a complete standstill. I mean, it wasn't quite that bad in the end, but it was still pretty bad. By the way, we've just been handed the penalty list. I was looking for this a little bit earlier. The penalty list is very long, and I'll go through some of it in a moment. This is the onboard that we want. Oh, it's an awkward moment, isn't it, for Stein Prenz there for Arnaud's competition we were just riding on board with there. He was already side by side with the Tomeli ERT Mercedes, which also had to come down pit lane at the end of that incident. And so when you're side by side with someone like that, you just can't actually avoid anything, because he was straight into the path of the LMP2, which was on the racing line already, and he really couldn't do anything. The sort of low nose of the LMP2 tipped him up into the air like a ramp almost.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've sort of seen something like that happen, but it's very true. You sort of lift the front of the car up, and it just takes off, and that's unfortunately what happened to this Mercedes. And as you say, and like I said when it first happened, obviously there's not really much that you can do in avoidance, because you know these GT3 cars, they've not got the luxury of having tons and tons of downforce to just change direction whenever they want. Even if they could, obviously he was side by side, as you say, which means there wasn't a lot of track space to use in order to avoid. You can't exactly slam on the brakes either, because that would have run the risk of someone behind him smashing into the back of him. It's just, you have to basically just close your eyes and hope that you get out of it. But yeah, it's not going to happen. Of course, back out on circuit and obviously running their course. To be fair to them, the fact that they are only 3 laps down on the next car isn't that bad, considering how big of a crash it was. And obviously we still have 381 laps left to go in this race. So still chance for them to score something out of this race. It's just that they have to nail it from here on out.
So, I'm not sure if that's a new penalty being handed out to Tom Lartalou already, but it may well be. Race Clutch have already had a difficult start to this one because of their penalties. It was a stop and hold 60 and a drive-through for them to serve at the start of this race. So that's going to put them a long way back over the course of this race. Burst Eastport have got 2 drive-through penalties. BS Zoom Competition have got 3 drive-through penalties. They started on pole, of course, in GT3. That's going to send them a long way back. And as Cam Roger has just pushed a note to us and reminded us, Zach, it's a very short lap around here. You're going to lose a lot of track position. You're going to get caught up behind a lot of drivers you don't want to be. And you're in for a very difficult afternoon for some very important teams like Race Clutch, Burst, BS Plus Zoom, and the top 2 in the LMP2 Championship, I think both had a drive-through as well from the LMP2 results at Monza. So it's for those who did well last time, they're now going to be towards the back pretty much straight away.
Yeah, essentially, and obviously with those teams having a stop and hold 60, obviously it's not the longest pit lane in the world here at Red Atlanta, but it's going to cost you a good 15-20 seconds just to drive through, plus the 20, so obviously the 60 seconds. A lap here, the last lap Martin Maguli set was a 1:08.4, so essentially if you've been given a penalty, you're losing anywhere between sort of half a lap and a lap, even more so, even more than a lap in some cases, so you are losing a lot of time. And when we've got what 50 cars out on track at the same time. Yeah, you're losing a lot of time, and then obviously you've got a lot of cars in order to overtake. The shorter circuit means there's more cars per point of distance, and back into the pit lane come race clutch again for their next penalty. Yeah, not the way they wanted to start things off here in Red Atlanta, despite the fact obviously they took pole and were looking quick. Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, let's put it that way.
They definitely have a lot of work to do over the course of this race. So into the pit lane they come. Thomas VEC is leading in LMP2, by the way. That's the Hyperion esports car. There he is in the lead. 2.8 seconds roughly ahead of Nicola Lemoine and Luca Martino, who are battling, and they were side by side very briefly there. Nicola Lemoine managed to hang on. 3 seconds is the gap now. Don't believe those gaps entirely. It's not a quarter of, it's just updating as they go over the line, so don't worry about that too much. As in fact, Russo just sets a new fastest lap of the race so far in LMP2. Luigi Russo in the 47, setting a fastest lap there on that lap. But VEC is now into the top 10. He's even past Lartilou, who's in the pit lane serving another penalty, which kind of underlines the point once more. But what a chaotic start to the race it has been so far. We haven't even had a chance really over the course of the first 15 laps to even focus on any battles. We've just been focusing on things going wrong for people, and hopefully that settles down, because we've got a very long way to go. 1,000 miles around here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles, and yeah, a lot of laps as well. So hopefully it does settle down, because we can't spend that whole time focusing purely on the wrong. Let's obviously get some time to focus on the right. Like this little bit of a battle here between second and third. That's the on-off car and the armed siren machine of Nicola Lemoine and Luca Martino fighting over second place in the LMP2s. Of course, Thomas VEC, as we've said, running away with things a little bit, showcasing some staggeringly quick pace ahead of the rest of the field early on. Of course, still a long way to go with pit strategies and things to sort of throw themselves into the mix, but the initial stint, the first get-go out of the gates, and well, as it stands, our current race leaders in all three classes looking to be in strong control. We've got the LMP2s lapping a couple of stragglers in the GT3 class as well, which means they are going to have to battle their way through. And when you've got close battles like this, it always opens the door for an opportunity, potentially the opportunity Martino needs to find his way into second.
Let's see, it's not going to be down towards turn 6 here. It's about staying close through this right-hander, as close as you can with the a fair amount of dirty air that you do get on the exit, but that corner is much more important. Turn 7, then you go through the gentle turn 8, which is not really a corner, and then the gentle right-hander at turn 9, which isn't one either. But this next braking zone certainly is. It's a serious one as well, and it could be an opportunity for Luca Martino to find his way down the inside of Nicola Lemoine. He's not quite close enough on this occasion. He stays behind. To be fair, at this stage in the race, I don't even know if focusing on these kind of battles is really what is necessary at this point, or whether it's about saving fuel, conserving yourself, and most of all, just surviving at this stage in the race, because it's a very long way around here, and a bit of fuel is, easy to save in terms of a lap of fuel. If it's going to be any circuit on this calendar this season, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, of course, you're also helped with a little bit of undulation. As you run your way through the S's, you can save a little bit by essentially just using gravity to do the work for you, or at least some of it. Obviously, then you've got the counter of that by then having to go up the hill and using more fuel then. But, chances are you can probably save a little bit more on the down than you use on the up. So, yeah, should be a little bit more easy to save some fuel around here. But again, as we spoke about, the attrition rates here at Red Atlanta are very, very high. So survival is key. To finish first you must finish, and for some they haven't really gotten the gist of that statement in the opening moments. This is probably going to be a little bit of carnage. You can see just how many cars there are. We've got the overlap of all three classes, which is always the most dangerous part of the opening phase of the race. You can see Yannis Simic having to carve his way through the inside. Yeah, it's just when you have the overlap of all three classes, you've got too many things going on, and it's a very, very sketchy moment.
It is. Tony Lartilou is down in 23rd overall, by the way, and Yuri Simic is finding his way through the LMP2s right now as well. So they're both laps down, but they are a lap apart as well, I think. Were they just on the circuit together there? I'm not entirely sure, but they are a long way apart at the moment. By the way, we've had an incident, unfortunately, for Yannick Place in the 73 Juices Motorsport Club. Nick Newcomb just informing us that apparently they got into contact with a van wall, and they dropped from 7th place in GT3 now to 13th, which is where they are, as all of the prototypes in the world seemingly find their way through on them at the moment. There's the dive, I think, from Martino as he makes his way, or tries to make his way through on lem 1. He may well have done it. That was an opportunistic diving towards turn 6, but he may just have managed that, and he has. Will he be able to consolidate? Not sure, as they're free wide just up in front. It's hard to know which way to go for any of them right now. They will filter themselves through nicely on the way in towards the chicane, but Martino is through with a very opportunistic and very good move actually in the end.
Yeah, beautifully done, of course, making the most of the traffic, the carnage and the chaos. Let's take a look back as to what's happened on board with Martino. Just going in, he saw the gap, boom. That is, really? Yeah, I was going to say, that looks more like trying to not go into the back of Le Mans more than anything, but you know, he broke later, saw the gap, committed and went for it, so fair play. Whether he meant to do it or not, it was a good move nonetheless.
Yeah, it was. The yellow flag in sector 1, unfortunately. I hope we don't see it on the way down here, but we might well do as we follow these guys. It looks like it's cleared itself up quite nicely, which is good to see. But there is the leader, by the way. Thomas Bach has not had a great run through the traffic on this occasion. Luca Martino is even looking at a possible race lead at the moment. Slowing up there is back through the 6 and 7 section as one of the McLarens gets in the way. Oh, it's a big dive as well. A bit of a shoulder barge. The McLaren's not going to be pleased about that. And now Luca Martino could have a chance in towards the chicane.
He might well do, and he might be looking to go for that race lead if he is in the slipstream enough. He's tucked up nicely, of course, and, well, is VEC going to be under any form of pressure? Is he going to go defensive at all? Look into the inside. Martino, no stranger to going late on the brakes, but no advancements going into that final chicane, at least for now. VEC keeps the lead, but Martino's pace, it's scary in the opening moments.
It really is. And unfortunately, he's going to get caught up behind that BMW here, so that's going to just extend out for the next couple of moments. But what an opening we've seen to this race. 50 miles complete, by the way, of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Still a very long way to go here this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. It's only 12:30 here in the UK. 1:30, I suppose, in Central Europe. But yeah, only 50 miles complete. If we continue on at half an hour per 50 miles, then we are going to be here for, what, 10 hours? I can't see that happening. Cam actually, by the way, was doing a bit of calculation earlier on, because obviously he's a member at Burst and they will have had to work these things out. He said that at very maximum speed, this race could be complete in 7 hours 20. Now, I find that pretty unlikely because of the amount of traffic we've got. We've already had a code 80. I can't see that being the last one. Yeah, we're still not sure about weather, although I do think it will stay dry. 7 hours 20 is probably an underestimate, really. But, you know, we could have seen a very short race. We can see a very long one, though. I remember one of the 1,000 miles of Indianapolis. I think it was the season we had LMP2s as the top class, so it would have been season 11 when we had that, and that was the last time we ran that race. That race nearly ran to 10 hours. So we could see a big vary of distances here in terms of time, because it is, of course, a lap-limited race, and I don't believe there is actually a time limit on it. It will literally go forever if no one wins.
Yeah, so, well, I'm sure there is a cut-off point where Jimmy Allison gets a bit tired and says, now, boys, let's just park it, right? We've done enough, all right? We can call it here. But, yeah, in theory, you can have as many code 80s as we like. We just have to, you know, just go until they cross the checkered flag. But, yeah, 7 hours 20 is a very, very ideal scenario. I think that is the cars running their perfect pace throughout the entirety of the 394 laps with no interruptions or anything like that along the way. It is just, you know, out there and drive all the way through without forgetting incidents and spins and lead changes and blah 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 blah. Probably looking, I'd say, more towards 8 hours. Is off the road there. Who's that that's cutting across 10A and 10B?
Sure. What was it? Was that Ferrari or further in front? I didn't see it myself, got to be honest, but not the last time we'll see that happen either, I would imagine. Still in the lead, by the way, is Martin Mergley at the very front of the field. Patrick Schindler still second, Christian Mikel, and then we have Moritz Mell for Go Team Racing, the LMP2 champions, of course. There is Mergley. Further back, Schindler is under a lot of pressure by Christian Mikel, and he doesn't give a lot of space there, does Mikel, and there's a flash of the lights from Simfrey, and I can understand why as well. A forceful overtake as NeedRacing.com get to second.
Yeah, controversially done from Christian Mikel, but the move's done, and now he's got to focus forward and try and build the gap if he can. Just get a bit of an advantage. Obviously, Schindler's not going to be too happy about it. Mikel's going to be saying it was fair game, But yeah, after a ton of pressure, Mikel finally finds his way through. Of course, Schindler, a little bit of a twitch going through the S's as he tries to pass one of the Porsches. Not the way, obviously, that you want to get things done, as he was right on the edge of grip. But he's able to keep it under wraps and focus forwards. You can just see how much, to be fair, I was going to say how much more pace Mikel has got, but in fairness to Schindler, he was stuck behind the Porsche for a little bit of that S. But already a 1.5 second gap being built by Mikel. Yeah, his pace isn't looking too bad. Maybe he can match or even catch Martin Maguli.
Let's see, Tony Mellor is looking to catch Roland Zux here, by the way, and he has done for Seawolf Net Race. This was the car that couldn't take the start of the 6 hours of Monza as a result of, I think, internet problems for someone, although I could be mistaken about that. Mellor is trying to make his way through now on the Go Team. Roland Zux just up in front as LMP2 reigning champions. They do have a car in LMP2, but unfortunately, I think, obviously I don't know this for sure, but it seems to me as if their best drivers are going for in the Van Walls, and the LMP2 team is maybe not quite as strong as the one that actually won the title last season. And with the opening to this racetrack, we've got a totally different look to the front of the LMP2 field. Team Irish won back in LMP2 last time, and Gold Racing Esports were second. They're miles away. Hyperion are the only one on the podium who are currently running on the podium places now again. Scuderia Ferrari Esports are way down after their crash, of course. Visceral Esports are fourth again after finishing fifth at Monza. So a couple of the cars have done 2 all-right races so far, but not all of them, certainly not all of them. Hyperion, as I mentioned, are the only ones running on the podium right now who finished on the podium last time. Yeah,
it just goes to show that no matter what the results of the previous race are, going to the next one, things can drastically change sort of at the drop of a pin. I mean, obviously we've had some very peculiar circumstances to kickstart things in Road Atlanta that has shaken things up, but I think it is setting a precedent for what could be a very, very close, very competitive and very chaotic season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, to be fair, across all 3 categories, because it seems to be a consistent theme. And what have you found out? I
found out why Seawolf didn't take the start. I'm sure I'm sure they did tell me this at Monza, but I've slept since then, so I can't remember. Sorry. It was a PC crash. Sorry, not internet problems. Hence why they couldn't take the start.
Why is it Seawolf that always have issues at Monza? Do you remember a couple of seasons ago when they just completely smashed into the pit wall or something like that? I can't remember the last time they had a decent start to Monza.
You won't be surprised to learn this, Zach, but no, I can't remember that. So
I don't know if that's you or them.
I'll take your word for that, because I don't know, in all honesty. But anyway, yes, it's not been a good start to the season, or it wasn't a good start to the season for them. Hopefully they can have a good one here. So far, they're running in 6th place in the Van Wall category. Thomas Frack still leads in LMP2. That's the fact we're focusing on at the moment. Luca Martino running second, then Nicola Limon. It's good to have a top 3 battle here early on in LMP2. I know the traffic has been spreading the field apart a lot, considering we're only half an hour in, but it's not done so in LMP2, not for the lead anyway.
No, not at the moment, and no complaints from us. To have 3 cars within a second of each other is definitely a success in my book. Of course, Visceral not a million miles away either, only about 2 and a bit seconds behind in 4th, so the more these guys fight, maybe we could sort of reel in more people in the opening phase of this race. Of course, it won't be too long until we're already having sort of our first round of scheduled pit stops, probably within the next sort of 10-15 minutes or so, that we'll see drivers coming in. But yeah, 3 cars all in a fight for the lead, but it depends obviously what their intentions are. Do they want to be running at the front, or do they want to sit behind, save some fuel? As we said, attrition is going to be very high. Saving tyres and saving fuel could be the name of the game, potentially even more so than track position.
So through the final corner for Martino, he's going to be slowed up there. Lemoine is going to get a good run and is going to shoot the gap. Round the outside through turn 1's going to be a long way though, and he can't manage that on the way in towards the corner, and so things will spread out there. Christian Mikel is under pressure from Patrick Schindler though in the Van Walls, or at least he was in towards the final chicane. That has sort of dissipated a little bit as they make their way over for another lap, but this fight is really helping Martin Mergley in the lead. The gap now nearly 9 seconds.
Yeah, it's a huge gap considering that we're only sort of 27 laps of the way through. It's sort of this time sort of in the race at Monza, we still had a few cars not really separated by that much. So yeah, it's a very much the opposite of what we saw in Monza here in Road Atlanta in terms of the start. I mean, the start in Monza was a lot cleaner than we had at Road Atlanta, so that says, I suppose, all you need to know. But yeah, a great start from Maguli. He's taken this opportunity quite nicely to be sort of to get that race lead after the penalties and things, and now he's just running with it, trying to seize control in the opening moments of this race. But yeah, I don't think Schindler's too happy about that move that Christian Mikel made on him a couple laps ago, and would like to get a little bit of a counter-attack in and move his way up in the second. Of course, it's not helping necessarily either their races in the greater good side of things, with obviously, as we say, Maguli running away with it. But as it stands, it's given us a good little bit of action to watch. So I'm fair game.
By the way, Seawolf are very pleased that you brought up that them hitting the pit wall at Monza again.
You're welcome, guys. No worries.
So you're welcome for that, I suppose. Yellow flag in sector 2 at the moment. Going to presume that's through turn 5 again. Although I can't see anybody off the road for the moment, or can I? I can see a couple of GT3s off the road actually down there. Is it? Oh dear, there's all sorts going on back here. Oh dear me, there is someone off the road. It's Veltons from Scuderia Leone's off the road at turn 5. Can he get back going again? Has he even got he's got no rear wing again. Scuderia Leone with no rear wing, crabbing badly again as well. This is going to be a precarious trip back to pit lane.
It is, and that is not a pretty car to drive at all. It's still got a long way to go as well. Still about half of the circuit until he finds his way back into the pit lane. Of course, a lot of it is a straight line, so he should be able to stay out of...
code 80 in 10 seconds.
Here we go. Code 80 again, second one of the day, only half an hour in.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And now, Zach, this one is very much more interesting than the one we saw at the opening lap of the race, because who does come into the pit lane?
Well, we'll find out in just a few moments' time. We've got one of the Go Team cars, a number of LMP2s in, as well as needracing.com. Go on.
The leader has gone past the pit lane, but the others haven't. So the leader, Martin Mergley, may well get completely screwed over by this Code 8. This is exactly what can happen. Admittedly, Patrick Schindler has decided to stay out anyway, but Moritz Mell and Christian Mikel are both in, and presuming that Mergley didn't have the chance.
Yeah, that is obviously just unfortunate timing more than anything for Maguli, which means he's got a long way around and he is going to lose a lot of time. Is it going to be enough time to obviously lose the lead on net pace? We don't know, but what we do know is that is not a help at all. I mean, it's one thing for sort of Schindler to be given the choice and to say no, but to not be given the choice at all is very much less than ideal for Martin Maguli. Maybe he wouldn't even come in anyway if he had, but yeah, that is a very unfortunate timing and could well have sort of a stake to play in the opening phase of this race.
Most of the LMP2 leaders didn't get a chance either.
Back to green in 10.
So we'll be going back to green in
5,
a couple of moments.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And green flag waves again, just as Christian Mikel makes his way back onto the circuit. So needracing.com timed that almost absolutely perfectly. LMP2 didn't have the chance to come into pit lane, but Thomas Vack has not really had a good time through the Code 80 anyway. And now through, or at least trying to go through, is Luca Martino. It's Lemoine who's making the moves though. Down the inside, that was close. On the way in towards the chicane, not quite been able to make that move though, as they make their way up the hill here. We're not actually far away from scheduled pit stops for the LMP2s, by the way, as we're nearly 40 minutes into this one to approach that 30 in this race. But Thomas Vack still holds the lead, despite not having that chance to come into pit lane. I think 8th on backwards in LMP2 did have the chance.
Yeah, they all took the opportunity with open arms, came in, took their stop, and are now on the pursuit. Obviously, it keeps them a little bit off sequence, so they're going to be hoping over the course of the rest of the race to bring it back on, but so close. Look at the three, nose to tail as they queue up behind the Porsche. Still, it's Vac from Martino and then Nicholas Lemoine, but all over the rear end of him is Luca Martino. He loves the move into turn 6. Is it going to materialise on this occasion? No, it's not, but it's all about that setup, as unfortunately Lemoine has got the short end of the stick.
He has, and he's going to have to get on with that and try and catch in again. But I think Martino's just going to stay behind once again. He has done throughout most of this race so far, just sticking behind, waiting for his moment. Vac seems pretty strong in a straight line as well. His exit off turn 6 there was or turn 7 I should say, was very good. And his straight line speed is pretty good as well. So Martino can't get anywhere near. Let's have a little look at what happened to Ruben Carrera Alves. Well, sorry, it's not Carrera Alves, was it? It was Veltons. Oh my goodness me. Someone was up on their side in front of Veltons. That was especially bizarre.
Yeah, very, very bizarre indeed. Well, you just have to say your heart goes out to Velton more than anything, because not even Spider-Man is going to be able to react to that. You know, you can't. Unless you're already on the left-hand side, you're not getting through that cleanly. He rose up over the crest and then was faced with the underfloor of another car, which is a shame. I think we're going to take a look as to what happened initially. The car lifts up. Oh, wow, that is odd. Interesting. Yeah.
Yes. It's Liam Rance in the satellite racing car that could not do anything. He was actually completely on it. Oh, and he's going to get tipped over, but straight into the path of Velton's. And a couple of Porsches there got very lucky and got away with that one. So they'll be very pleased about that. By the way, Carlos Basto for Ramada Motorsport in LMP2 seems to be out of the race, and I don't know why, especially for the moment. Hopefully we'll get word on that before too long. But Basto seems to be out the race. And by the way, virtual drives by TX Freeze, LMP2 also seems to be out the race. We're suspecting for not serving penalties, but we have no idea really, as Luca Martino comes into the pit lane to serve his first pit stop of the day from second. Yeah,
he'll be coming in, points himself weirdly in his pit box, but yeah, maybe just trying to go for a bit of an undercut, come in earlier, get some fresh tyres on him, and then obviously go again. Something I have noticed, however, is the gap for the lead is a lot lower than it was a couple of moments ago. So Matt Maguli and Patrick Schindler only separated by about 1.3 seconds apiece. What's happened to the Winchick Racing team?
What has happened to them? Well, their last lap was on schedule. It was a 1:09.4. It was a tenth slower than Schindler, but that's not going to bring down a 9-second gap in a lap or two. It's really going down, isn't it? He still can't get past this Netrex LMP2, one of those that's running quite a long way down at the moment. I think this would be the 28 car, I would imagine. Although it's got back to the field again, to be fair. Back in the top 10 even, very nearly. But Mercury's been really slowed up by that. They're weaving either side of LMP2 in GT-free traffic. They've made their way through now, but Schindler's right on the back of Mergley, and yeah, it doesn't seem to be any real reason why.
And he's checked out from his battle with Christian McCullough. It wasn't a million years ago that he was sort of fighting with him in that fight for second.
Don't forget that Mikel came into the pit lane under the code 80, so that would be why. But the gap, you know, it's only worked out like that in your head because the gap's only 16-17 seconds. He's made a pit stop, but normally that's not enough, and that just shows the advantage of getting into the pit lane under the code 80.
It does, yeah. Obviously, everyone else is going essentially pit lane speed while you're in the pit lane. So the advantage that they have out on track is the time that you're actually spent stationary, you know, in essence, sort of getting an advantage. So if, by changing your tyres, filling up your fuel and things like that. So essentially, it is a free pit stop because you're not losing any time stationary, and then the time that you do lose relative to those out on track is spent bettering yourself for the next stint. So yeah, it is essentially a free pit stop. So yeah, beneficial for those that were able to take it. But as I say, it does put them a couple laps off sequence. But I suppose the benefits of essentially what is a free pit stop outweigh that of being a lap or two off sequence, which over the course of the next 361 laps, you should be able to mitigate no problem.
Darius Andre is not far in front of the car behind of Stan Vletstra at the moment. Darius Andre, of course, Gold Racing Esports driver now, not Visceral Esports any longer. Of course, we probably commented on that throughout the opening round of the season, but even so, they're now running back inside the top 5 again. And they did make a pit stop, I think, as well under that code 80. So that's why they're gaining so much. And they're ahead of Luca Martino. So I wonder whether they're actually going to be in the lead of this race, maybe, when this all shakes out, because they were the first car to come down pit lane in LMP2.
Yeah, they were. Themselves and Go Team were the ones that initially pressed the button and found themselves in the pit lane. So that could be very strong for Darius Andre if he's able to obviously keep that pace up. And we'll just have to wait and see in a couple laps' time when the rest of the LMP2s make their way into the pit lane. Luca Martino, though, for Arm Cyber, caught up in a little bit of GT3 traffic, is just finding his way through and sort of bedding himself back in for his next stint. He would obviously like to find his way through. But the interesting thing, obviously, Darius Andre came under code 80, so that sort of answers the question I haven't even asked yet in regards to why is the gap between Martino and Andre so big. But even then, what is it, 23 and a bit seconds, maybe even 24 seconds? That's surely Andre didn't gain that much by being under code 80.
Well, there may be a discrepancy in what they actually did in pit lane as well. Speaking to Cam earlier actually about LMP2s taking 2 tyres maybe around here because it's quite heavy on the left-hand side. Is that going to be possible? It does save you quite a lot of time, but then would you ever expect any tyres to be changed in LMP2 after one stint only? Not conventionally, so we're going to have to get some answers on that. But, you know, I can believe it, to be honest, because look at the gap that Christian Mikel has got to the lead already. He's only just over 20 seconds away, and he will have taken on a full tank of fuel, surely, in that length of time. And, you know, it's just the difference you get between code 80, which is obviously 80 kilometres an hour, and the average speed around Road Atlanta, which is, you know, well, I don't actually know, but it's got to be more than twice a code 80. So you just must, you know, lose a lot of time, I suppose, as Virtual Drivers by TX3 actually do re-emerge from the pit lane, albeit many laps down.
Yeah. Of course, not having the best of starts by any stretch of the imagination that they would have wanted to do. Obviously, a very strong outfit, Virtual Drivers by TX3. They've been having a lot of success in sim racing recently, but yeah, of course, their success at Road Atlanta today, not so much in the opening phase initially. Wojtek Polesny leading the way in GT3s after getting it back from BS Plus Zoom competition. Obviously, following the BMW's penalties, Wojtek Polesny has been able to sort of just control the race. It's been a quiet time in GT3 since the sort of opening couple laps or so, because it's really settled down, naturally so, because there's just been such a big discrepancy in where the GT3s are following that early lap chaos. But Wojtek Polesny, he's not looked back since.
Yeah, he's just pushed on from here and still leads in GT3. In second, it's Ewan Isler of Satellite Racing. He comes over the crest of the hill. Then it's Mark Veit in the 91. That's Blackhawk Racing in their Aston Martin. Then it's Fisterl Esports in fourth, and running up the top five is Jan Venninger in the number 77 Understeer United car. That's a good early start for them in the green and black Ferrari. So they've had a good start. At the front of the field, Martin Mergley still leads as we approach 100 miles of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. We're just over 45 minutes into this one, and we've got a yellow flag, unfortunately, in the first sector. Again, wonder whether it's on the run down the hill or just on the exit of that. Can't quite see for the moment, and it just looked like whoever was stuck is no longer, and they are able to push on once again. But we've seen a lot of yellow flags so far in this race, unfortunately. It's been a very difficult start to the race for many, but thankfully it's just began to settle down. 45 minutes in and they've flown by, really.
They have done, yeah. It's gone quite quick, because I guess sort of the first 10 minutes were just spent looking at incidents, and the next 10 minutes were sort of just filling, really. And though we were sort of kept on our toes with action and things, everyone's been nice and close. So yeah, we've had quite a lot of time just killed by looking at incidents and talking about said incidents for quite some time. So yeah, it's just been a very chaotic start. It's made the time flow by, but now obviously we're settling in a little bit. We're in for the long haul. Yanis Simičić as well, very much in for the long haul, as he is in pursuit, obviously, of climbing his way back through the field following a penalty early on. The VEC Sports Next View car would like to make the most of today after they very narrowly missed out on the win last time at Monza. We're able to pick up second place, which is not a bad start to the season at all, but then going into the next race with a penalty, not what you want to see. But then again, to be, what is that, only 16 seconds off the podium as it stands, despite the penalties. It could be worse.
I believe they were a pit stop, though. Do they? Maybe not, actually. I'm not entirely sure whether they came in or not. But anyway, they are running all right for the moment, considering their penalty. No, they haven't been in. Okay, we'll check in with them once they have been, as we've got another yellow flag, I'm afraid, in sector 1. Wonder if that's at turn 3 again. Oh, sorry, not turn 3. At what would it be? Turn 5 on the exit of the S's, but evidently not. It's been cleared anyway, so that's all fine. Yeah, Simičić up into the top 5. Just waiting to hit through this left-hander if anybody's off the road. Doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone seems to be fine. So that's all good. We're about 100 miles into this race, though. It's been an interesting one so far, about 10% of the way through. And it's been a decent pace, actually, considering what we've had so far. 45 minutes for 100 miles. I don't know what that means for the overall race distance, to be honest. Don't make me do that maths.
50 minutes is how long?
I do not know. But 45
7.5
minutes. Yeah. 7.5, okay. It seems about right, really. and of course the traffic's going to get easier as the day goes on, because you presume that people will retire from this race as well. So it's been a decent pace actually that we've gone with to start this one, and we are certainly going to break the record for the time around here. I normally speak about distance records in VEC races, but it's more of a time record here. I think the time spent to win that race back in season 5 11 years ago was, what, 8 hours 25 or something along those lines. It was 2012, by the way. Yeah, 8 hours 25:59. I have a feeling we might beat that, but then again, back in those days we did only have the LMP2s and there wasn't the LMP1 category yet.
Yeah, that is fair enough. So but then again, you know, the Le Mans high cars aren't that much quicker than the LMP2s now. Obviously,
yeah,
there's only a couple of seconds difference.
It's a decade of development
That
there,
is
isn't
true.
it, in
That
LMP2?
10-year-old LMP2s. So yeah, fair enough. We might be able to smash that out of the park. I suppose it does depend, because in the first 40 laps, we've already had 2 Code 80s, and if we continue that sort of trajectory for the next, well, let's just round up to 400 laps, that's going to be what, 20 Code 80s over the course of the race. Obviously, that's a big extrapolation and definitely probably not what's going to happen, but just taking it as what we've had in the first 40 minutes, yeah, it's going to be a longer race forced, I suppose, more than capabilities.
Adam Taylor's gone very wide there for Monaco, I'm afraid, through turn 5, and he'll give over that place to Understeer United. We've had LMP2 pit stops, by the way, that we can run through a little bit. Darius Andre now leads in the Gold Racing Esports car. They, of course, were the big challengers for the race win in the opening round of the season. They lost out to Team Iris in the end, but they do lead now ahead of the 35 at Stanville Letstra it is. That's the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. Then there's Luca Martino, who got ahead of Le Mans and certainly got ahead of VEC, who is behind them both by a good few seconds at the end of that pit stop phase. So big gaps between those who pitted under the Code 80 and those who didn't.
Yeah, obviously it's paid quite well to those that had the opportunity. Obviously for some it was a choice, for others it was forced to stay out. But obviously those that had the option and did take the option to come in a couple of laps early have reaped the rewards of it. Darius Andre leading the way for Gold Racing Esports, and understandably a very, very gold livery. Looking very striking, can't miss them at all. And well, their pace right now could be very, very strong over the next couple of laps. Obviously they've got themselves into this position, which is, I suppose, the easy bit. Now the hard bit comes of trying to keep it.
Yeah, it's a difficult task. That in itself. And by the way, I said that we didn't have LMP1s yet back when we last drove or did this race. That's kind of a lie. We had LMP. In fact, that was season 5 was the only season in 8 seasons between season 3 and 10 where we didn't have the LMP1s on the grid. In fact, so an unusual season, I guess, in that respect. Back in 2012, it would have been 11 years ago. Would have been the early part of or early-ish part of season 5 in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And back then we didn't really have 24-hour racing yet either. The season ended that season with 12 hours at Le Mans. First 24-hour was to come next season in season 6. But anyway, that's a bit of history, VC history for you for the day. That 42 then of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and it's Darius Andre leading in LMP2. In the overall, Martin Mergley still out there leading the way, and of course the hypercars these days, the top category, can go quite a long way on fuel, and so they're still out there on the road at the moment. Luca Martino, though, is about to be overtaken by one of the, or about to be unlapped by someone. Or is he about to put a lap on? He's putting a lap on someone, excuse me. They're in LMP2. Lots of them are a long way back at this stage in the race, and that is one of them. The number 50, it looked like John Davies is the driver who just put a lap on there for Undercover Rain there. Only 11th, but already going a lap down, speaking to just how short these laps are.
Yeah, of course, the quickest lap set by Tom Lartley was only 1 minute 6.9, which is a very, very quick lap time. Of course, naturally so at a shorter circuit like Road Atlanta. But yeah, they do come thick and fast. Obviously, the pit stop times effectively do stay the same. You're spending the same amount of time spent stationary, so yeah, you're losing near on a lap and a bit probably per pit stop, maybe a little bit less, sometimes maybe a little bit more, depending obviously what service you do at the pit stop phase. Rolling Zoots for Go Team Racing. are trying to work their way forward. They've got Seawolf Net Racer and Tony Mellor just ahead of them in that fight for 7th. Through themselves, they're trying to fight away with the sister Go Team car. Of course, they always come in twos, the Go Teams, it seems. And, well, Tony Mellor is sandwiched between the two of them.
And he's going to be sandwiching himself here as he goes 3 wide through the middle, tries to overtake one of the Go Team cars, can't do it for the moment in towards turn 1, and now they're going to be very slow on the way through the S's. This could be a nervy time for that Mercedes. The Go Team car will slide its way down the inside and make its way through. It's the Tumeli ERT Mercedes, in fact, that got caught up, of course, with the Arnage competition Mercedes as well on lap 1, if you remember. With that LMP2 that was stuck in the middle of the road, sort of slowed up Tony Mellor, and now the other Go Team car is going to try and overtake him. So it's a bit of a nightmare as he's looking forwards and backwards at the same time to try and well, hold on to a place and take one as well.
Yeah, that is the sort of the most least ideal situation that you can be in as a racing driver, looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Even worse when you're fighting with teammates that can support each other as well. Oh. Going into the chicane, and oh my goodness me, Roland Zutz taking to the grass in order to find the inside line into the chicane. It's Tony Mellor that chucks the move back to the inside of the right, and there's contact, and he's sent sideways. He couldn't quite catch it. He's round, he's in the grass, and well, he's not sandwiched anymore.
No, he's around instead, I'm afraid. Flat pancakes, unfortunately, at the end. Not really. But he makes his way back out the gravel again and rejoins. I mean, difficult one to call that, actually. I thought that the Go Team car was squeezing quite hard with Tony Mellor there, but then he did just seem to drift into the side, almost as if he was understeering into the side of the Go Team car, to be honest. He didn't actually look like he was trying to drift out wide there, but just looked like he couldn't turn from the off-board cameras.
Yeah, maybe... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, there was not a lot of space to begin with, but enough to make it work. I think you're right. There was a little bit of understeer from Mellor, washing wide, and then obviously caught the side of Roland Zutz's car, and that unfortunately tagged him around. Initially, he did try to slow it down and save it. It was quite an anticlimactic spin, in fairness, because it took so long to happen. It was just, is he going to save it? No, he's not. And then he got to that point of no return, and he just continued to go around. So maybe not a flat pancake, probably a donut is more accurate in that regard. And, well, there we go. Tony Mellor unfortunately falling back to 8th place, as he's got a long way to go to reconvene with his Go Team rivals.
He has. Dennis Dooner is the next car behind him, by the way. Already a lap down to the leader for sim racing for Holland. Not in their traditional livery this season. Tom Lartalou is next in the racecrutch car, and that's your 10 Van Walls. They're a lap down. This is going to be a long road of recovery here for racecrutch. They're already a quarter of a minute behind the next car even. And this is the difficulty with their season. In the end, I mean, you were doing the finale at Le Mans, Zach. In the end, it didn't seem to be too much pressure on racecrutch, really, because their championship lead was in hand, and at Le Mans they seemed okay, but it's this early point in the season where you do wonder, or I was wondering last season, do they have the experience in the Virtual Endurance Championship to take a title? You know, do the likes of Colin Spork have enough experience? I know he's won the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, but you know, he only did that during last season, and he's still a very young driver. You know, can he lead that team to closing out a championship? In the end, the answer was yes, but it's these points in the season where I begin to wonder, because racecrutch often find themselves in this position of having lots of penalties at the start and having to fight their way through the order. Yeah,
you have to sort of ask the question, how many times can they get away with just out-driving the penalties as such? But then I always think back to the 12 Hours of Daytona last season. Coming close to a year for that race now. I think it happened sort of early on in 2023. But anyway, it was a very good race, and one I think racecrutch did demonstrate their a lot of experience packed into not a lot of time spent out on sort of in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Like, they managed to use everything they've learned in order to battle with Simframe. It was a very, very good battle indeed, and I think that definitely speaks volumes about how good of a team they are. I mean, you just have to look at the sheer amount of pace they've got, the amount of pole positions they've taken in their very short time at the Virtual Endurance Championship, and obviously look at their other sort of avenues in sim racing as well, other disciplines that they compete in. You know, they're a very strong outfit, almost no matter where you go, and the fact that they are still, as we say, an inexperienced team relative to some of the veterans, and yet they are still this quick, this good, have already won a championship like they have done last season, and fairly comfortably as well. As you say, they weren't under a ton of pressure by the time we got to Le Mans, but it's the fact that they are still learning, they're still refining their talent, their craft. So this isn't even peak race clutch that we're seeing, which I don't know, it's quite scary, to be honest, to see what the future holds.
Yeah, it's just a case of keeping things on the road. And by the way, while we were talking about that, Jürgen van Bergen, their strategist, messaged me saying, it's fine. It just always happens, and they have to find their way through the order again. I mean, it just makes you wonder what they could achieve if they didn't have that. But I guess everyone has penalties at some point. We're still in the early point of the season where we don't really know who the top contenders are, although we got a great race at Monza to really outline maybe 5 contenders for a title this season. They're all going to get penalties, or races where they're going to have to come back from penalties at some point, surely, this season. I mean, those who finished in the top 5 right now, who are up in the top 5 again, are the top 3 in this race, if that makes any sense at all.
No.
Well, okay. 4 of the top 5 here. RaceCrutch, in fact, are the only ones who finished on the lead lap at Monza who had significant penalties this time. I say significant penalties because Burst Esport only had 1, and they are 5th again. So they've actually dealt with it very well, of course, with the assistance of a bit of a Code 80. But even so, everyone's going to have these races at some point, and so they've got to remember that, and we've got to factor that into our thinking when we're judging these championship contenders so early on. Of course, it is very early. Everyone's more focused on the individual race results, but if you're really serious about taking it to RaceCrutch, then you are going to have to stay out of trouble. And for the most part, RaceCrutch's contenders have stayed out of trouble a lot better than they have.
Yeah, they have done. Yeah, it is obviously about a damage limitation. As you say, obviously, things happen. It's motor racing. Today's been a prime example of that. Things go wrong. You're never going to have a perfect race, a perfect season. You know, you're going to have your ups, and when you are on your ups, you need to make the most of them. You need to really capitalize on them. Obviously, you are going to have your downs as well. As I said, it's a roller coaster. It's going to have its peaks. It's going to have its troughs. And when you are at the bottom, is how do you deal with that? How do you make it so that you're not always down in the dumps? I think Burst Esports are a very strong sort of pioneer for that in showcasing to maximize when it goes wrong. You know, things go wrong, and they are always still sort of top 6, top 5, week in, week out, maximizing their points. Also, it's not necessarily about not letting things go wrong. It's more, how do you deal with them, and how do you make it seem like you've not really had an off day as such, if that makes sense. So making it seem like your off days are actually just a bit of a mad day more than anything, and then when you are on a good day is to run away and win it, as we have seen sort of pretty much all of these teams do at some point or another in their history.
Jimmy Allison reminded me that RaceCrutch have won a VEC championship before, back in season 13, when we had the LMP3s for the first and only time. Season 11, not 13. Oh, goodness me. Season 11, that's a long time ago, isn't it? Goodness. Season 11, back when the only season we had the LMP3s. But yeah, it felt almost like a new team entirely. I mean, Tony Mello, I remember being a very prominent driver throughout that season for them. He's now Seawolf driver, of course. Then we've got two more drivers who assisted Mello throughout that one, and they shared the workload between them, and they're not on the calendar or the grid for the last couple of seasons, for example. It feels like a very different look to RaceCrutch back in the DPI days than when we had in LMP3 now 5 years ago, which feels like a very long time now. Yannis Simičić is on our screens again here, by the way, having taken advantage of that Code 80, and he's already sort of fighting for the net race lead. Now, Christian Mikel's been constantly losing time to the lead. Now their gap's over half a minute, but I imagine that's because they didn't change tyres and they're just a lot heavier on fuel than those up in the front of the field. Yeah, you'd imagine.
Again, we're already seeing some divergence in terms of that pit strategy, but Yannis Simičić really making the most of the car that he's been dealt and the strategy they're on. So again, it's a long haul. You can't really read too much into the first pit stop at face value, but already coming back into the pit. Oh, of course, yeah, they still owe us a pit stop, don't they, essentially. So yeah, finally taking their stop and coming into pit lane. So they'll probably fall behind, I reckon, the two Go Team cars. They'll funnel out just ahead of them. But in fairness, obviously with the assistance of two Code 80s, they've gone really long into this race, and I suppose that only does them a favour as such, as to what they can do with the rest of the race, because obviously now, from now on, their first initial stop, when they get to that last stop, if it doesn't work out equally, they're going to have a slightly shorter stop than those around them. So they've only done themselves a favour. Martin Maguli coming in as well as Simfreem. So yeah, we've got all of them coming in at once. So on similar strategies, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. 51 laps the limit then, but I guess the amount of time this normally in an hour-long race, or a time-limited race, so I'd be a little bit concerned that they only just made it to the hour. But it actually doesn't really matter, because 50-odd laps gives you 8 stints throughout the race and 7 stops. And in that case, time doesn't really matter, does it? You can just do 7 stops and minimise your stops. Whereas the likes of Christian Mikel is going to have to make an extra stop throughout the race, I would imagine. And he's going to have to make 8, unless there's another code 80 for them to get themselves back onto schedule again. Through they'll go, though. Christian Mikel will get to the lead. That's not a surprise, considering the way that they took their stop.
No, absolutely not. And have been able to maximise their opportunities. As we said, obviously, with code 80s and things, how much time you can save with it. It was a no-brainer for them at the time to do it. Yes, they've got a little bit of a headache to work out with pit stops and things, but again, it's not the longest pit lane in the world at Road Atlanta. You're not losing, you know, upwards of sort of 25 seconds just by driving through it. So maybe it's not the end of the world if they do have to take an extra stop, but I suppose that's a worry a little bit later on in the race. Right now, they're just going to have to drive as fast as they can. Martin Maguli rejoins in 4th place, still a decent way ahead, it must be said, of Simframe. Patrick Schindler still in the pit lane. So 2 diverging strategies already, maybe all 4 tyres for Schindler. But again, why would they take tyres at their first stop?
Well, because the
tyre rate is high.
Yeah, it is in Hypercar, although they're all on softs by that graphic, so that suggests that surely the others would have had to take tyres as well. Not entirely sure, really, on that one. Do they have any damage to repair? I wouldn't have imagined so. So that's an interesting one, that. Not entirely sure, but here is the equation, basically, early on. So imagine this is in 6 hours' time or so. We're getting towards the end. I'm imagining this race to be, because the leaders of the 2 strategies, NeebRacing.com, who are leaders of the Code 80 strategy, we'll call it, and Martin Mergley, the leaders of the 7-stop strategy to minimise your stops. So as of right now, it would be between, of course, this is presuming that nothing changes, which is exceptionally unlikely over the course of 300 laps. But say that is the case, the equation comes down to, can Mikel make that extra stop in those 30 seconds? And for me, that answer at the moment is no. So Winship Racing at the moment hold the advantage, but of course, there's still a very long way to go for that to change. Yeah,
indeed. So either Mikel needs to grow the gap, or get himself back on sequence, or hope that Maguli and co have themselves some issues.
I can't see him getting himself back on the sequence without losing time. That's it. Exactly. He's going to have to get lucky with the Code 80 if that's going to be the case, and that, he's already had 1 slice of good luck. Surely he's not going to get another.
Well, you never know. It can happen once, it can happen twice. It's racing, but yeah, it is slightly unlikely. Well, then again, I suppose it's not really, you can't really base it on the percentage anyway, because it's got nothing to do with Christian Mikel and his luck. It's more just a case of if someone crashes out on track. I don't know. It makes sense in my head. I know it definitely doesn't make sense to anyone else, but Christian Mikel out in front essentially just needs to hope that someone has a skill issue at some point in the race that can put him back onto pit sequence with the rest of the drivers, and at some point, whether it's sort of the next stint after, wherever it is, that just puts him back onto course, or as I say, just outdrive it, drive faster, and be quicker than the rest of the field, which is easier said than done, obviously, when we've got a level of competition as high as we've got for season 16. So yeah, I think NeebRacing.com have definitely got a headache, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily impossible.
No, and by the way, we got a great illustration there as to how the LMP2s are actually quicker in the first sector than the Van Walls are, and how that is an actual problem over the course of the race. Now they make their way through on the Aston Martin GT3s, and the Van Wall does have more straight line speed to get through on the others. There we are, a bit of a 3-wide moment for you. But Martin Mergley makes his way through. In the lead of, oh dear, we've got a yellow flag out in Sector 2 at the moment. We'll try and work out who that is for, because it's one of the GT3s, I believe, is it? Don't know. There seems to be many cars making their way through Turn 5 at the moment, and I'm not sure that all of them are actually okay at the moment. As Liam Rance has lost his wheel. Liam Rance has got no front left wheel, a front right wheel, sorry. What has gone on here? This satellite racing car has had a disaster today, and it's only getting worse.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse. Of course, this was the car that was facing at Silent, was the one that Scuderia Leon car smashed into through no fault of Vartan Veltons. But yeah, Liam Rance is going to be scraping his way back to pit lane.
On the back straight. Slow car on the back straight.
Yeah, because there's no suspension damage, I guess there's no need to call a code 80 here. It's just dangerous. Briefly, it could be 4 wide. They sort it out, thankfully. And Liam Rance is doing a good job of staying to the right-hand side. Now, I wonder whether they've tried to repair that car and whether the front right wheel just hasn't repaired. Now, I don't know. That used to be relatively common on rFactor 2. I'm not sure I didn't even think it happened anymore. But maybe that's what's happened. We'll have to get someone from Satellite Racing to tell us. That Van Wall there got very close. Almost seemed to disregard the presence of the McLaren entirely. Liam Rance is going to get back to pit lane, I think, safely now. Well, not without a spin. But he will get back to pit lane, thankfully. And that will all be solved. Wojtek Polesny is leading in the GT3 category. He's got 25 seconds over the others for Thomas Engel Sim Racing. It's been a great start to the race for them.
It has been. Yeah, they've really been in control, obviously, ever since BS came in. Well, they've just, as I say, running away with it at the moment, just building that gap bit by bit. Of course, I don't think we're yet to see any GT3.
They've all been in.
Yeah, they've all been in, so they're all good. Everyone's cleared. This is how things stack up as it stands. So Wojtek Polesny is chilling out in front. Again, just building the gap, using his pace wisely, being consistent, staying out of trouble, I think, was the most important thing.
Yeah, I think so. And they've managed to do that very well. Finished second at the opening round of the season, by the way, and currently running in first here. The race winners from that opening race of the season are currently running in fourth. That's the number 91 Black Hawk Racing team as they continue to search for their first VEC title. I still think it must happen one day for them because they've been stalwarts of the VEC for probably more than a decade at this point. But are they going to get that title finally? I really hope for their case, or for their sake, that they do. Mark Veit is at the wheel at the moment. It's a decent start. I mean, first and fourth it's not a bad place to be, but they could have a problem with that Thomas Engel Sim Racing team, to be fair. If that team continues to run, up in the podium places, then even a fourth place is not going to be good enough, somewhat miraculously.
Yeah, that is true. I suppose being inside the top 5, not a bad start for both cars, considering everything that's gone on. Could be worse. Also, I do love their livery. I don't know if it's changed much from last season, but it does look very nice.
Has it changed?
Has it changed? I don't know. I know it's the same colour scheme, but I don't know. Something about it looks different, and it looks better. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I do see what you mean, but it's still recognisably Black Hawk, isn't it? And that's a good thing. We like these liveries that stay the same throughout seasons upon seasons, to be honest, because it makes our lives easier, makes you very recognisable on the grid as well. Gold Racing Esports are leading in LMP2, by the way. Not sure where Team Iris have found themselves today. I've not seen them yet. Felix Neubauer is in 6th place at the moment. They've been having a very quiet day as things stand. Let's have a look at what happened to Liam Rance. So he did have his front right repaired, but he's gone off at this corner again for the second time today, and he's lost it. That's quite a small bit of contact for him to lose his wheel, actually. As the Tomelli car goes off at the chicane, that's straight in front of Neubauer, who's in a battle. And the Mercedes gets straight back onto the road, almost straight into the path of Neubauer there. The two Irish cars running nose to tail, not on the same lap though at the moment in the field. But Liam Rance is not having a good start to this race. That's the second incident he's had at that corner.
Yeah, and as Ruben Correa said in YouTube chat as well, he said their wheel is probably in the car, in their car's boot, which is probably a fair assumption to make. It probably ended.
Yeah, probably, but unfortunately, so not an ideal moment for anyone. Let's have a look at where we are then in this battle for 5th place. It's Hyperion who are here, by the way, and they're a long way behind the Armed Cyber and on-off cars that they were fighting with not so long ago in this field. They're now 3rd, 4th and 5th, but Hyperion are sort of falling into the clutches of the likes of Team Irish as we've got multiple free wide moments on the back straight all together at once again. That's exactly what you expect to see from Road Atlanta, but thankfully over the course of the last 30 laps or so, the traffic has sort of calmed down a little bit. Everybody getting used to the amount of cars that are on this very small racetrack.
Yeah, it's very dense. I think is the way to go with that one. just everyone everywhere, 50 cars. How long is Road Atlanta exactly? Because I'm sure this is probably going to be the sort of the most dense car to track length ratio that we're going to have over the course of the season. We don't really get much shorter than this. No, I don't think so. I think this is the shortest circuit on the calendar. And well, there's a lot of cars to deal with, to contend with, and it's been a headache so far. It has proven to be a headache, but we still have a good chunk of them moving. I think so far we've only had 2 DNFs of Russo and Basto as it stands in the 47 and 31 machines respectively. For the most part, everyone's still going. Obviously, we've had cars have plenty of issues, but not being signed off as DNFs just yet. So still keeping a fairly decent record,
I think one of those issues was just for Fabian Barlow just then, actually. In the virtual drives by TX3 car, I just checked on them to make sure they didn't have any damage, and they don't, thankfully. So they're running all right. The Juices Motorsport Club car has gotten back underway again and is having a decent time of things now, trying to get through on Tony Janssen, I think, in the 71. Sorry, Tony Janssen is the one trying to get through, and that's on Ben Guider, I should say, in the McLaren just up in front. So this is a battle for 7th place, probably the closest one up towards the front in GT3, maybe the closest one up towards the front of any class for the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. We haven't really seen much action towards the top end of things for quite some time. Yeah, the leads for the Le Mans Hypercars is 18.5. We've then got 9 seconds for LMP2 and 20.5 seconds for the lead in GT3. But a very nice battle materialising here. I mean, Hyperion are quite close in a fight for 5th as well in LMP2. But yeah, quite a nice battle here, and well, nice to see some action in the GT3s for once, it must be said, because we haven't really been able to speak about them much apart from, as I say, the opening 5 minutes where it was just all over the place. It's nice to see that some of them actually sort of having some battles for once. Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, on the run down the hill there, I couldn't see who went off, but it's just been one of those races where you see that very, very often. Tom Larsloo has made his way up to 8th already, by the way, and now he's behind Jone Simicic. This is not a battle we expected to be for 7th place, but it's Burst Esport versus Race Clutch, two of the last 2 champions of the top category in the 2 DPI seasons that we had. Burst Esport with the champions of the first one, and Race Clutch with the champions of the second one. Now they're going to battle in the Van Wall, and surprisingly, it's for 7th place only. Yeah, of course, under special circumstances, they've both had some difficulties throughout the early stage of this race, and probably isn't going to be where either team end up. But it is nice to see the 2 most recent champions in the top flight category sort of have a bit of a clash. Obviously, they had their fight at Monza and were very, very close throughout the duration of the 6 hours. But yeah, for 7th place, it's I suppose a little bit, as I said, a bit anticlimactic, I suppose, but underwhelming to have what could be a very, very hard-fought fight only be for 7th place. But I'm sure, as I say, they're going to work their way forwards over the course of the next 300-odd laps, 331 laps that we have got. And well, yeah, hopefully this isn't the last time that these 2 see each other on track. Of course, have to say, fair play to Race Clutch, considering that they have had a few more penalties than Burst. They are still running quite well relative to them. But as a group, I'm sure they're going to collectively work their way forwards, because, well, strategy is an interesting one here today with tyres and fuel and things. So, yeah, let's see which one of the 2 get it right the most. Oh, that was close. That was very close. I don't think that Porsche was expecting Lartalou to try and do the same as well and go through on the Porsche. Couldn't identify which one actually, but it was certainly a surprise to whoever was driving that one. Now down the back straight they go on the way towards the chicane. It's Lartalou who's going to make his way down the inside, 3 wide with one of the Ferraris as well, but they make it work, and that was a very close moment. Thankfully they get away with it, but contact on the way down the hill there between those 2. Yeah, not looking too good, well, hopefully they can maintain a level of cleanliness. Tom Lartalou nearly going to the inside, but it's covered off by Jone Simicic. Lartalou blasts his way past, up into 7th place, and essentially, like Jone Simicic was sat still, I don't think he was overly interested in fighting that one too hard. Didn't seem to be. Maybe they're on different strategies slightly. I think Race Clutch are one of those who came in under the Code 80, whereas Burst won't. Burst certainly won't, because they were in fairly recently. But Race Clutch may have been. Didn't see if they did or not, because they were quite far back at the time. But Christian Mikel leads in the
Le Mans Hypercar category and continues to actually extend that margin over Martin Mergley. It's now 25 seconds. Well, I say that actually, that's come down slightly, hasn't it, really? I think it was about 30 before. Or maybe it stayed the same. But the gap between 1 and 2 is certainly extended. Now 18 seconds to the Go Team Racing car running in that second position for the moment. So it's going all right for nebracing.com. But we're now in that stage of the race where we're very unlikely to have leading battles for quite some time now in this race, really. It's about waiting for those final pit stops and seeing who can come out on top. As we figured out earlier, at the moment, it's probably Winchick Racing who are with the advantage.
Yeah, back into the pit lane for the Geeks Energy car. Here is Darius Andre, who has managed to work his way into the lead of the LMP2s. It is just a little bit everywhere in terms of strategy, really. Obviously, thrown all into time oil and off pace after that code 80 that happened, sort of, what was it, about 10 minutes off the scheduled pit window. So it sort of threw a couple of teams off, sort of mismatched the order ever so slightly, put different teams on different courses for the rest of the race. So yeah, it would be interesting to see. Obviously, right now we can't read too much into what's going on because it is all subject to changes. Oh my goodness me! Darius Andre pulling off to the left-hand side after a car was nearly sat still on the back straight. He darted his way to the left-hand side. How that car is still pointing, facing the right direction, I have no idea. It's into pit lane naturally. That is understandable. But the fact that's not been a worse incident, I do not know. That car, I've never seen it change direction more quicker than that.
Goodness me. Well, I'm not sure which LMP2 that was, actually, but it's Darius Andre who's had to come into the pit lane. Luca Martino is going to take over the lead, by the way, as a result of that. But goodness me, that was a huge, huge moment. Trying to work out which of the LMP2s it may have been. I honestly can't tell you for the moment. It may have been the undercover car. Oh, my word. Maybe it looks like a net wreck from that angle. But the reactions that he had to have there to duck out of the way was quite unbelievable, and in the end it's turned out in disaster for Darius Andre, who was leading the way. I mean, it was, yeah, there was grass in front. He reacted as quickly as he could, but he couldn't keep the car on the road, and in the end that's going to be a bit of a repair for Gold Racing Esports.
Yeah, it's just your natural instinct at that point. You see a car, you try as best you can to get out of the way. There's no thinking back in hindsight. There's no time to think what is the most rational decision to have, which in all fairness, I think he probably took the best course. This is what happened to Van Starkenberg in the Netrex GP car. Oh, it was just spinning the Arnage. He brings it back onto track, and that wasn't a huge sharp, I suppose, just at the wrong angle. It's now crabbing, and naturally just, well, that is the chain reaction that then eventually led itself into Darius Andre going into nearly into the back of him.
So unfortunately, the Arnage car now back in pit lane again, starting Prince at the wheel of that one. Luigi Russo, by the way, for Go Team Racing's 47 is now out of the race in LMP2, by the way. That can't have happened that long ago, because he's, well, I'll say that, he is 25 laps down on the lead. That would have put him over 20 laps down, so it must have happened, nearly half an hour ago now. So unfortunately, Go Team are out of the race. Liam Rant's still in the pit lane for Satellite Racing, but Virtual Drivers by TX3 are back out again, as we've seen earlier on. Pablo Erlin is the one at the wheel now. Remco Major was the one who led them back out the pit lane, actually, in the 33 car there. But Pablo Erlin is now at the wheel of that LMP2. It's the last running car, and thankfully they are back out onto the circuit again. But what a race it's been so far for the LMP2s. I mean, right from the start, the S's, it was where it started with them, really, where it started to go wrong, and it's not really stopped since then.
It hasn't. It's just been, down, down, down for a lot of teams. Luca Martino into the pit lane for Arm Cyber, obviously following a couple of scheduled stops not too long ago for a couple of teams. Nicholas Lamont carrying on though for On-Off Racing, as they pursue, again, in a very hotly contested fight in the LMP2s. We've got Tobias Blumstein for Visual Esports coming into the pit lane as well. So it seems to be go time essentially for some of the LMP2s. I think the ones that came in under the code 80 are the ones that are now back into the pit lane.
I think this is scheduled. It's another 40 minutes on, isn't it? So,
is it?
Well, we're an hour and 20 into the race, so it would make sense for those who haven't pitted to be in now, yeah. I think the Gold Racing Esports team were one of those who were under code 80. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's the scheduled pit stoppers here who are making their way down pit lane for the moment, although couldn't be sure entirely. Nicola Lemoine is certainly one of those who pitted not long after Luca Martino before, so I'm expecting him in pretty soon, and if not, then I guess we have our answer. But yeah, I think these guys didn't pit under the Code 80 earlier on.
Fair enough. Yeah, again, there's just been so much going on. I didn't even clock the fact that we're 69 laps into this race at this point. It's just gone very, very quickly, and there's been a lot that's happened in that short space of time. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, Nicolas Lamont continuing on, and about 12-ish seconds clear of Thomas Vac and Hyperion in their well, not really a battle for the lead, but their pursuit of the lead potentially as well. But still a long way to go, and yeah, we're only still only in the early stages of this race. And yeah, it has died down a little bit, but that is interesting to see. There is already such a rift in terms of the strategies, obviously because that Code 80 causing a little bit of division. And well, it'll be interesting to see which one by the end of it turns out to be the right choice.
Yeah, it's one of those waiting games, as I mentioned earlier on, and well, it is until another Code 80 completely flips it on its head all over again. So let's see if that happens over the course of the day. Battle in LMP2 between Netrex and Arm Cyber has sort of been reinvigorated here because of the Arm Cyber car coming into the pit lane. It's Andrea Martino who's now at the wheel. Not sure if it's any relation to Luca. I guess they probably are. But Andrea Martino now at the wheel of that one. And you'd imagine they'll be able to hold off Netrex GP because they are fresh out the pit lane. However, Netrex are, of course, all warmed up here, and warm tyres are going to certainly help them get them down the inside and into the top 5 for the number 28 for now.
Yeah, beautifully done. And of course, is it going to be long-lived or not? Probably isn't. It's just going to take Martino some bedding in time to this stint to find his feet. And then obviously, we'll probably find a way past Azian in the near future, you would imagine. But the Netrex GP car, yeah, showing some good pace early on, of course. Netrex as a whole have had a couple of quirks and dinks already through this race, but well, still running fairly strong in the LMP2 class. But yeah, probably won't be hanging on to that top 5 position for too long, you would imagine. But again, it is, as I say, for Martino, he's yes, he's on fresh tyres and things and starting a stint, but he's also got a full tank of fuel. He's also got to get himself acclimatised to the circuit and the race itself. Obviously, no matter how much practice you've done, no matter how ready you are, it still takes a little bit, maybe a lap or so, to switch on in the car and find your rhythm. So that's what Martino is going to be trying to do. And then when that does happen, I'm sure Arm Cyber will be on a pursuit for the top positions like they have once been, because I have no doubt that no team in that LMP2 class is going to be able to, you know, get comfortable for the long haul of this race.
Well, it's probably actually down to lower fuel load, isn't it, really, here? That Rex getting away at this stage. But anyway, that battle seems to be settled. Top 5 battle in GT3 is also going on. Kamil No is trying to hang on from Adam Taylor at the moment in the Porsche. 4-time virtual endurance champion, by the way, is Adam Taylor for Wanako. Hasn't won a title for Wanako, I should say, but has won in the top category on 3 occasions, and won in GTE AM as well back in the very final season of GTE AM back in season 8. I think he's the only driver to have won 3 in a row as well as a driver, although I could be proven wrong about that. Or maybe Niki Djakovic did it with him actually, because they did drive together throughout that one, although maybe not. Anyway, he's certainly had a lot of success in the Virtual Endurance Championship over the course of the years. He's back again in GT3 this time for Wanako, in what's been a all right start to the season for them. They got off to a 3rd place to start the season, and they're running all right here in 6th place at the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta as well, as we approach 200 miles complete actually already as well. This race is flying by quite a pace early on in this one.
It is. Thankfully, we've had sort of the last 45-ish minutes clean, green, running, so they have been able to get the most out of their pace to the fullest, obviously with pit stops and things along the way. But yeah, for the most part, everyone's been running nice and flat out. So now we're starting to see the true pace as to the field itself. So yeah, should be. I don't know how well. how long are we into the race at the minute? We're 72 laps in, so what is that, about an hour and 25-ish minutes through? Which, you know, we're already 200 miles in, so times that by 5. Yeah, shouldn't be that long. I think we might be surprised as to how quick this race is. Probably, I still reckon we'll be quite close to the 8-hour mark, but yeah, I reckon we might be able to beat the, what was it, 8 hours 25 the last time we were here at Sebring? Sebring?
Road Atlanta.
Same thing.
Yes. For whatever reason, the rate at Road Atlanta last time had 395 laps. Now, I'm not sure whether that is counting the formation lap as a lap, because I feel like it must be in that case. Surely Road Atlanta hasn't changed length since then. It's just over 4 kilometres around, but I don't know. Maybe it has changed since then. Maybe it's not the same layout, same version of the circuit in RF2 as well. I'm not sure really, because I wasn't around back then to commentate on it, as you might be able to understand. Trying to find any driver who was racing in that race who is also racing in this one is a pretty difficult task. Drivers who've raced in recent editions of the Virtual Endurance Championship, I mean, Juice's Motorsport Club are in that one. Although I'm not sure if Adam Baldwin and Eric Schmeider are racing in this particular race, even though they have been doing driving fairly recently in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Not sure whether they are in this specific race or not. Tony Janssen is in the best place, Juice's car, for now. Martin Darland as well has been in the VEC as recently as season 40, when they went pretty close to a GTE championship, although they were edged out by Red Bull Racing Esports of Yuri Kazduk, Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel, 2 of which are in this race at the moment. And then I think I saw Anders Nielsen on the grid early on in this one, or maybe I saw someone else with a similar name, but he was in that race as well back then. Not many drivers have carried forward through there, although Jimmy Allison has. Not a driver, of course, but he is still here, still organising for us in the Virtual Endurance Championship as always. But yeah, it's great to have the history, so much about history here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, having started so long ago. First season starting back in 2007. The series has changed greatly since then, and so have the cars and everything around it that have changed throughout those years. A long time, a lot of history in this championship.
Yeah, there is a lot. And 2007, yeah, that was a year after I was born, so it's been around, which is it's weird to think about. Yeah, I know, it's weird that I'm now commentating on a championship that is effectively as old as I am. It's nice. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of history to it. Obviously, so many recognisable names and teams and drivers, and a lot of them at some point have had some success, because there has been so many variation. Of course, at some point we were racing in the McLaren Senna as the top flight of class, which is obviously quite unconventional, but sort of I suppose the longevity of the Virtual Endurance Championship has allowed for that. Tony Janssen for Juice's Motorsport Club, not getting the best of exits. Obviously, that fight with that Mercedes, not quite full position, but yeah, a small little bit of an error on the outside. And again, Juice's, I think, also quite a historic team, as that's one way to find a way past. One of the Go Team LMH cars. But yeah, the Juice's also fielding obviously they've gone from the Ferrari to the Porsche now for this season, but also fielding a very new livery. They're going away from just the plain white. They've added some stuff to it.
Yeah, they have. They're, of course, the only team to have won 4 Virtual Endurance Championships in their time, and they make their way into the pit lane right now. Jelle Pinsbergen is now at the wheel of the Visceral Esports car. Tomas Brunshine got into YouTube chat a couple of moments ago just to say the words rough first stint. Not really sure what was difficult about it for him, but we didn't see too many things going wrong for him. But at least from what I can remember, but Visceral are running down in 10th position. Pinsbergen now at the wheel for them. So maybe they are a little bit further down than where they hoped to be at the start of this season. But it's only the second round. They're running in 10th for the moment. At least they're still in the race, I suppose, which is more than can be said for a lot of these drivers. I mean, so far 3 of the LMP2s of the field are actually behind all of the GT3s, which really says a lot about the start that they've had.
Yeah, they've had a very difficult one. Obviously, some of them did start behind the GT3s, but yeah, it's been a very tough opening phase for some. We're getting some penalties coming in as well for I'd imagine maybe track limits more than anything. Obviously, here at Atlanta, there are a couple of places that you can exceed, so maybe a couple of people already falling victim to that. And well, there you go. It's been a very difficult race, and it continues to get more difficult as the race goes on, as the attrition starts to wear in, the fatigue, and obviously with it being anywhere between sort of a 7.5, 8.5 hour race, yeah, we're going to get to a point where the teams and drivers might be getting a little bit tired, and for some maybe even a little bit fed up with how things are going, the way their course of their race is travelling, with things getting worse and worse.
Yeah, it's a move down the inside from Blumsheim, as well as into the pit lane comes Seawolf Net Race. Now, this means that, oh dear, this means that we are embarking on Code 80 pit stops pretty soon. Now, the Code 80 was about an hour ago now, or the most recent one, and so at NeveRacing.com and the two Go Team cars are going to have to come in from the leads of Hypercar.
Yeah, they are. So I do love how we've dubbed it the Code 80 and the pit, like the normal pit stop strategy that we've sort of just dubbed the two. It's nice. Yeah, the Code 80 strategy is yeah, obviously the top three, Christian Michael, the two Go Team cars, were the ones that well, they were effectively the only hypercars that had the option to come in. Obviously the Simfrim car had the option and chose not to, but the only ones that had the option and were the ones that came in the hypercar, because obviously Martin Maguli and such didn't quite have that choice to come in under Code 80, but Mikel and the two Go Team cars took it with open arms and said, yeah, cool, we're coming in, and so far it's paid off for them. Will the longevity of that strategy though stay around long enough? Because as we say, they either need to outdrive it or find a way back on sequence without losing too much time somehow. One of the Go Team cars has come into the pit lane, rolling Zoots in. We also saw Seawolf Net Race and Tony Meller coming into the pit lane as well, so really starting to kickstart the next phase of pit stops. When is Christian Michael going to come in and, well, speak the devil? And here he is into the pit lane for NeveRacing.com, and now he's going to be well, I suppose it's just going to be business as usual for at least the next couple of stints between the two strategies.
Yeah, it's interesting what they're going to do on tyres now as a result of doing that sort of hour and a half, because it was sort of a battle between doing triple stint or double stint for the hypercars. Even the softs can do that. So when the gap we saw between Simfrim and Winchip Racing there, I would say is definitely not between or not down to the tyre change, because you would never do a single stint really unless it's by accident. You can change two tyres as well, but I guess if it's a balance between triple and double, then Michael's going to kind of do a 2.5 stint, if you like, for NeveRacing.com. If 3 stints is too much, then but you know, 2 stints is possible, then maybe 2.5 would be okay, and he can do the first 2.5 hours of this race on these set of tyres, and then make his way back out onto the circuit again, and then do a driver change at the next pit stop in an hour's time. That seems maybe a good way to do it and start this race.
Yeah, potentially so. I think tyre wear is going to be the talking point of this race. Obviously, with Road Atlanta being so demanding, obviously you've got the heavy braking zones at the chicanes. You've then got the fast first sector through the S's and such. It does take a toll on the tyres, especially with a lot of the hypercars running the softest compound they can. It's going to wear them out quite quickly. But I suppose if you're smooth with it, you might be able to get away and maintain the longevity. So yeah, that should be an interesting affair to watch as the race develops. Martin Maguli is going to re-inherit the race lead after being, of course, one of the drivers on a quote-unquote normal strategy. Moritz Mel into the pit lane for Go Team, the second Go Team car, to come in and will settle out wherever they settle out, probably behind in some capacity to Christian Michael. But yeah, Martin Maguli caught in a little bit of traffic as it stands, and it will probably be about another 15 odd minutes until we see him coming into the pit lane for his next stop for Winchip Racing Team. But at least for now, inherited the race lead, and I think, yeah, unless there are some drastic differences in terms of tyres, this is probably going to be how it's going to be for at least the next couple of stints until we start to see the variation in tyre choice and strategy really come to light, or unless there is another Code 80, of course, with the two strategies essentially just swapping hands in the race lead.
Probably another 20 laps or so until Mergley comes in to the pit lane, as Thomas Vack makes his way out of the same corner as well. He's now leading for Hyperion again, so the pit stops have worked out well for them, and they have a lead of about just over 10 seconds at the moment to Stan Villetstra, who is running second again, and I believe has made the pit stop for Geeks Energy, although they do come in quite late. So this is the Code 80 pit stop. It's got them into second for now, but not anywhere near the lead, really. They're 12 seconds back. Then it's Charlie Rigo, the new driver for on-off rating. They've put mediums on again, so I presume it's a double medium stint for on-off to start with, and now it's another one. Andrea Martino got in to the car on this last pit stop as well, and maybe they'll be doing a triple stint, because that seems to be the maximum for LMP2. If you're on the hards, you can do a triple stint.
Yeah, of course, you are going to sort of lose some grip towards the tail end of your stint. They are going to drop off eventually, but it is doable. And obviously, if you can save some time by swapping tyres, it all depends on how much time you lose by taking them that long versus how much time you can gain from saving that time in the pit lane. Obviously, they can also take 2 at a time. So we did say that they would probably only change the side at a time, which again is another way of saving the tyres if they can. But then obviously you're trading it over. We've got a good fight here between Jone Simoncic and Christian Mikel. Of course, Simoncic still owing us another pit stop, but as it stands is up finally back into the podium places for Burst Esports next few. So Simoncic tracking his progress over the race. I'm sure it's going to be a slow ascension to the top. But yeah, lower fuel loads for the Burst Esports next few car is seeing him still ahead of Christian Mikel, who has probably still got a good upwards maybe of half a lap on Simoncic on net race position. But Simoncic, I wouldn't count him out too soon. I mean, obviously he had his problems early on, but I think as this race goes on, we're going to see him slowly but surely climb his way back in to actually being in contention.
Yeah, I think that this actually does say a lot about what's gone on here actually in Le Mans Hypercar to start this race, because, or at least in the last hour, because if you remember last time, Simoncic was chasing down Mikel towards the end of the stint there, or towards the end of Simoncic's stint, and couldn't quite get to him by the end. So now he has caught up to him, and he's passed him, and he's getting away from him as well. So I think it says a lot about where Burst are actually in this race, and how they've been able to do this, and just how they're catching this NeedRacing.com. Obviously, they're going to need a lot of time to catch them for real, but it's a good start for them, a good sort of marker of where they are in this race, the fact that they are catching and now getting away from NeedRacing.com and basically gaining time on them stint on stint.
Yeah. Obviously that is great progress to show, and we've still got a long way, of course, left in this race. I mean, I say only on lap 83, that is a lot of laps completed, but yeah, still relative to how many there are, we've got a long way to go. So the fact that Simoncic and Burst Esports next few are already showcasing some really good progress definitely shows some good signs, especially obviously with Race Clutch not having their best day in the office following their number of penalties. Could be some good steps forward for Burst Esports next few in their pursuit maybe to return to the top step of the championship. Again, it's a little bit too early to sort of read into championships and things, but when we get to the tail end of the season, when we look back and think sort of who's in contention and things like that, and then we look back and think how many more points could they have gained, I'm sure Burst Esports next few will be grateful for the fact that they've been able to maximise their points today, and maybe Race Clutch haven't yet been able to find their way back into contention. So yeah, Simoncic driving the wheels off that car as it stands, but yeah, it's a long road ahead. He's made some good progress, but he can't slow down. No,
got to keep pushing at this stage. Nearly has 5 seconds on Christian Mikel already after completing that pass, and so no real battles out there on the circuit at the moment for the top positions anyway. Those that you can't see on the left hand side there are Race Clutch and Sim Racing for Holland in the hypercars, and it's actually Race Clutch who are pretty close to Jan Katau for the moment. From what I can see, Tom Lartelo is trying to make his way through here, and may well do. There's of course the NeedRacing.com car just up in front, and Seawolf want to get through so that they can sort of put a car between themselves and Race Clutch, but it could get dangerous here as they try and unlap themselves. Oh, that's a big slide for Christian Mikel. Now Lartelo is going to try and go through as well, but going to get his nose cut off by Mikel, and he's going to flash the lights as well. They're trying to unlap themselves and not really make a difference, but it's a really awkward moment for everybody.
Yeah, it is, especially obviously as you say when we've got differing laps in the cars. Obviously Lartelu needs to find a way through, otherwise he's never going to be able to find his way past Christian Mikel in terms of his in terms of this race. So it's important for Race Clutch to get themselves back onto that lap and then work their way back round. But again, obviously Christian Mikel not going to be too interested in doing that. He's trying to obviously lap Jan Katau as well. So yeah, it's a bit of an awkward moment, bit of a headache. Obviously for Lartelu, does he sit behind Mikel, use him to maybe launch an attack on Katau, but also again, for Race Clutch, at some point they need to get themselves back onto the lead lap. Obviously, with a lot of carnage in front, you can see there's P2s, there's GTs, and now obviously the Le Mans hypercars are going to arrive on the scene. It could get a little bit feisty. Thankfully, I think we've cleared the GTs before the end of the straight, which isn't too bad. So maybe it isn't going to be all too chaotic, but yeah, still the presumption remains that it is a little bit of a headache for Latu, because again, what do you do in a situation like this?
Well, there's not a lot you can do, really. Down the inside of, I think, Diogo Silva, that is, in the visceral car. Maybe it's the other one. But Silva's running in third at the moment in GT3. Latu ninth in hypercar and looking for this way through. But he's still got that car between himself and NeebRacing.com. And that's exactly why Jan Katau wanted to get through on Christian Mikel quite so badly, because that's given Tom Longelo a real problem now. And not only has he got to get through here, but he's also got to find his way past Katau after that as well. Now, something being pointed out to us at the moment in LMP2, back in 6th position, Martin Hemmingsen is, sorry, that's not Martin Hemmingsen, he's running in 5th place for Team Iris in 4th. I'm trying to identify that one at the moment. It's Undercover Rain, who are running on 2 different compounds from what it looks like. I'm presuming they've changed left sides and they've gone for hards and mediums. Now, is that even in the rules in the VEC? I've never seen that done before, I don't think, in this championship, as they have a very awkward moment in towards the chicane. Well, they are running on 2 different sets of tyres at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure it's legal. I guess it might be, but it's an odd strategy for sure.
Yeah, I'm not overly sure. Obviously, as we say, they've only changed 2 tyres, so they've gone for a left or a right side. I'm not overly sure on that. I'm guessing they've sort of swapped over their original mediums for hards on the left to sort of have that longevity. But it's always weird when you've got that imbalance, because you know you've got 2 different wear rates, you've got 2 different levels of grip. Obviously, the outside tyres are doing more work, so having hard tyres on there relative to more grippy mediums on the inside might not allow them to have the most amount of grip, but in terms of a longevity standpoint, then maybe it might work out for them. I'm sure they know more than we do in that aspect, but yeah, definitely a strange one, a peculiar strategy, no doubt. I have to say, it's definitely not something I've seen.
No, but it is permitted in the VEC. So there's the hard tyres. I think they've gone for hard fronts and medium rears.
Maybe.
By the looks of it. Well, it could be even different to that. So the front left is definitely hard and the rear left is definitely medium, but that doesn't mean that it's only the front left that's hard or only the rear left that's medium, if you see what I mean. There's the other, so it is front hards and rear mediums. So you can't start the race on different tyre compounds. That's not, that can't be done, but you can change individual tyres now in the pit stops, and that means that it's not against the rules to do this and change your tyres individually. So that's what John Davies has done clearly, and it's running in 6th place. But yeah, I can't imagine the balance would be particularly great with that. The fact that he's the only one to have done it just suggests that it's not great balance when you try and do that.
Well, I guess the good news is that it's done as an axle pair, so you know sort of where the grip is at the front and where the grip is at the rear. So obviously having the gripping mediums at the back would make sense, obviously, with it being a rear-wheel drive car. Obviously it allows the rear to stay in touch, but then obviously you've then got the fronts which are doing the turning, being harder, but then obviously it's the fronts that are doing more work through the corners as well. No matter what tyres you're on, it's going to be difficult to avoid that, as we've got one of the cars, that's the Seawolf Net Race car, cutting across the gravel, and then also Paolo Ellen going wide for Virtual Drivers by TX3. It's all kicked off at once there, talking about tyres and things, but well, it helps when you keep it on the track. Also, that front end is slightly bent as well, if my eyes do serve me correctly.
Maybe. I can't quite... Yeah, it looks like it actually, doesn't it? From the front there for Virtual Drivers by TX3. They're a long way back, by the way. They're still 8 laps down on the next car in front, which is a GT3. So it's a very long road to recovery for them. John Davies continues to run in, well, now down in 7th place. Actually, he's been overtaken for Undercover Rain. So that's an overtake gone on there in LMP2. Still that battle for now 6th place in Hypercar, as Zoltan Varkey has closed on his teammate here, Guillaume Mas. So that's the battle for 6th and 7th. That's the one for 8th place is sort of taking a back seat for the moment in Hypercar. This one has just picked up as we approach 90 laps complete. We're nearly a quarter of the way through the race already.
Yeah, it's flying through, which is, yeah, really good, obviously, considering they've been on their best behaviour for recent times, which isn't at all that bad. So, yeah, we've now, as I say, got some good green flag running in. They're all able to run at good pace. Well, Maguli running the race really, really nicely at the front of the field, doing 108s on average, which are pretty quick lap times. And isn't too bad at all. His quickest is a 107.9 as well, so he's not even too far off his session best. So Maguli running very nice at the front of the field and running with some good pace. But yeah, I have to say the time is going quite quickly. This race is flying by scarily quick.
Yeah, it certainly is. Approaching 2 hours distance as well here, which is exactly as expected. So far, we'll be welcoming Cam Roger into the booth very soon. But for now, we've still got a few laps to go of our stint here. Zach, yellow flag in sector 1 all over again. And no, I thought it was down the hill, but on the way towards turn 5, but possibly not. Pretty difficult to tell really sometimes who's off the road, especially if it's only a very momentary incident. So that seems to have been sorted for now, as the two Go Team cars will continue to fight for 6th position at the moment, although it does seem to keep persisting, doesn't it? Another one in sector 3 as well. It's pretty difficult to keep up with, in all honesty, but thankfully we've not seen anybody having to track back to pit lane with big damage for quite some time. The last 50 laps or so have been actually very clean so far, and that's been good to see after the opening to the race, which was just pure carnage on occasion.
Yeah, it's calmed down quite a lot. It's basically, we've had two sides of the spectrum. We've had absolute carnage, and now we've had everyone being, as I say, nicely on their best behaviour. Not too much to report in terms of battles either. Everyone's been nice and spread out, keeping themselves quite clean. So, yeah, we've now seen both sides of the extremes, and now hopefully we can find ourselves maybe settling into more of a golden mean in the middle, where we've got the best of both worlds. But yeah, it has really settled down. I think people have realised what can happen here at Red Lantern, and said I think maybe underestimated it initially, and have now realised that it will bite back if you give it a chance, and will have now really just sort of settled down. We've also got the two Go Team cars really, really close. Mass and Varkonyi at the moment for 6th, trying to close after the virtual drivers by TX3 car, only 3 seconds ahead for 5th. So you'd imagine there's not going to be too much battling between the teammates.
Maybe not. They're both catching though, and I think Varkonyi maybe is a bit quicker at this stage, so maybe they will close in as Balau gets a penalty, unfortunately. Trying to see which car that's for. It's for the 66 GT3. Back a long way down in GT3 there for Visceral Esports, unfortunately. So that's a disappointment for them as we go back to the battle up front here for 6th place. They are both indeed catching. Virtual drive by TX3 car for 5th place, although I think the TX3 car may owes a pit stop very soon, and that is playing a role in that one. Gap dip below 3 seconds now. It's just continuing to tick down, almost like a clock at the moment for the two Go Team cars. We ride on board now with Varkonyi in the cockpit as he tries to make his way down the S's for the moment. What a view this is of just how much you can see out of these prototypes, really, and just what you see in front of you, the amount of traffic that you have to negotiate. It's such a high intensity level of driving.
Yeah, it is, and you're right. The visibility is not a lot. You can see the wheel arches as well cover quite a lot of what you can see. Usually, your peripheral vision can sort of make up quite a lot, but obviously it's hard to see over the wheel arches, so you do miss out on a little bit of visibility in that right as well. But yeah, very, very tucked up things, yeah, but again, they are cars that are always on the limit as well. Interesting that they go all the way down to first gear for the chicane. You saw Varkonyi dip into first gear momentarily, maybe for a little bit of extra rotation, but I'd have thought they wouldn't go anywhere near first gear, but fair enough. But yeah, you'll see, especially through this first sector, as we can sort of stay riding on board with them, going into turn of 1, 5th gear corner, down to 4th, again, just for the uphill climb to keep the revs up. Is constantly on the limit, and they're cars that you cannot take for granted whatsoever. The moment you get complacent is the moment they spit you out.
Whoa, that was close. Guillaume Mas makes his way down the inside of one of the Juice's Porsches. Could be Tony Jansen or maybe the other at the 73 instead. but that was very close, and a flash of the lights as well there from the Porsche. Bit of miscommunication with one of the LMP2s as well. It's a stressful time for the GT3s as well. We speak about the hypercars making their way through on traffic, but the GT3s are getting overtaken by a lot of cars a lap as well.
Yeah, they are. Well, yeah, everyone's had a busy day. And the GTs have, in some capacity, got a really short end of the stick sometimes because, yeah, obviously the difference between the prototypes and the GT3s are going to be at its biggest, apart from straight lines, is going to be through high downforce corners. So obviously the Vandals, not wanting to lose too much time, would rather go for a move, and sometimes it doesn't work out too well for them. Thankfully, we've not had massive incidents due to traffic as of yet. Definitely not one that I can remember. So thankfully it's been kept relatively clean. That was a little bit messy, but they both find their way through. We've got Arm Cyber and Iris battling over 4th place in the LMP2s. Also quite a close fight for the lead as well as it stands. But yeah, it's been close. It's been nearly on the limit and a little bit argy-bargy, but nothing overly bad yet.
No, nothing really, as Winchick Racing make their way through. Overall leaders, of course, and that may open the door for Team Iris to go down the inside here. Martin Hemmingson it is, making his way through and into 4th. So Team Iris have had a very quiet start to this race, I think it's fair to say. But Hemmingson's down the inside of Martino in towards the final chicane. He's made his way up to 4th place now. Team Iris are really on the move as we clock up 300 laps remaining. Yeah,
of course we're 95 of the way through, but it seems like it's been a long time, and yeah, we've still got 300 left to go, so we're not even a quarter of the way. No, we're approaching a quarter of the way through. So in a few time, obviously, we'll be 25% done, which is a good milestone to have, and really has established ourselves as settled into this race. And we're now starting to build a picture of what the narrative is going to be going forward. Also, as I say, very close fight for the lead. Thomas Vack versus Stan Vlietstra, as well as some Vandals fighting their way through. That's Lartley on the back of Tony Meller. So interrupting this battle momentarily, we've got Tom Lartley on the back of Jan Catal, I should say, sorry, in that Seawolf Net Race car after their previous pit stop. Have swapped over drivers, and it's at the moment Catal at the wheel. We've got Lartley trying to fight his way through if he can. But at the moment, no progress done. He spent a lot of time in 9th place, though. It's some very slow progress, sometimes even sort of plateaued progress for Lartley. He's not been able to carve his way through as effectively as I once thought he would.
Yeah, that may be a slight concern for them, really. Let's see as they make their way down the hill. Oh, he's going to dive down that inside of that Porsche as well, and the LMP2s are going to get caught up behind there as they run through the S's. That was a very close moment for everybody, and then they will go 3 wide and whatever on the exit. There's the BS car, BS competition cars. The battle for the race lead in LMP2's picked up quite a lot. Don't know how Charlie Rigo's gotten quite so close, quite so quickly there, but that is the 3 for the lead. Hyperion Esports are leading, and I think it's Baku's on older tyres at the moment. Charlie Rigo, I think, changed them, and that's how Hyperion got to the lead here. But he's not got far to go until the pit stops. Maybe it's an LMP2 strategy that's worked out here for Hyperion, because we're getting towards the end of the stint, and Rigo's still not quite caught up and got through yet.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe Vack has been able to manage his tyres well enough to stay ahead and maintain track position despite not taking tyres. Of course, Road Atlanta, if you can park the car in decent places and just have decent exits, you should be okay to maintain track position. But yeah, very, very close three-way fight for lead. Rigo trying to find his way past Vlietstra before he even thinks about going for the race lead. Yeah, with only a few laps left to go until these LMP2s find their way into pit lane, it is going to be a tough ask for Rigo to sort of benefit off that strategy. I'm sure the plan to take new tyres was to, well, to be fair, he's been successful. He's closed back onto the fight for the lead, but I'm sure that the plan was to take tyres and get themselves into the lead to try and build a bit of a gap. And well, as it stands, the bare minimum of getting themselves into the lead might not even happen. It's going to be a very, very tough ask. And well, especially with Vlietstra getting the slipstream off back, it's going to make Rigo's job just that little bit more difficult.
It is. I think there may have been a couple of cars off the road at turn 5 on that occasion, but I think they've all gotten themselves out of the area, which is good to see, and none of them particularly damaged because they're all running at a decent pace. But this is quite a battle for the lead in LMP2. After, you know, we've had a few laps here, Zach, of not many battles at all really throughout this stint, but just as we're getting towards the end of it in LMP2, we're getting towards the end of a hypercar stint as well. The GT3s have just come towards the end of theirs. We're starting to see things pick up slightly here in LMP2 especially, and that is fantastic to see. Great fighting going on. Vac still leading the way, but clinging on really with the situation he's in.
Yeah, he is clutching at short straws really in terms of this fight, because his pace not where it was a few laps ago, and that's the Juicy Motorsport Club Porsche picking up a little bit of dirt, which could throw a spanner into the works in terms of this three-way fight. I'm sure they should be able to find a way through nice and cleanly. VEC is going to want to clear it as effectively as possible. Takes to the inside going through 6, puts a car between himself and his rivals, which would hopefully slow them down a little bit. It puts Leachtra on the inside going through 7, which obviously disrupts his run, puts him over the curb onto the grass, allows Rigo through, and it has allowed VEC to build a little bit of a safety buffer. Not a lot, but enough to maintain the lead for at least the next
34. Lap. You keep on getting blue flags and then pulling away. You need to give way to Netflix.
There's a McLaren with no rear wing here on their way down towards the final chicane. Couldn't identify which one it was, but that must have been what the yellow flags are about, and that must have been the incident through turn 5. But we've continued on, and because once again they've got no suspension damage and they've driven quite slowly back to pit lane, we've gotten away without another code 80, because they've already shaped this race just a little bit. But there's the battle settled. Charlie Rigo up to second place, then now he can chase down the leader in LMP2, and he's really caught that very quickly.
He has done, and well, that's just gone. I looked on the time sheets, it was 1.2, look back and he's all over the rear end of him, and potentially now going for the race lead to the left-hand side.
Here he goes on the way towards turn 6. It's outside line for Rigo, but with that extra bit of grip, he makes his way through. Inside for Thomas VEC as he tries to hang on here. It's quite wide from Rigo, and they're going to continue to run side by side. VEC holds on for the moment, but Rigo will get tucked into the slipstream, make his way down the back straight, and hopefully for him can get late on the brakes and down the inside here into the final chicane. Will VEC defend? Not really. He just pushes him towards the middle of the road to tighten up his braking zone slightly. But Rigo gets to the inside. He brakes actually perfectly right to the apex and gets through to the lead.
Yeah, very nicely done. Hard-fought fight. VEC gave it his all for as long as he could, but unfortunately not quite enough. However, maybe a counter-attack is on the cards. I don't quite think he's got the grip. Let's take a look as to what's happened. This is Andrew Holland for Satellite Racing in that McLaren. Has the incident already happened? No, he hasn't. This Netrex going around the outside. I don't know, to be honest.
You've got to remember always as an LMP2 that you've got more grip than the GT3s, and they can't hold as tight of a line as you can through there. And so round the outside of the final corner is very rarely a one that really works, unfortunately. And that's exactly what Andrew Holland was on the receiving end of there. And unfortunately, I think Netrex may well be on the receiving end of a penalty soon. The 49 team, see what Netrace are on the receiving end of a penalty. Lance Lundvall has got one for whatever reason on this latest lap. For now, though, it's time for me to bid my farewells. I'll be back in a couple of hours. It's lap 100, so what a time to bring in Cam Roger for the first time here this afternoon. Welcome in, Cam. It's been a good race so far. We were I was about to drop you into a leading battle in LMP2 there, but it's just been settled before you got here, so I'm sorry about that. But should be a good 100 laps-ish for you to be in the commentary booth here for the next couple of hours.
Thank you very much, you and Bo. We do get battles a little bit low down in the LMP2 category. Lundvall there just losing out a position. Arms coming past them, so Lundvall just dropping outside of that top 10 as it stands. That's the Arms 42 car with Ricardo Faza at the wheel as it stands. We had a couple hours into the race already, so we're looking pretty closely at an 8-hour race, or maybe a bit under that, depending on how many Code 80s we get. So definitely looking forward to this. I'll be here for the next couple of hours before Ewan gets back into the commentary booth. But here is your race leader as it stands, Martin Merkley and Winchick Racing Team. They're having a solid day, Zach, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Of course, made the most in the early phases to sort of get themselves into the lead. Ran off with it a little bit ahead of Simfreen for a while before that gap once again closed, and then it opened again. Then we had the Code 80s to spice things up, but Winchick Racing Team have stayed really steady at the front. Obviously, with the rift in terms of strategies between the Code 80 and the conventional, it could throw a spanner into the works, but out-and-out pace, obviously, of Maguli at the moment. He's showcasing some really strong consistency and some strong pace as well. Simfrim and Burst working their way into the pit lane as well, so you would imagine that Maguli isn't too far off his next stop either. But all in all, yeah, it's been a really successful day in the office. Obviously, he's still got the next 3 quarters of the race left to go in order to consolidate it, but for now it's looking all right.
And Mergley's really making some improvements over the last few months. Especially as, for instance, in the other championship they commentate on, the FSR World Championship, Mergley recently went to the R8G team over in that championship alongside Adam Maguire, and he's really made a step up in the last couple of races since going there, and then obviously coming into the VEC here, obviously with Winchick Racing, just absolutely smashed it, getting on that pole position as well. So he's really taken that step up over the last couple of months, maybe taking the sim racing a little bit more seriously, because he was always one of those fast drivers, but he was never one of those top level driver that we're seeing now, which is always good to see driver improvements as they come into the pit lane on lap 102. So by that maths, if we're talking about 8-hour race, about an hour-ish per stint, so it'll be 8 stints for these LMHs today. Not going up on the checks actually, so he's going to be keeping those tyres for another stint.
Yeah, he is. Obviously, we spoke about the tyre rates and nutrition being really high here at Road Atlanta. You do car through them quite a lot, obviously with the S's and heavy braking zones and things, demanding quite a lot of them, especially in the hypercars because they go faster and therefore use a little bit more of their tyres. But for now, Maguli going for a double stint, or did he? I think this is a double stint. I think he took tyres at the last one. So yeah, we'll be taking his one. There is second place Patrick Schindler for Simframe, staying in the car for yet another stint, which is understandable to go a little bit longer. Again, he's showcased some really good pace as it stands in that Simframe car. I don't think it's going to be enough to obviously take the race lead ahead of Maguli, who will rejoin the circuit in a few moments' time. I think there is still going to be a little bit of a gap between the two of them, so Maguli might be able to exit the pit lane still in the lead of the race again. Then again, maybe it is going to be a little bit closer than we once thought. But all in all, yeah, you say the improvements that Maguli has showcased in recent months has been staggering. And yeah, his pace has just been on the up and up, and I think today has been a perfect representation of that. There he is leaving the pit lane, yeah, and still with a few seconds nicely in pocket for him to settle back in.
Yeah, it's a decent lead coming for them after just over 100 laps. And one thing I really do love about this track, because it's so short, you can have, as a driver, these like 100, 150 lap stints, which sounds incredible, but obviously it is a bit more of a short track. It's a bit different to 100 laps around Sebring or somewhere like that, where the track is much longer, but certainly a very nice track indeed, and a welcome return to the calendar. We have some battles in the GT3s as well. Got Dennis Itak for Blackhawk Racing in 4th position. He's trying to close down to the number 58 car just ahead of him. That is the Visceral Esports BMW. And this, of course, battle for the podium as it stands. They've got a big gap up ahead of them, though, 23 seconds. This is all that they need to focus on for now. It's going to be dive up the inside there for Zitak. In towards a fast left-handed corner, rubbing their door handles as they go side by side. But Blackhawk make their way aggressively there up into the top 3.
Yeah, nicely done. It was aggressive, but it was fair. Of course, Cardoso is going to probably want that podium place back, but the pace of that BMW not looking as strong as that Aston Martin as of yet. But Zitak and the new Blackhawk livery that is actually now looking like a Blackhawk livery this season, showcasing that it's not only just looks, it's also a little bit of pace, but very late on the brakes there from Cardoso. Nearly saw him go into the back of Zitak, who was just able to be wiser to it. Left a little bit of a margin on the inside just in case the Visceral car overshot. But Zitak is now consolidated that podium, and now all eyes are forward.
Yes, certainly looking at their last laps as well. Pretty consistent actually inside that top 4. Obviously it depends, up and down a little bit with traffic here and there, but they're not a million miles away from each other. It's just as the race progresses, especially the traffic around this track, you can so easily lose those tenths of seconds to get the gold LMP2 there going past them. Definitely a very gold livery on that one. Before they now get some other traffic coming their way, but it looks like Zitak has managed to avoid any sorts of issues with that and should be able to hold on to that 3rd place. And it's definitely been from my point of view. I obviously missed the first race of the season, my first time seeing these GT3s in action, and it's quite an interesting one, as you see there with the LMHs. There's actually not loads of difference in those lower speed corners like that, but it's only a bit of a change from the GTEs that we had before. Cars just made slightly differently, but they seem to be giving us some pretty good racing actually in this category.
Yeah, indeed so. Obviously the GT3s, a little bit of an adjustment. obviously from the GTEs, and visually, yeah, there's a couple of differences, but you know, they are vastly the same looking cars, but they do drive ever so slightly differently, a couple of different quirks and things, so a bit of an adaptation for the teams and drivers to make. Obviously, we have had a couple more additions because of the change from GTE to GT3. We've now got obviously the addition of McLaren, which it definitely wasn't a GTE last season, so we've obviously got that new prospect coming in. So yeah, I definitely think it's been, well, I don't know if it's been a change for the better or for the worse yet. We're only 2 rounds into seeing that change, so we don't quite know as of yet. I'm sure a lot of teams and drivers prefer the GTEs. It is sad to see them go, but yeah, well, we've adjusted ourselves into the GT3s as Z-Tac nearly throws everything away on the exit of the final part of the S's there. Easy mistake to do, as we've seen multiple times, and that exit curb, a lot more bumpy than you might think.
Yeah, it's a horrible corner actually. That turn 5, sort of the background Cardoso really going off the track there onto the grass, and yeah, that turn 5, little flick up the hill, really tricky part of the track. You gotta have so much commitment up there as well. So we go to the LMH. He's got the 2 Go Team Racing cars, because this team very big in the LMP2s over the last few seasons. They really worked their way forward, even back from sort of season 11 time. They just started working their way up slowly but surely towards the front, eventually getting race victory last season, but now moving 2 cars up into this LMH category, and both of them up into the top 5. Of course, there's a couple of cars arguably slightly out of position with the likes of Burst and Race Clutch, not too far behind, but they had those penalties thanks to some incidents in the previous race, but certainly still a nice job here from Go Team Racing. They're really turning themselves into a proper, solid racing team over the last few years.
Yeah, they have been. They've been really strong and have definitely proven themselves. Nice to see them take a stab, obviously, at the top flight cars, and so far it's not been too bad of an adjustment for them. Sort of similar, I suppose, to needracing.com, that have been away for a couple of seasons and are now obviously into the top flight. Obviously, they were championship contenders last season in the GTEs, and it's a big adjustment to go straight from that straight back into the top flight. So obviously, between Go Team and Need Racing, it's been a very successful start to their new campaign. But obviously, it's the start of what is a very long season over the course of the next sort of few months or so, all the way until we go to June for round number 9 at the 24 hours of the VEC Le Mans. But yeah, they've got a lot of time to learn, I suppose, and so far, I mean, while they're still learning, their pace isn't too bad, and surely you'd imagine they're only going to get better from here.
Yeah, you'd imagine so, and definitely expect some things to come. But one thing that I've really liked to see actually this season with this hypercar so far is just the amount of different teams that we got up towards the front. We had obviously 2 seasons of the DPI, the Cadillac DPI. It was slightly changed for the second season. But what we basically saw was there was generally 2 or 3 teams, both seasons, up towards the front. And yeah, what we've got this season is, it seems like there's a complete roster of cars. We've got the Winchick in that first place, we've got Simframe second, needracing.com in third. We've got 2 Go Team races, then followed by Burst and Race Clutch. Of course, Seawolf are in there. You can never really count them out either. So definitely loads of cars to choose from in that category so far. So we're going to 3 categories battling on screen here, down through the S's. Remember, orange zone during this section as well, so double penalties if you cause some issues, and that's why you see them all trading up beside each other. You don't want to be sliding through at that point. And when we actually get to the exit, you see, especially initially, there isn't much of a difference between these hypercars and the Oracles.
No, there really isn't. Obviously, that first sector, the LMP2s, we said are even slightly faster, but yeah, over the course of the lap, there's only a couple of seconds or so disparity. And I think the only big difference is what we just saw there, Guillaume Mash just putting his foot down and finding his way past. But obviously, through the corners in the braking zones and stuff, there's not really that much that separates them at all, which I suppose is quite an interesting thing to note. But yeah, straight line speed has definitely always been the hypercars' big divergence from the rest of the field. But yeah, especially when you've got that overlap through the twisty stuff, where the hypercars can't necessarily rely on just putting their foot further down. It keeps things nice and tight and does open the door for a little bit of interest. But yeah, eventually when they do keep it nice and sensible, and when they do get to the straight where the hypercars can stretch their legs a little bit, then everything settles down quite nicely.
Yeah, just wanted to bring up the tyre graphic here, just to see the difference in tyres over the classes. It looks like it's pretty much soft for all of the hype cars, apart from Race Clutch, obviously trying something a little bit different. That's an interesting one. Then back to the back to the LMP2s, there seems to be a mixture of the mediums and the hard compound tyres. From what I know of that car, I wonder if that's sort of double mediums versus triple hards. We'll have to see how that one progresses at the next pit stop as well, but it seems like it's all hard compound tyres for the GT3s, which is to be expected. Yeah, the soft compounds really are more of sprint racing sort of tyres rather than the endurance strategy that we have here. So yeah, there's definitely an interesting one with how those tyres work it out. So it goes softer for the prototypes, going harder and harder as you get down towards the GT3s. But at the end of the day, we're all looking about who is going to be saving those well, potentially tyre stops, but also maybe a little bit of fuel over the course of the race as well. Especially what we're seeing in the LMHs, it looks like it's going to be 8 stints, about an hour each for the stints. So if you can do 2 triples and then 1 double for your 8 stints, that obviously saves a tyre change compared to doing 4 doubles. So those are the sorts of things that you have to work out as you go through the race. Definitely something for the strategists in the teams to work out.
Yeah, definitely not our problem, thankfully. I would hate to be a strategist. We've got a good fight here, though, between VEC and Hemmingson. Of course, between Hyperion and the Team Iris car as well. They've been battling away for quite some time and have battled before, as there goes Hemmingson. Looking to the inside of 7, does ever so slightly put VEC offline. Does go the way of Hyperion in terms of that better exit. It's going to force Hemmingson to tuck back into the slipstream as they run their way down this long back flat out section towards the chicane. It's the downhill run. VEC commits the left hand side in order to defend going into the chicane, but Hemmingson might be able to have the agility to go the long way around.
Yeah, it definitely seems to have made that move up into 2nd place. That is going to be, and yeah, just enjoying that one. That nice clean move there into the hairpin. So VEC was up into P1 at one stage, but now down into 3rd as we are on to lap 111. Remember, it is a lap counted race. It's the 1,000 miles, but that really is only going to be for the overall winner. And everyone on the lead lap in Hypercar, when you're low down, you kind of have to work out how many laps you're going to be down compared to the leader, how many times you're going to get lapped over the course of the race, because of course it's not 394 laps, especially for the GT3s. They're going to be many laps down on that one, so that's another thing to consider for these for these teams as the race goes on. But look how much time VEC has already lost to that Iris car. Actually, I think he's definitely trying something here to go a bit longer maybe, or save some fuel or something, but he's definitely losing some time at this moment in time by trying.
Yeah, he is. Obviously, we saw to the tail end of his last stint how effectively the likes of One-Off Racing and Team Iris were able to catch them due to maybe being on slightly fresher tyres. So maybe a similar strategy in play at the moment for Thomas VEC. But yeah, for whatever reason, maybe it could just be that he is slightly slower at this stage in the race. We don't know, but yeah, longevity has been sort of the be-all and end-all sort of aim for these teams and drivers. So maybe he is going for that, but it is a trade-off. It is a compromise, as we did see Charlie Rigo come into the pit lane from the lead of LMP2 for yet another pit stop. It's a little bit all over the place. It's hard to keep up with where everyone is in terms of their pit stops at this point, Cam, because it seems that everyone is doing something ever so slightly different. And well, well, I don't even think there is a conventional sequence at this point.
Yeah, it is one of those things where a couple of laps here and there will slowly add up over the course of the race as well. So that's something to look out for. So we'll do our best to keep up with the strategies, but as ever with these longer races, you get a lot more disparity as such, because there's way more variables in what you can do in a sort of a 2, 3, 4 hour race that you see in some places. It becomes a little bit harder because there's less that you can really do per pit stop, whereas now there's a lot of things that you can work out, and especially when you have sort of 7, 8 pit stops over the course of the race. If you save a couple of laps, for instance, on fuel each time, by the time you get to the end of the race, it's like 16 laps. So definitely a lot to be considered in that regard. But these lap count races always just that little bit of a different vibe in the endurance world, because we're so used to those race times. As that's Valet just getting out of the way for the Netrex car, but also Iris. So yeah, just some little battles a bit lower down in this LMP2 category too.
Yeah, there is plenty of battles up and down. Obviously, a little bit more spaced out recently. Obviously, because we are at that point in the race where things start to span out ever so slightly. But yeah, all in all, we've had a really competitive race. We've got the other arm side of Ricardo Fava into the pit lane as well. There you can see Winchip Racing team leading the way in the Le Mans Hypercars, Team Iris and Thomas Eng, all have had fairly, well, I don't want to say necessarily fairly comfortable runs in this race so far, but particularly in the GT3s. I mean, the pace that the number 70 machine has had is really, really strong. Of course, Mikhail Sedlacek now at the wheel of it. I think of all of the classes, it's the leader in the GT3s that's had arguably, I suppose, the easiest time of it. Just worked his way through. Obviously, PS Plus Zoom competition had their issues. They were the ones that initially got through the carnage in the GT3s. But then obviously had their penalties and things to serve. And then it was Thomas and Sim Racing that were just like, yeah, cheers, this is our lead now. And they've taken off with it ever so slightly. So yeah, fair play to them.
Yeah, they have. And some may say luck, but also you have to put yourselves in those positions, and when you get an opportunity to sort of show your pace, then as always it will come down to that. And especially in an endurance race, it just comes down to pace at the end of the day. If you are, with the race being so long, you can't say after 8 hours that necessarily the fastest car didn't win because you have so much time to, if you're really that much faster than other cars, you have so much time to work it back. I guess there is a little bit more variables at this sort of track because the traffic is certainly quite something, especially in that first couple of sectors of the lap. But yeah, if you have the pace, you do a decent strategy, you will end up with a good result. And one thing that we're seeing already is we've seen a lot of cars already laps down in class. For the hypercars, it seems to be the top 8 still on the lead lap. But in LMP2s, I know pit stops are a little bit more frequent, but we're only seeing a sort of a handful of cars, not even less than 3 cars really, just on the lead lap already. The gaps have really, really spread out in the LMP2 category. Then in your GT3s, we go back to 8th place in class for everyone on the lead lap. So yeah, when you start having those issues, so again, penalties from previous race, it all does add up very, very quickly. But there's still actually some obviously close battle fights in terms of the grand scheme of things. Even in some of the lower down places, one that just kept a little bit of an eye on here is Schubert Motorsports in that 7th place. They're trying to chase down the number 81 machine, who's not too far ahead of them, because they need to try and find a little bit more speed to make that one work.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously a lot of people have had their issues. Trouble Fire as Hyperion Esports come into the pit lane. But yeah, all in all, we've had a number of teams and drivers have their problems. Obviously, it goes without saying that the initial phase of the race, the first few corners, really did set a precedent for some of the teams going forward. And then obviously we've had some differences in terms of strategy, some incidents over the course separately, but there is Thomas Schwack for Hyperion Esports. Interestingly, still not on the jacks unless he's already changed the tyres, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he takes them tyres any longer than he already has, because, they're going quite long.
Yeah, they certainly are. Let's have a look at the number of pit stops. Yeah, it's only sort of 1-2 pit stops for these guys, so if we're expecting potentially triple stints, and that could be another one. A few other drivers coming into the pit lane. We've got Race Clutch as well. There, Tom Larter at the wheel of that one in your hypercar category. He's coming into the pit lane as well. There he goes. And he does go up onto jacks, right side tyres only at that time. I wonder if he's going to do lefts as well. Certainly an interesting one. And what you might end up seeing people doing is you might be doing right side tyres now, which seems a little bit funny because it's anti-clockwise track. But if you do your rights every sort of 2 stints, but your lefts every 4 or something like that, then that is a way to save tyres as well. He's got battles even lower down in the LMP2 categories. There continuing is Ben Willis for Valet Corsa. Loads of drivers coming into the pit lane. Seems like it's that time of the race.
It is, yeah. Obviously, we've also got Race Clutch coming in as well from the LMH. I have to say, speaking of Race Clutch, I'm really shocked as to the lack of progress they've shown. Obviously, I do feel bad for them because they had a lot of penalties coming into this race, and it's been tough. And they have got a very strong roster of drivers to fall back on, a very capable race strategist and team manager as well behind the scenes. So they've got all the ingredients, but so far in this race, they've not been able to sort of crack the code as to work their way forward. Of course, it is a long road, and they're not going to be able to ascend themselves to the top, in record time. But, I have to say I'm a little bit shocked that they are still, struggling towards the back end of the grid. Hopefully for them, they'll be able to sort of push themselves forward a little bit more. But, yeah, We're already over a quarter of the way through, and we've not yet seen much in terms of a comeback from rFactor as of yet. So yeah, that'll be something to watch and keep an eye out for as Jake Dennehan gets himself into the cockpit. I keep forgetting that Dennehan's now part of race clutch as well. It's a weird adjustment for me. I looked at that, I was like, hang on, Dennehan in a race clutch. So I was like, oh no, that does make sense. Yeah, he's here for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and he's a very strong driver as well. So again, they've got all the ingredients. They just need to put them all together and get back to the front.
Yeah, absolutely great signing there by rFactor. I did do a little bit of questioning, and apparently it is only just for this series. Always in the background, Schindler there from second place, trying to chase down Mergley for the race lead. He's gone off, and he's been losing quite a few seconds, actually. Really lost a lot of time by going off there, just over pushing a little bit. So I have to try and come back in with that one. He's got Arnage competition there, going up the inside of Juices, coming in towards the chicane. Both of those cars massively crumpled with some damage on that car. But yeah, back to rFactor. Really nice signing for them. I do believe it's just for this championship, but we'll obviously see how that one works out, because if it does a good job, which we do expect, then that would be once again a very good sign. Martin Hemmingsen from LMP2 lead has come into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, indeed so. So once again, kickstarting the LMP2. Well, I say kickstarting the pit stop sequence, but there isn't really one. There's just, someone comes in at this point, other people come in a couple of laps later, and then you've got a little bit of time, and then more people come in. Just the way it's a little bit mismatched at this stage in the race, and probably will continue to be for quite some time to come. Martin Maguli, though, is one of the most improved drivers, as we touched on the field, still running really strong at the front end of the hypercar field, but he has got a little bit of pressure from Schindler, not too far off. Hemmingsen fighting away with Charlie Rigo. This is for the LMP2 lead. Team Iris take it away from on-off.
Yes, certainly a great battle forming here in the LMP2s. I think they probably just had a little bit of a battle in turn 5 there. Not always what you see. Hemmingsen has this lead as it stands. And by the way, Team Iris, great signing of Martin Hemmingsen, one of the fastest drivers that we've seen over the last few years. Of course, at one point was in the Ligier with Team Antonowski a couple of years ago before that chassis was removed. And then also, I'm trying to remember what team it was. Was it RAG? He was at last season for the couple of races that they did, and also very fast that time round, but massively pulling away already from Charlie Rigo in that second place as Rigo all comes into the pit lane, and I would assume that this is just to give, to take that pit stop back as such in hand that he would have had.
I was going to say, did we not see on-off in the pit lane not that long ago?
If so, then that will be a drive-through penalty. That is a good point.
No, he's stopping.
Speeding. No, looks like it is going to be pit stop. Yep, and goes up into the tyre jacks too.
Maybe I'm just remembering things wrong. I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot. Who knows? Probably the latter, but I swear I remember him coming in not that long ago. Anyway, yeah, he's in. He's lifted up his right-hand side of the car to change those tyres and then head his way back out. We also saw the BMW of BS Plus Zoom competition coming in as well after their earlier penalty. The pace has been fairly decent, so it will be interesting to track their progress forwards as well. He swapped sides actually, so he took one side off and then rose the other side up. So going for all 4 tyres there. We've got Jan von der Heide for BS Plus Zoom at the moment 13th in class, but nice to see BS competition, of course, in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And so far their pace has been decent. It's just unfortunate they've not quite had the platform to show it as of yet.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you have all those penalties at the beginning, and to be honest, it's kind of the same with race clutch and burst in the hypercars as well. Both of those two teams, 1 and 2 in the championship, and fighting for the championship, those teams last year as well. But then you come out first race of the season, both of them got some decent penalties, and now you come to the second race and you just give an awesome opportunity for other teams to do well, and the same for BS. Naturally, they're probably going to be one of the contenders over the course of the championship, but they've given themselves such a difficult time here. They're down in what's that, about 13th place in class. So not the ideal start in the first 120 laps of the race. They still have a way to go to come back from that one, and that's why we say having a clean race is better, because not only does it help this race, but then also you avoid penalties for the next race, which is a big thing in this championship, because the penalties, as we say, get applied at the start of the next race.
Yeah, and coming into today, it is crazy how long that penalty list was. Yeah, a lot, essentially. Yeah, I don't even want to go. Yeah, I don't even want to count any lines. How many lines there are. Obviously, a number of teams had multiple penalties, so sort of the individual penalties probably weren't as much as the actual amount of penalties there were in total, but you still get the picture. There was a lot of penalties coming into today, which isn't great. But yeah, you obviously, not only sort of from a mental standpoint of taking each race as they come, using the momentum of a good result to sort of kickstart another good result in the next race. If you sort of, do an oopsie in the race before, it's then going to sort of kickstart your next race on the wrong foot, which is something that happens time and time again, particularly, I suppose, in the hypercars and things, in terms of starting the race. There were so many races over the course of last season that saw some big contenders have to pit early in order to serve some penalties and start the race obviously on the wrong foot, and it has always thrown a spanner into the works, but I suppose more so here because maybe just the sheer amount of volume that it's had. But yeah, at the moment Burst and Raceclutch still struggling to work their way forwards. Of course it is a long road, but yeah, it has opened the door for Winchip Racing Team Martin Maguli to sort of stake their claim at the front. But yeah, I suppose they've put themselves in this own position by being better behaved at Monza.
Absolutely, and here's a prime example. 2 laps down, so the leader's just gone through, so it's almost exactly 2 laps. Jake Dennehan and Raceclutch there. They are third place technically on the road, but as I say, a couple of laps down. It's not too far around this lap. What we're doing at the moment, about 1 minute 9s we're doing, so it's only about sort of 2 minutes 20, so it's not absolutely ridiculous, but that's a tight one there up the inside of 77. That was very close, managed to make it through, but yeah, to get those 2 minutes back on pure pace against the likes of Winchik and Simframe is going to be very, very difficult indeed. Coming up towards turn 1, you just see the speed difference they have over the course of the GT3s, but then you get into the tight and twisty section and look at all of the cars, especially all the GT3s just up ahead of them. That is going to be very difficult to negotiate. Hopefully they can get through rather cleanly, although that's very tight up the inside, down through the S's. Schindler managed to get past, but Dennehan had to sit behind. Always there's a Juice's car getting close to arms, and just show you how chaotic it can be in that first sector.
Yeah, it really is, of course, especially when you've got the overlap of all 3 classes, especially when the LMP2s are matching what the Le Mans hypercars are doing as well, and then you've just got the poor GT3s that are just sat there as passengers, hoping that they don't get smacked into, trying to keep it nice and clean, trying not to get in the way of anyone else. There is a big slide for Juices in the background as well. Schindler finds his way past the Armside LMP2. And well, I suppose it's again a bit of a headache for Dennehan at this stage in that Raceclutch machine, because obviously he needs to unlap himself in order to get himself back onto the lead lap, in order to get himself up further positions. But also he's then got to unlap and stay in front of Patrick Schindler for Simframe, which is not an easy task at all. It's difficult enough doing it for position, let alone sort of when you're a lapped car, and there are complications in the way of that, because not only do you have to get in front, you have to prove why you deserve to be in front by maintaining pace and not getting in the way of Schindler. So yeah, for Jake Dennehan, it is a big headache, and I think it's one of the main reasons why his Raceclutch's progress have been halted in this race, because it's difficult for them to unlap themselves and then obviously maintain that progress and push forward.
Yeah, it's the hardest part for him is that because their speed is going to be so crucial as well. He's just got to avoid getting any penalties if he does get ahead. So what he really needs to do is just sit behind and use that pace. He might feel slightly frustrated and he might feel like he can go faster, but I just wouldn't risk, to be honest, any penalties. Just got to take what you can get in this race. Yeah, it's not going to be easy, as we mentioned, but yeah, it's not the race to be going for heroics either, as they both slide past Zaskadori Leone after their issues a little bit. A little bit earlier. Definitely, such a tough race for these teams and drivers so far. So I think we've got Christian Michel into the pit lane, also from the hypercars. Racing.com will be fighting for a podium at the end of this one. Certainly just having their pit stop right now.
Yeah, one of those teams that came in on the Code 80, which, despite the fact it happened a couple of hours ago, is still having a big effect on the course of this race. So Mikel ever so slightly off sequence compared to the rest, but again, leadracing.com have been showcasing some really good pace early on, and I would say definitely are in contention for at the very least a podium if they can maintain the pace. We're back at this fight with Hyperion and obviously Andrea Martino in the LMP2 class. There you can see the Arm Cyber Cup only a couple of car lengths ahead, but unfortunately for Hyperion it is a little bit of a chaotic stance at the moment with some traffic and things, so on. He is getting slowed down ever so slightly, not quite being able to battle up with Arm Cyber as much as he would have liked in the recent moments. So would like to close up the gap and find his way in contention for second place. Maybe the same traffic that plagued him could well slow down Andrea Martino in a couple of moments' time. But yeah, been a very chaotic start to this race, and again, that strategy, especially in the hypercars, I think is going to be one that we have to keep an eye on over the course of the race, because at some point there's going to be an overlap, and at some point we're going to see which strategy is the better one.
And I'll just open up the VEC timing, and it has a little marker next to cars' names when they have blue flags, and the amount of blue that just starts popping up is quite hilarious. Quite hilarious to see, as I think Yanka Tao is also coming to the pit lane from Hypercar as well. So round pit stops continuing as you would expect. Just trying to also have a look at the battles that we have out on track. This one I'm seeing as well. We've got Bell for Iris chasing down that Netrex half, Sandeep Singh, who's just up the road. That's for 5th place in the LMP2s. That's the sister Irish car, so not the one that Martin Henderson was in. They are leading, and this is the other Irish car down in 6th place.
Yep, both teams having a decent run at things though, both in contention for a strong result. Obviously, this sister team Iris could well find themselves into 5th place in the near future. Depends obviously on Singh's pace and Bell's pace as well, and obviously if there is going to be a battle between the two of them. Into the pit lane come Go Team as well. We would expect them to be pitting around the same time as leadracing.com, as they are on the same strategy after coming in on the Code 80. There is Zoltan Varkonyi into the pit lane.
That's a nice angle, pit entry. Couldn't quite see the LMP2 that they were in there, but that was certainly a very very awkward one. TX3 do manage to get out, but that was certainly a nice situation.
Just a little bit harsh. We're just like, nah, you can't leave the pit lane, mate. Also, just the fact is that he's coming at such a sharp angle facing the pit wall. Obviously, you usually see it on the opposite of that, where they're facing outwards to obviously get a good drive coming off. But I don't know, for whatever reason, they probably couldn't. I'm guessing they couldn't get in enough because the TX3 car was there, so they did have to come in at quite a sharp angle in order to actually make their stop without sort of going forward and reversing back in to be straight. Which makes sense. We've got Tony Jukic for Undercover Rayan at the moment in 7th place, again closing in on that fight potentially with Team Iris. That's of course for 6th. Of course we've got Bell trying to chase after Sandeep Singh for 5th place, so we could well have a 3-way fight for 5th in the LMP2s in the near future. We still obviously have got Andrea Martino and Hyperion Esports fighting away for 2nd. They're not separated by too much at all in the recent moments in this race. Of course, been separated a little bit by traffic. They have got that McLaren just ahead to negotiate through, but all in all, this should be a very hard-fought battle for 2nd.
Yeah, I think so. We're seeing a big gap for Iris towards the front, but as the pit stops come round, it's coming in very nicely for this 2nd place. And it's potentially going to need a little bit of traffic to help this battle. But actually, Hyperion there get a nice run coming up this back straight now. It does technically count as the kinks of turn 8 and 9, but it is really a straight as it works out in these LMP2s. Hyperion they're going to be going to the inside line of the king. They'll turn to the outside of the chicane. Martona's going to be on the inside though, in towards this very tricky turn 10A, 10B. Lock up on the wheel. Hyperion goes to the outside. They also lock the rear axle just a little bit. Martona manages just about to hold on to that one, but they're both giving it everything.
They are, and that's what we like to see. Two drivers on the complete and utter limit of what their car is capable of, and no complaints from me whatsoever. There, of course, is the on-off racing car that would like to be. I'm not sure, but was it the Juice car kicking up some dust potentially? Because there's no one around that's off. But anyway, yeah, that's close. And that was good for Martino actually to get ahead of the Juice's Motorsport Club car to build a gap now, because look at the gap he's going to be able to open up relative to Hyperion.
Absolutely using the traffic to their advantage, and look at that, it's about 10 car lengths gained just at that point as they're getting on-off now, just trying to come back past after obviously a couple of issues in the recent points of the race. But yeah, Swiatkowski just losing out with the traffic, and that's why, I mean, I was saying this, me, Zach, and Ewan discussed this before we went on air, and I was saying, I think the traffic is really going to be the biggest part of this race. You're not going to be able to use your pace at all points, so it's how you get through the traffic, and that's just a little example there. Even if Swiatkowski closes back up, sort of Armstead there and Martino's giving himself this extra few laps buffer. If you do it over the course of the race, that certainly will help you quite a bit. As Mass, the other Go team car, Varconi also came in, already came I should say, but Mass there just coming out in P4 after their next round of pit stops.
Yep, Go team a little bit staggered again as they came in under the code 80. I do love the Go team livery on the hypercar.
Sorry, just saying, I think Schindler's just had a mistake, has some sort of issue up at turn 5. We saw a yellow flag come up quickly. I saw him being slow there. Hopefully that wasn't involving another car, because often if we see, as we've been saying, into that turn 5, it's so difficult. If you see any moves there, it's going to be a crash. Either way, just losing a little bit more time to the gap to the leaders now, and Winchik has just increased a little bit more.
Yeah, it has done. And of course, Schindler was doing a good job of closing that gap. But yeah, you're right, there has been a big discrepancy now in terms of the gap. The interval now at 13, nearly 14 seconds. So yeah, really makes himself a little bit more comfortable in the lead of the race and showcasing his sheer amount of consistency. Again, you can lose a lot of time, you can gain a lot of time quite quickly around Red Atlanta, as we say, with traffic and things, sort of showcasing a little bit of a swing one way or the other. Fighting back though in the battle for 6th with Jukic and Layla Bell in the fight for 6th place in LMP2, trying to get a nice run as Jukic. You can see setting up the exits, because those are the most all-important things. Very steep decline it is towards the final corner, and Jukic trying to put a little bit of pressure on before he then starts his progress towards Netrex. You can see the Iris car going slightly defensive, just more to deter a move going into turn 1 than anything. That is sideways from Bell, and now they've got to find their way past the Arnage car and that Mercedes just in front. But well, sketchy, I'd say, more than anything on the exit turn 1, as that is close for comfort. Jukic would like to find a way through as well. Once again, very cleverly putting a lap car between themselves and their rivals, especially through one of the trickiest and most technical points on the circuit.
Yeah, that seems to be the move, doesn't it? When you slide up the inside of the sort of the first part of the S's there at turn 4, and it seems to really be the one where only one car can get through. The second car has to back out of it, and that has proved to be a bit of a battle. There's slightly different tyres on these cars, I believe. Yes, the mediums. It's actually interesting, according to the graphics, a bit of a 50-50 split between mediums and hards there. And yeah, actually you can see that on the front. It's hard tyres on the front, mediums on the rear for Jukic, at least on that, is that right side? So is that only hard tyres on the front left? It might only be a hard tyre on the front left of that car. This was something that we were mentioning. They can now change tyres individually. Yeah, I think it is essentially green on that front left. Certainly an interesting strategy, but medium tyres elsewhere chasing down Layla Bell on the hard compound tyres. So definitely a tyre strategy split there, at least in the LMP2s, where it's even across the other categories.
Yeah, of course we have seen obviously split axle ideas with the tyre strategies and things. Obviously you can see with Tony Jukic going for a front axle hard and a rear axle medium, but then for the most part, for the majority of people in LMP2, they've kept it fairly uniform, just with a little bit of variance in terms of hard and mediums, which is I suppose why we're seeing a couple of drivers and teams take tyres at different points, and not just the sort of the usual double or triple stint, whatever they decide to do to change. But yeah, interesting to see that already we're seeing a little bit of divergence. Obviously with the mediums, they're softer, but they'll be able to go less long into the race. The hards will be slower, but they'll be, alive for longer. So there is obviously compromises to be had with both. It just depends, obviously, what that stint's aim is for. Are you going to try and go long? Are you staying in the car for a while, or do you just want a short burst of pace, maybe to get yourself up a couple of places into the track position? Because again, already showcased that track position is a little bit important around Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it definitely is not the easiest place to overtake, and I think this is a prime example of that. I think Ukic is the faster of the two drivers at this moment in time. He just can't find a way past. Let's see it once again up the inside of turn 4, yes, and Bell manages to get through. Ukic has to sit behind. That is definitely the move today, to just give yourself that bit more advantage, and Ukic once again will have to catch up. Very, very difficult. Is there? I got needracing.com now sliding up the inside of the undercover raging car in towards turn 6, and now they've got the other Iris car. Is that your class leader of Martin Hamilton? I think it is. Just coming up to put a lap on these drivers.
Indeed it is. There you can see running a really strong race. What was that? 48 seconds clear of Andrea Martino in second, which is a huge pace differential to have, showcasing just a very strong point. Obviously, will probably at some point need to come into the pit lane and mitigate that advantage that he has got at some point or another, but so far so good. Yeah, Team Iris showcasing some really strong pace and a very changeable LMP2 field. Again, we've had different race leaders, different people in control at different points, and we're not even halfway through the race as of yet. We are approaching towards that point, but yeah, at the moment, it has been very, very interesting, and just, as I say, very changeable as well. It's what I like, very unpredictable. Things can change at different points, and the difference in strategy as well, keeping everyone nicely on their toes.
Yeah, I'm loving that one as well that we saw with Ukic getting using the different tyres, even just a single different tyre, not just actually axially as such, but also individual tyre. Very interesting one with how that tyre strategy's played out. It's been something that has changed quite a bit actually in this LMP2, especially over the last couple of years. Back in the day, where we had the Michelin tyres on this car, it was just softs all the way. It's just single stint softs, just go as fast as you can, push, push, push. There was no actual strategy in it. It was more about the drivers. And then, ever since we moved to the Goodyears, there's already a bit of a difference between the softs and the mediums, and there's sort of a little bit of play around, and then also even the hards when you want to do maybe a triple stint. That was always an opportunity. And now that we have the option to do different tires on all 4 corners and such, that just adds that extra element. And I think that's really helping the strategic options for these teams. Some would say actually there's maybe too many options. Maybe it's difficult now to find out what the best one is, but certainly more in this regard, more is generally better.
Yeah, easy to get overwhelmed by it, and also there's more to tempt you going away. Obviously, the more choice you have is a very nice opportunity for the 2 Team Iris cars to have them side by side on track. Obviously a lap apart, unfortunately, but Hamilton not interested in slowing down whatsoever. We've got Hyperion still at battle with Arm Cyber as well. A couple of GT cars separating them, but yeah, obviously with the strategy choices and things, easy to get overwhelmed with obviously what you can do. I suppose you just have to choose one and go with it and commit and hope it was the right choice, because I'm sure there are going to be very different options to get to the right answer of still having a good result at the end of this race. So yeah, the problem lies is that when you commit to a strategy and then change halfway through, that's really when issues start to arise. Even if you're not overly confident with the one that you've chosen, say if you've pit under code 80 and at the moment you're not feeling too comfortable with where you are in the race, then don't pit early to get yourself back on sequence or whatever. Don't swap the strategy, because all in all you're probably better off actually just staying with what you might think at the time to be the wrong strategy.
Yeah, it's difficult to swap it around. You sort of get to a point where you are committed, and I say you just have to keep going at that point. As we're getting this battle reignite. Blackhawk and Visceral down the back straight. Breutigan is at the wheel. Cardoso still for Visceral in that BMW. They swapped around. We saw Zetec getting past, but over the course of the next round of pit stops, that has swapped around once more. This is one of the closer battles on track, actually. Currently for 6th and 7th place in your GT3 standings. So far, these cars are, they are a lap down on their class leaders as well. After 138 laps at least for the LMH is obviously a bit less for these, for these guys. Trying to work out what they are. I think they're going to be about 10 laps off the LMH leaders, about lap 128 for the GT3s as it stands. But Breutigan just closing in slowly.
Yeah, bit by bit, and I suppose that is how you have to go at it. it's a big goal, but small stepping stones. You just have to think, okay, yeah, there's a big task at hand, but how can we chop it up into smaller and smaller tasks in order to make the load a little bit more bearable? And at the moment, Broughtingham isn't a million miles away, just allowing the Porsche through, just obviously the Wanako Porsche. I think trying to unlap themselves, so obviously Broughtingham didn't make it too difficult for them. If they're the quicker car, yes, there might be a lap down, but more beneficial for you to allow them through at this stage. And maybe even stay in the slipstream of the Porsche and close yourself back into that fight with Cardoso and Visceral for 6th place, because again, yeah, they're a lap car, but you know, again, if they're quicker, stay behind them, use them, and obviously, you know, it benefits them so that you've let them through. It then benefits yourself that you can stay in the slipstream. Henry Sinek for Satellite Racing, second place at the moment in class. Of course, that's not a satellite car, unless it is. That looks like the Muradness Sea Stars logo. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway, they're into the pit lane nonetheless from 2nd place on track and are into the pit lane, but have done the very wrong mistake, Cam, of overshooting their pit box.
It is a little bit easier than you would expect. We also have the other satellite cars. So one is red and blue, and one is blue and red. If you have looks slightly different where they put the color combinations. But I was actually Amaya, who's come out at the wheel of that one. We also have Nico Barkley for your podium as it stands in your GT3s, also coming in as well. So definitely pit stop time once more for these drivers. This is actually a bit short of the hour as well, so we might go into, actually depends, I guess, how early we finish the race, below the 8-hour mark, but we might be getting, yeah, just a little bit close. A little bit closer to that one. Had a quick yellow flag in sector 1. I haven't seen anyone spun around it just yet, but yeah, that's certainly a factor to look out for, because when you get yellow flags, there could always be code 80s, and if you're inside the pit lane or something like that, that's something to look out for. Martino, I should say, coming into the pit lane, was battling for P2 in the LMP2s as they hit the next round of pit stops in the P2s as well.
Yeah, they do indeed. Also, it's been brought to my attention that Wanako were a car lap ahead, so obviously fair enough. They have been fighting quite high up. They've just come into their pit lane. They're now re-emerged in 4th place in class, so you know, they weren't a lap down in that particular battle. They were a lap ahead, so looking even stronger than I once thought. But yeah, I'm Cybert in 5th place with Martino, again showcasing some really good promise in the early sort of the first half of this race, and well, hopefully that can continue. Flash the headlights just to get the Visceral car out of the way and say, yeah, cool, I'm just going to try and get as close as I can to the back end of Netrex. Also, the Visceral LMP2 car is into the pit lane. That's Binsbergen from 3rd place, so I think maybe a direct fight with Cyber in that fashion in terms of who's going to come out ahead. So you would imagine that Luca Martino obviously would like to find himself back ahead, obviously back in the wheel after swapping up with Andrea. Obviously, whatever the relation is between those two. Binsbergen into the pit lane, changing tyres, and we'll be back out again in the near future again. The LMP2s, as you said, a very changeable pit strategy. It's just been a little bit all over the place. I have to say, it's been difficult to keep up with, and I'm sure in a few hours we might be able to pitch together what is actually going on. But yeah, swapping sides, bringing the jacks over, and we'll be taking a full set of tyres and then back out onto the road, hopefully in a decent position.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit more sort of complicated today, as you would expect. We've also got Rob van Starkenberg for Netrex down the pit lane as well. So definitely next round of pit stops coming for your LMP2s. Interestingly, around the same time as your GT3s, which we don't always see at about the 3-hour mark or so into a race. So actually, I do believe, I remember now previously, I think we have a slightly shorter tank in the GT3s, don't we? This slightly smaller tank, I should say. So it's slightly shorter of the hour, which is why that is a little bit more compared, because before it used to be obviously an hour-ish for the GTEs, and the LMP2s would do 3 stints every 2 hours. So every sort of second pit stop for the GT3s, they would always come in around the same time. Obviously, this year was slightly shorter tank. That is definitely helping out with that one. It's in the background, further cars coming down into the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. So there you can see the Mercedes of Gandosi looking a little bit further down, but fighting away with the Juice's car in class for 11th place in the GT3. So not a bad battle at all. Of course, the GT3s with that reduced fuel tank is to make it less easy for them to just do hour upon hour, because last season it was just do an hour stop, and it was fairly comfortable. So now it's sort of to throw a spanner into the works. Ducking and diving is Gandosi to try and find a way through. It goes to the left-hand side eventually to find the inside going into the chicane, but a bit of a squeeze from the Juice's car sees nearly Nick Nakum able to stay in front, but eventually it was the 69 machine that found his way past very nicely up into 11th place.
Yeah, and there goes the 65 as Lorenzo De Chutis, who is last place in class for Satellite, a third Satellite GT3. That is the light blue version of it. So they got red and blue and red, and then they got the light blue version as well. So
because that makes so much sense.
Oh yeah. Sure. So that is the situation with them. 18 laps down to the leaders. But I mean, he's certainly pushing to try and get those laps back. It's going to be difficult to do so because that's 4 places just to the next car, who, for some fun information, is another 7 laps ahead of the car ahead of them. So yeah, that's going to be a tough race for that 65 machine.
Yeah, it is. Of course, they've had a tough race today already. They have had the same incident twice. Obviously, one was a little bit more severe than the other. The first one going through the exit of turn 5 saw them up on their roof, flip back over, just then for Scuderia Leone to arrive on the scene and smack them into oblivion and sort of tarnish both races. We've then got Saracino for Visceral fighting away here in LMP2 with Undercover Regin for 7th place. The Visceral car picking his way back through, and that's Tony Jukic falling back to 8th place. So it's all kicked off at the moment in LMP2. Arm Cyber and Netrex not separated by too much either, only 0.6 of a second between those. So yeah, it very much has taken a turn. But also for Satellite, it's not been the best start to a race that they've seen in the world. And they'd have been hoping for more, but 18 laps down in the first half of the race, they've seen better days.
Yeah, well, this they certainly have, but to be fair, fair play
For staying
as well
on, yeah,
for continuing racing. It's not easy when you're that many laps down. It's especially even if you just go 1 lap down, it's so easy to give up because realistically you're not going to be winning the race. You're not going to be getting an amazing result from that point. So yeah, to keep going is very, very good indeed. And it's also crazy. I miss one race in VEC, and all sorts of things has changed since when Saracino been racing for Visceral as well. So many driver changes this season in the VEC. Great to see the driver market being very open in this world of rFactor 2 endurance racing. Still loads of drivers getting up and coming out for these races.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very not certain driver market, I suppose. There's been changes all over the place with drivers moving, but then again, we have seen some drivers sort of stay stationed for quite some time and stay quite loyal to their teams. But yeah, there have been a lot of chops and changes, and obviously with different teams joining the Virtual Endurance Championship and attracting others into the mix as well. It's been quite changeable, and I suppose that it goes with the fluidity of sim racing and things. With sometimes you're not getting on well with a team, you want to change, you want a new challenge or whatever, and yeah, it's been really good to see, obviously, different drivers changing teams. I mean, you've got the likes of Jake Dennehan moving up, it might be a move up for him, obviously, from Netrex to Race Clutch after showing some really good promise over the course of the last year or so, to then get to have that change and go to a team as prestigious as Race Clutch and sort of earn that opportunity to drive for the reigning champions on his improvement. I suppose, it makes sense for a couple of teams and drivers to swap around ever so slightly.
Yeah, certainly does. And we're looking at Martin Hemmingson getting very close to Sandeep Singh there for Netrex GP, almost about to put a lap on 3rd place in class. Crazy stuff, as we are not even halfway into this race. We've got one of the GT3s, 12th place in class. I think it's Simfring, the 74 GT3, has gone off, had a bit of an issue at turn 5. Oh, further contact is made. didn't quite see which of those cars. It might have been that Arms LMP2. There's also not a nice rejoin for Visceral, and is that potentially what is Sim Racing trying to get past? Crazy accident there, as Panchi obviously had some issue at turn 5 and has now had further contact and is really struggling. You can even just see actually the amount of steering input he's having to put there, just going a straight line, the front left wheel turning right on a straight line.
Yeah, not great, obviously, with the excessive toe in, and obviously that's what causing the misaligned wheel, and it's never great to have a car that doesn't want to drive in the direction that you're pointing the steering wheel after a fairly sizable shunt. Thankfully, he's only got a little bit long left to go until he reaches the pit lane, but very much just trying to keep out of the way of everyone. You can see darting to the right-hand side and very much twitching and just trying to sort of, sort of surf his way through some of the traffic and give everyone else an easier time around him. But thankfully, he's back into the pit lane. He's safe and sound. Probably not too happy with how things have gone in the last lap, though.
No, and that's going to be a decent amount of damage repairs. That is one thing. As always, we've had a DNF. Tony Jukic in that battle for about P7 or so in your LMB2s. He has had a DNF from this race, and that is such a shame. They were looking very fast, but it is not going to be for them today, dropping down as we've got Team RTR there and Johnson into the pit lane along with your TX3 hypercar as well. They are still going after some issues a little bit earlier, but wow, what a lap there. Also huge crash at turn 5, but as we were seeing, Zach, so easy to do around here.
It is, yeah. This track, you can't get complacent, you can't feel safe, because the moment you feel safe, yeah, you're probably going to end up in a wall at some point. Even when you don't feel safe, even when you are aware of the challenges, it's a track that you can't underestimate it, is what I'm trying to say. You know, you've not got an extensive amount of runoff. The corners themselves are very demanding, and couple that with the fact that you've got, you know, upwards of 45 cars as well on the track with you. It's just so many more variables that you have to contend with. You not only have to drive the car, you also have to be wary of the other cars that people are driving around you, and then obviously keeping it pointing the right way to drive to a high standard lap after lap after lap. It adds up, and the level of responsibility does take a toll, and sometimes it is easy to overstep the mark, especially, as I say, at a circuit like Road Atlanta, where a millimetre to the left, a millimetre to the right could be the difference between hitting an apex and hitting a wall.
Singh there from that third place in class coming in to take a pit stop, and this makes some of the sense with the amount of gap that the top two have in the LMP2s, but still 2 laps down the leader. Crazy stuff. Yeah, big margin for Iris and Hyperion out the front there, as we have someone else into the pit lane. One of the GT3s is Tamelli e-racing team there with Gandossi at the wheel, 13th place in class for them. And yeah, of course, we have a few other retirements out that we saw a little bit back to the commentary here for the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Just apologies for the commentary just dropping out there for a few moments, but we are still racing and the teams are still going. As ever, the race continues on, as it will do for about 8 hours this evening. So definitely a fair amount of the way to go. We're about 3 hours into the race, so 3:08 as such if you want to go to that. But of course, it is a lap counted race, so it depends how fast the overall winner gets to the line for 394 laps around Road Atlanta. It's been a very sort of chaotic first few sort of hour or so of the race. Had a couple of code 80s in there. But yeah, certainly since then it's spread out just a little bit. We've been trying to keep up with all of the strategic options that the drivers have had with the new rules and everything coming in this season. Each and every tyre on the car can be changed individually. It's not about sets, it's not about axles front to rear, and that is bringing some few different battles, a few different ideas here and there for each of them. But a very fun way to get through the race. Anyways, myself, Cameron Rogers, Zach Sweeney in the booth as it stands for another hour or so before we bring Ewan O'Leary and Hugo Barrow into the commentary booth. And Zach, just to continue the race on, it was certainly been chaotic as we kind of expected.
Yeah, obviously those that are only now just joining us, you're probably joining us at the calmest point. You're probably wondering, well, what are you on about, guys? Like, it's fine, there's nothing going on. You go back to the start of the race and you give it 20 seconds into the lap, and it basically went from 100 to 150 really quick in terms of the action. We had cars everywhere. We had the GT3 pile up thanks to a spinning LMP2, and just not a great turn of events, it must be said. And that level of chaos hasn't really slowed down. I mean, it has slowed down a little bit in recent times thanks to everyone being more spread out and more behaved, but yeah, we still have had little pockets, and also not necessarily in terms of carnage, but also from a perspective of excitement. The differences in strategy, the on-track action that we've seen has been second to none, and again proving the level of competition that we've got here for season 16.
And here's a good example as well, up into the hypercar. So we've got a round of pit stops going as it stands. We've now got Mergley, race leader, into the pit lane. He's going to be coming out close to that Sinfream car that we were just watching. There's not going to be too far between them. So Sinfream already made their pit stops, but they have the likes of Go Team Racing, both of the Go Team Racing cars actually. They are very close to each other, following each other over the last hour or so of the stint. But then we do have Turka Hakkinen for NeedRacing.com, that bright red car just in front. That is going to be for position, but I do believe the NeedRacing.com do owe us a pit stop as such. So let's see if this is going to be easy for Kinnick coming down this back straightaway. Any sorts of dives in towards the chicane. I don't think it's going to have to be a dive. Actually, the overlap is going to be there before they get to the braking zone. Actually, not enough though. NeedRacing.com with the with the top speed to defend from that one. So Go Team take the lead as leaders into the pit lane. But where are Sinfream going to come out in relation to now Shaba Kish, who's got into that Winchick Racing? It was going to be a couple of seconds as expected, and as they come around this first corner, there they are up the hill. It's going to be a nice lead for Winchick Racing, who should retake the lead once the pit stops and everything work out. Yeah.
Indeed so. So Matt Mergley making way for Shaba Kish, who's looking, again, just needs to settle into that car as soon as possible. A nice bit of a gap though. Well, I was about to say that, then the time of refreshing, it's now only 2 seconds. So yeah, a lot closer than it once was. And yeah, should be a lot of fun to indulge into. But Turka Hakkinen under a ton of pressure. And that's the thing for these drivers. They've jumped into the car, and it's like, nah, you don't have a couple laps just to settle in. It's boom, you're into not only a fight that could determine the course of the race, but then you've also got to negotiate your way through a ton of traffic. So really throwing them into the deep end to start off their stints. And you can see there Shaba Kish taking all the way to the right-hand side, using all the available road space, and Turka Hakkinen right in the middle of it, darting left and right, trying to find some space through, and then also to defend a position from Christopher Kinnick as well. So yeah, Turka Hakkinen really got a busy couple of laps ahead of him.
Wow, that was about 10 cars on screen, and they managed to all find their way through. That was a battle for about third, fourth place actually in your always on Arch competition off in the background there, but I think they should be okay to continue. But certainly not the racing line. There's up the inside, maybe Turka Hakkinen was thinking about it. with one of the Sim Racing for Holland hypercar, I think it is, just up ahead of him. But of course, a couple of GT3s getting in, just showing you how busy it can be around this track. Hakkinen holding on very nicely, but this is actually just losing even more time for Simframe to have to go the other side there of the Ferrari in towards turn 6.
Yeah, but still keeping each other nicely for company. Obviously the two GoTim cars as well, establishing control at the front. There is Shabakish though. Look at that gap he's been able to pull thanks to the traffic and things, as you can see there in the background. Hakkinen trying to find his way past one of the lap cars. This is Christopher Connect. We're going to ride on board with him, picking his way past the fellow hypercar, and then of course they've got the other LMP2 to focus on. It's not worked out nicely for Hakkinen. It's put him on the back foot, and Connect is, you can see, trying to set up the up and under going through the final sector. Not quite close enough for now, but I don't know, between the two of them, Connect seems to be the one more comfortably quick.
Yeah, I think he's on the newer tyres. It probably would help at this stage, is my guess, because that's actually one thing. When you start doing these double, triple stints, when you pit, you then actually you're still on the old tyres, and then you just increase more fuel, so you actually go a bit slower. Obviously, you know, we're used to pitting and then going faster because you're on the newer tyres, but it doesn't necessarily work out like that when you're doing these longer stints. Bit of a slide there, though, unfortunately for Christopher, coming out of turn 5, an important one because it starts this second half of the lap. It's really in two halves. You have the first sector or so, that's really, really tight and twisty, and then you have these straights to finish the lap. And certainly a different style of racing that you have at these 2 points of the lap. Can Connect get past, though, down in towards the chicane, or do NeedRacing.com just have that top speed, it seems, to hold on into position side by side? They're going to go in towards the braking zone, and finally Simframe, the number 2 machine there, diving it down the inside and getting that place. I thought he wasn't going to be able to hold on, but he does so indeed, as NeedRacing.com still continue their way through this race.
Yeah, they do, but a very good move indeed from Christopher Connect, as he found his way to the inside, found his way past, and well, keeping it nice and clean between the two of them. Again, great respect given, and Christopher Connect was into 4th place. Now, of course, is the difficult task, Cam, is to try and close after Shabby Kiss, because while they were keeping each other busy, Kiss was like, all right, boys, in a bit, and has now cleared about a 4-second gap to the rest of them. Of course, they have got GoTim to worry about also. Shabby Kiss, he's not waiting around to get settled into that car.
Yes, certainly not. Very, very fast driver. Indeed, over the course of VEC. And I remember actually, especially this track, I'm trying to remember exactly what year it was, but back when we had VLMS, which was like the lower down, like the secondary tier as such of the VEC. We actually did 1,000 miles of Sebring in, Road Atlanta, I say, in that one, and it was Blackhawk LMP2 back in the day. They had Visna, it's probably Visna, Chinchik, and Shabakish, and they were so fast around this track. It was unbelievable, the speed that they had back in the Orica LMP2 back in the day. That was the top class in that category. And I just remember we got to this track and me and my team were like, how are these guys so fast? Definitely know how to drive around here. It's a very different style of race that you have to some others. And yeah, if you get in a bit of a flow, a bit of a rhythm, it's really one of the best tracks to drive in these prototypes.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Obviously, it's a track. I can't actually remember the last time I drove Road Atlanta. I don't ever think I actually have. I'll be honest. I know that's probably a sinful thing to say. But obviously, I can see why it must be a fun track to drive. Obviously, with the flows and the late braking and things, does look to be quite a fun circuit. Yeah, it is a shame that I haven't actually driven it yet. So maybe I need to look into that when I get a sim rig at some point in the future, or get a sim rig back. I've been on and off with sim racing for a long time. Obviously,
you're pretty fast though.
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe payday. I'll get some rig or something. Maybe next. I don't know. Maybe for Christmas. Maybe Father Christmas will be nice to me this year. Yeah, I'd like to get into it because I always enjoyed it. The problem is that obviously it was like I was about to say my problem was a lack of friends, and I think that sounds a lot sadder than it actually is. No, I know, right? But I like online racing. I like competition and things, but also I don't have a lot of time for leagues because between commentary and like what is essentially full-time work, I don't have a lot of time for practice and stuff. So it is a bit sad. So I'm like relying on online ranked sessions and things to actually get some competition because I don't really like racing against AI or anything. So yeah, anyway, sim racing for me has been a bit on and off. but you know, maybe that's probably for the best to savour these guys from ever having to be on track with me. I don't know, but yeah, to be fair, I've been in one esports competition. I didn't do too bad, but yeah, maybe I need to get back at it.
Yeah, that would be a nice one actually, to see you back. As all, I think that's the Ferrari LMP2, just having a bit of contact there with Ogle and Schuber Motorsports, just 0.8 of a second behind their rival just up ahead. This is the Breutigam GT3 machine, although I think that's more than 0.8 on this lap, as there's just a bit of traffic coming through. But Blackhawk managing to hold onto that 6th position currently. They've dropped back from Cardoso, who've been sort of looking on board over the last hour or so, managing to hold on to that place. It's turned into P5 in class, so turning into a nice race so far. Just now have that newracing.com. LMH just right up behind them. I thought Hacknam there might be going for a bit of a dive, but not that time around. So yeah, definitely the race ebbing and flowing towards some of the teams who can easily jump or drop down the order very, very quickly in this championship. But back for the overall lead, we still have Go Team Racing with a 1-2, but they are off cycle and going so long. It's actually starting to convince me that something might be sort of good in their favour of how it's going to work out with this one. The issue for them is Shaba Kish is actually realistically not too far behind. He's just coming through the final corner, so if there is a pit stop in hand, that's going to be a big gap.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, peculiar was Go Team are going so long. Obviously they came in under the initial code 80 alongside newracing.com, so maybe this is their long stint to sort of push themselves back onto the conventional sequence. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but right now their pace is looking staggeringly quick, and we'll wait and see obviously what's going on. Shaba Kish trying to close the gap as effectively as possible, doing a really good job of that. His pace is mighty quick, but then same too as for Christopher Connect. I mean, their lap times for the most part have been fairly consistently equal. Obviously a little bit of discrepancy in terms of lap traffic and things, but you know, when they've both got some clear air, they've both been able to put in a decent lap time. They've been fairly equal. So yeah, Shaba Kish as it stands is the one to charge towards the 2 Go Team cars. But I suppose that's the benefit of having 2 cars at the front, is that if they need to, they can split them and try 2 different strategies, so at least one of them gets it right.
Yeah, although it doesn't look like they've really tried that, and I was just thinking, actually, it might not be owing us a pit stop, it might just be owing us a tyre change. Tyre change all 4 corners is 37 seconds, and of course if you only change 2, it's about half that, 19 seconds. So maybe that is one thing that we are seeing here. So and that would explain actually the pace difference that we're seeing. Maybe Go Team just staying out for another stint on those tyres, whereas Winchik and Simfreem maybe didn't, or did take tyres, and therefore will have the faster pace, and they had the track position, so it's worth Go Team Racing actually trying to stay out. But yeah, let's see how this one works out. Winchik having to battle heavily though through this traffic, getting past about 3-4 cars there just in one sequence of corners, and just showing you how a bit of lag there for the satellite car. Hopefully there wasn't too much contact on the front, or Shaba Kish will be not wanting to see that one.
No, he won't be. It's taken to the grass as well in the background, one of the LMP2s. But yeah, not great when we've got lag at play. Obviously one of the oldest excuses in the esports book, but a very valid one when it is actually around, and yeah, can very easily catch you out, especially sort of when you're driving, especially if a driver isn't where you expect them to be. It's easy for things to get in the way. You've got Henry Sinek up there in 3rd place for Satellite Racing. This is the direct fight for 2nd with Dennis Etang and Blackhawk, so looking to be a very entertaining fight for 2nd. And I think, at least for the foreseeable future, that is all it's going to be. Thomas Saint Sim Racing running away with things, 47 seconds clear of the pack, but nonetheless a 3-way fight for 2nd place. Let's go.
Yeah, this is awesome. Blackhawk there getting past Satellite by the looks of it, and it's seemingly working out pretty well. And actually, I was getting a little bit confused with the 2 Blackhawk GTs, because there's another one down there in 6th place. That's one, this car on screen in 2nd place. That's the one that was battling with that Visceral car a little bit earlier in in the race, and it was actually their sister car that we were just talking about a few moments ago, who are down in 6th place. So 2 different ones to look out for. There's currently Dennis Zitak leading the way in this battle. The number 91 machine, he's got the 64 of Henry Sink just in behind, and then the 96 of Wanako in the Porsche just in the background of shot. But it looks like for Dennis, it's working out rather nicely as it stands. Good to see Blackhawk up there in that 2nd place. But as you say, they've dropped a long way back off Thomas Eng, leading the way by 45 seconds as it stands. But still, after this many laps in the carnage that we've seen, it's good to see a 3-way battle for 2nd.
It is, yeah, can't complain with it at all. Of course, the GT3s have been quite quiet for a while, but now obviously with Blackhawk, Satellite and Wanako being very close, we've got obviously the 3 teams for 3 places, but we've also got 3 different cars showcasing the level of competition available in the GT3s, and the gap between the different manufacturers and chassis not massive, which is good. And car choice maybe not showing too big of a factor. Henry Sinick though get a little bit wide going through the S's, put him on the back foot, and might halt his progress ever so slightly in that battle with Blackhawk and Dennis Zitak. But we've also then got to be mindful of Nico Barkley and that Wanako machine, who did have a little bit of a drop off. You can see now is behind the lapped Arnage competition Mercedes, but yeah, and falling off now outside of a second to the 2 in front of him. So would like to obviously work his way back into contention. So Cynic is safe for now, but when they do bunch up again, Cynic being sandwiched between 2 cars fighting for 2nd is not a position I'd want to be in.
No, it's not not a nice place. You want to be either first or last in a train like that. Being the one in the middle is a very tricky and awkward situation. It's not nice. You've got to look forward, and you also need to be looking backwards as well. As the battle for the 6th place that we see with the other Blackhawk car, this is also getting rather close. Vogel has caught up a little bit to Alex Breutigam in the 81 machine, the sister Blackhawk car, as they look to get a run down this back straight. Of course, safe stream is still decent, but it's not. It's not the likes of DRS and that sort of effect. It really is a bit more of a gentle, gradual gain up towards the car in front of you, and that's what they need to be looking out for. They've got the 74 car just in behind them. That is Simfreen, but that is the Panchi car that we saw having some issues at turn 5 not too long ago, so they are a lap down.
Yeah, and obviously traffic has played a bit of a factor in the course of this race. It has done and thrown some spanners into the works, as it always does in the Virtual Endurance Championship. But yeah, looking good here with Visceral, Blackhawk and Schubert all battling away. Yeah, no complaints from us in terms of the level of competition that we've got and how many teams are battling away quite nicely in the GT3s. However, Jake Denahan.
Yeah, Jake Denahan has received a penalty. One would assume track limits. And looking where he's just come through, that might be, just sort of coming through the chicane. Very easy to cut that part of the track. But either way, has a penalty. And Race Clutch, who have already served stop and holds and drive-through and whatnot, and that's why they are so far back. They are struggling a little bit in terms of their position. This race so far doing a good job actually to limit that damage, but now getting another drive-through penalty. It's not the longest one in the world, but it's still those extra sort of 20-odd seconds that you don't really need to be adding to your race time.
No, it's not. Well, that is unfortunate for Denahan, and it's for pit speed. That's harsh. That's
on the exit
rough.
of pit lane then. That must have been where it is, yeah. That it's easy to do though, because as you come down the hill especially, so difficult, as we're seeing. Who is that? One of the LMP2s, I think, has just DNF'd. Jake Denahan, that making a mess of coming into the pit lane there. We've seen a DNF as well for the number 35 LMP2, Gijs Sonneveld at the wheel. They've gone for a DNF. They had an issue coming through the first sort of chicane, turn 3 of the track that I saw, and then just went back to the pits. They've obviously had some sort of crash or issue through there, so another DNF to add to the list. So Jake Denahan comes back out after serving his penalty.
Yeah, and I have to feel so sorry. Obviously, things go wrong, but they've not gone more wrong than what has gone wrong for Race Clutch. I'll be honest, I've never seen a race spiral this much for a team. Obviously, they didn't start too well, carrying over those penalties from Monza, and now it's just all unravelled as we approach the halfway mark of this race. That is so unfortunate for them. and not showcasing, obviously, the pace that they showed over the course at Monza. And it'll be interesting to see what knock-on effect this has for the championship, whether they will be able to recover or not over the course of the season. You'd imagine so, probably, if they sort of get themselves back up to their usual form over the course of the next couple of races and such. But when we get to the last couple of rounds, could this be the race that they look back on and think, you know, we could be a lot more comfortable right now if it wasn't for Red Atlanta? We could still be in contention, or whatever it ends up being. Hindsight is going to be a beautiful thing. I think round number 2 could be one of those rounds they look back on in regret.
Yeah, we'll see how the championship goes. Of course, there's plenty of races over the course of the season, but as you say, 1 or 2 here and there often make a bit of a difference. And I was just having a look at the Go teams, because they were just catching up quite nicely actually, but unfortunately just spreading out a little bit over the course of that lap. As I saw a yellow flag come up once again, has gone away. There don't see any cars stopped out stopped out on the track, but definitely that yellow flag keeps pinging every now and again. As Jake Denhan having oh no, it must have just been close, quickly finished, so he's getting close to 1 car for position, but not quite enough. We do have battle also for 7th place in class Seawolf. They do have Ferrari Esports coming in behind them. Battle on track, trying to a bit of a recovery for Ferrari, of course, having some issues. 3 laps down on the leader. Seawolf coming past them in the animation. I'll give them a little bit of slipstream. Actually, is there going to be a completion of the move? Well, that satellite car having a few latency issues. We saw that in towards turn 7, but into the chicane, turn 10A, 10B. The LMP2 manages to get past Ferrari there, up into that 7th place.
Yeah, nicely done, and have been on a climb back. Obviously, they had a couple of issues earlier on, but it's a fight back potentially from Seawolf Net Race, who are going to launch a counter-attack immediately to the inside of turn 1, but Timur Tandanovsky keeps his foot in around the outside and stays ahead. Yeah, they've had a little bit of an issue earlier on. They had the spin and such, but have been climbing back quite nicely. Yeah, they're nearly near on a lap down to the next car, Team Iris, for 6th, but a steady progress forward. And now looking at another fight between Netrex and Visceral. This is for 4th and is, at least for the foreseeable future, the highest that either of these teams are going to get up the order, as they are, as you can see, nearly a lap down on the top 3, but looking very, very strong at both teams in their fight for 4th. And it has been a battle that's been going on for quite some time between Netrex and Visceral. In all fairness, we also had the addition of Iris at some point, as well as, in the background you can see that, I'm not entirely sure who that was, making contact with the McLaren and nearly set themselves spinning into the barrier.
Wow. That would have been a big crash, certainly. But looks like they were getting close, and also getting close. Just seen is Kinnick. He was closing up to Shabakish there. The car just in the very foreground of the black and orange Winchit car. They are still about 9 seconds or so off the 2 leading Go Team cars. So Go Team staying out, doing something different on the strategy. I believe it's just that they are going longer on the tyres. They haven't had an extra tyre change as such, so that will swap around, of course, at the next stop. But it might be benefiting them at this point. With the amount of traffic that is out there, they are still able to do some nice lap times compared to the other drivers, even on the what I believe is fresh tyres. Shabakish basically doing identical lap times with the amount of traffic. So definitely some cool strategic battles happening. And what it's leading to is we've got a 2-way battle for the lead, and then a 2-way battle for 3rd and 4th, and even needracing.com not dropping too far off this.
Yeah, indeed so. Yeah, really, really looking good. And what a brilliant battle and race that we're so far seeing. At lap 171 of 394. We're not too far off the halfway point already. It's gone really, really quick, I have to say. Like the battles that we've had and the sort of the chaos that we've had throughout this race has really sort of kept the flow of time moving quite nicely, and yeah, we've had a bit of bad luck and things throughout, but all in all, it's been a very nice race indeed. Shabakish fighting away with Simfreem and Christopher Knecht after Knecht has really nicely closed in this gap for 3rd. Obviously, both of them would like to go for the greater good and go for that race win, but Go Team, as it stands, seem to have it fairly secure.
Yeah, they're looking rather nice at this moment, but still half the race to go. So we're not even at the 100-mile mark yet. That'll be coming up actually fairly shortly, though. What's that going to be? 24 laps, I think 196 by my quick mental maths, maybe 197 actually. It's 25 laps to go until we get that, but they are fast laps around here for the leaders. We're looking at 1 minute 8, 1 minute 9 for the hypercars, and it's about 1:10, 1:11 for the LMP2s. But then we do get a little bit of a jump, 119s, 120s for your GT3 category. But just to run you down a couple of things that are happening at the front of each of the categories. Got Go Team Racing, they've got a 1-2 as it stands, but they are on a slightly different strategy. So we'll have to see how that one works out to the likes of Winchick and Simframe, who are battling just in behind there for your top 4. In your LP2s, it's Luc Munier who's leading the way very nicely now. For Team Iris. Hemmingson was at the wheel of that machine, but they swapped around at the previous pit stops. Shivakowski is in second place for Hyperion. They've got 25-second deficit to the lead, but they've also got 20 seconds back to Luca Martona. Then we've actually got a pretty nice battle for P4 and P5. Sandeep Singh for Nerex Grand Prix is all squeezing with the Wanako GT. He's got Saraceno trying to come around his outside in towards turn 10A, 10B, all the way around the outside it's going to be, and Saraceno for Visceral gets that place perfectly timed as we jump to him in the number 46 machine, jumping his way up into that 4th position. And Netrex also, they are slightly, from memory, they're slightly off strategy in some way, but as ever, these things will come to a head at some point. In your GT3s, it's Cedric Check for Thomas Eng Sim Racing. They've got a rather nice lead there, 41 seconds ahead of Dennis Itak for your Blackhawk number 91 machine. Then they have another 4.5 seconds back to Nico Barkley in that Wanako. And it's an even bigger jump back to Cardoso, who's in 4th place for Visceral, although they're in a rather close battle that we've been following for a while with your Vogel at the wheel. So that's your sort of rundown of the top few cars in each of your categories. But as ever, it gets very close. And talking of one of them, that is going to be Kinnick in the foreground, trying to get closer to Winchick Racing. But as it stands, he's still there in 4th.
Yeah, beautifully done, and still running really, really nicely is Kinnick and battling away, of course, as you said, Rashad, because it's been a battle that's been going on for sort of the last 20-25 minutes or so, and Simframe, I have to say, really impressed with their pace in the opening phase of this race, as well. There goes the Bristol BMW nearly cutting across the grass. That's a dangerous mistake to make, but thankfully it was all right. They've kept it in a straight line, and thankfully the track was there in time in order to save them. But our focus right now is firmly on this battle between 3rd and 4th, but the gap that's closing to Go Team is coming down.
It certainly is. Well, we've got the number 2 of Nielsen there off in Sector 1. That was what the yellow flag was for, but is Kinect going to be able to get a run here? They go past the Hyperion LMP2 in towards turn 10A, 10B. Side by side is going to be for 3rd place on the road. Massively later on the brakes for Simframe around the outside, and Sharbakish drops down into 4th place. And if everything works out as we expect, that might end up being the race lead for Simframe. They've closed down a nice gap that they had, and had a nice battle there with Winchick, but unfortunately Sharbakish losing that place for Winchick as they drop down with a bit of traffic as well. That is a nice battle. NeedRacing.com are in the pit lane as well. Turka Hakkinen at the wheel of that. So Simframe making some moves. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Turka Hakkinen biting the bullet and coming in to the pit lane after a fairly long stint, and comes in from 5th place to obviously take his what we call the Code 80 pit stop that he's been forced to take to over the course of well, ever since the Code 80, essentially ever since the first pit stop of the race. Luca Martino as well from Cyber is into the pit lane, but yeah, that could well be the swing for the race lead in the LMH, with Simframe doing a really good job. Obviously only 5th place in Monza, but have catapulted themselves into race leading contention here at Road Atlanta. Rickard Nilsson for Team RTR are into the pit lane as well. For LMP2, you can see going up the side at a time to change tyres. There's Jan Catal as well for Seawolf Net Race in the Le Mans Hypercar as well. Have had pretty up and down race, but still fairly consistent and fighting for sort of, I'd say maybe 6th or 7th in the overall standings as things stand. So yeah, not sort of a bad result, considering obviously a slow start to this race as is usual. Well, yeah, it's not too bad for them. Side by side here, Brownsingham fighting away with the McLaren that isn't even full position. That is the satellite car that has not had a very good race. Let's put it that way. So Brownsingham obviously gives way to the McLaren fairly easily. and just allows him through to run his course. Well, it's nice to see that satellite car not only in one piece, but also having a decent run of form, at least for a couple of laps, which is obviously a breath of fresh air for them.
Yes, and it's certainly showing the speeds that they that they would have had. But let's work out or see how this one works out for them, because they're still 19 laps down, and that's not to your overall leader, that is to class leader. Crazy amounts of laps down, and I try to think how many obviously minutes that's going to work out to be for 120 or so. That's got to be like 24 minutes that they sat in the pit lane, or 24 minutes in general that they've lost. That is almost, well, that's basically half a stint they've lost. Crazy. The amount of lap time that equates to around or amount of track time, I should say, that equates to around a track like this, obviously being a little bit shorter. But we are getting closer and closer to that halfway gap. So almost 500 miles completed. Still got a little bit. We're about 450 miles or so completed. Yeah, about 50 to go to halfway.
Yeah, not long left to go in terms of reaching the end point of the first half. As I say, it's gone quick, not complaining with how it's gone. Obviously, things keeping very interesting. I doubt there is a 1,521 second gap for the fight for the lead in the GT3s. If there was, then fair play to the race leaders, but I don't think that is quite the case.
Let's have a look.
I mean, I was going to say, Mikhail Sedlacek, I know he's quick, but surely he's not that quick. There we go, 1,500 seconds. Like, not a bad result, mate.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a graphical error. Don't look at that one too far. So where's Sedlacek? He's just coming down the back straight, and Dennis Zitak is only coming up towards turn 3. Wow, that is a big gap.
Oh wait, no, it's just
and is working. I think it's just because of Hayes Sonneveld, who DNF'd a little bit early. He's now dropping down the order, and he is in the overall position. He is going past them, so I think that's just confusing the time tower a little bit. As it's working its way down. This is now Visceral 800 seconds off in behind. I think it's just going to get a little bit confused. But Wanako there, still in that third place. Haven't quite been challenging the top 2. They'll be wanting to try and work that one out. As all finally Go Team Racing into the pit lane. Let's see what they're going to do. It's the Varconi car. This one was leading, the number 7 machine was leading the way from their sister teammate car. But Guillaume Mas, who's still out there, he's just done a personal best sector 2. So the speed is still there in this car as they stay out. We have a yellow flag in sector 2. Let's try and see who that one is. But certainly Go Team doing something a bit different on strategy. But if they're doing personal best, that's certainly showing that they are potentially doing the right thing as the speed is just coming as the race goes on.
I was going to say, the longevity they've had is impressive. I mean, it means that they've had a lot in pocket over the course of this whole stint, so much so that they're using it right at the end of it to, I suppose, build a bit of a gap. But yeah, really impressive stuff to be pumping up personal bests. Saying that, though, into the third sector, Christopher Knecht set his own personal best of a 14.7, which is a couple of tenths quicker than what Guillaume Mas was able to do. But in general, yeah, really impressive from Go Team to have that longevity in the car. That's a car without rear wing. That's a car facing the wrong way. And
understeer United. That is terrible. They go straight onto the racing line. The Mercedes did not see it coming. And that car, both of those cars, I would assume, might be out of this race. Let's see if he's had some issues. So I did say yellow flag popped up. I was trying to work out who it was, but because he got going, he started rolling. I thought everything was okay, but he had no rear wing. And ironically, the understeer car oversteered coming through the kink of turn 9, and now is going to be having some issues. The other Go Team Racing car comes into the pit lane. If there's a code 80 now, something might sort of be beneficial for the drivers in the pit lane at the time of the code 80. But let's see, it's Ludwig Conrads who's having those issues, and he has DNF'd from this race so far. I'm trying to see exactly who the other car out there was, but that was very nasty crash at one of the fastest parts of the track.
Yeah, not what you want to see at all. And that poor Mercedes didn't really have much of a choice in that incident. Unfortunately, just darted left and had to hope. But then the Ferrari being struck in the middle of the circuit, made it an even worse issue. That is unfortunate. Obviously, getting told that Conrads had spun at the at turn 5, which is what we usually expect on that exit where we saw the satellite car go off as well a little bit earlier on. It's not fun, really. It's not fun times at all. Not what you want to see whatsoever. But again, one small incident has turned itself into an even bigger one because of a small mistake, as that is getting very close for comfort between the McLaren and the BMW.
Yeah, that is the BS the BS competition car having an absolute whale of a time there. Eunice Rivio, that is, in that 7th place. And that satellite car, was that for... No, that wasn't for position, but that was really had to work hard for that one. Sure he doesn't appreciate that, but maybe a bit of a miscommunication as well. Let's get to the replay, actually. So this is the Tamelli car. That was the Mercedes. Wow. I mean, just appeared out of nowhere from the dust, and we maybe could have been a bit further to left, but absolutely nothing to do with them. Not their fault at all. Just having a Ferrari being horizontal, perpendicular in front of them across the track.
Yeah, not great. And again, it's hard to react to that. In hindsight, yeah, they could have stayed more to the left. They probably would have gotten away with it, but they can't predict that. They can't predict the fact what that car's going to do. There's a very sudden spin for the Ferrari as well, and unfortunately has cast a shadow on the rest of their race, which again is a shame, especially when you're just the passenger in that incident, and it is difficult to react because, yeah, I mean, the Ferrari didn't necessarily do anything wrong as such. They were just trying to get themselves back to pit lane, and it is really difficult to drive without a rear wing. You're so susceptible to losing the rear end and spinning round. Maybe they could have put the brakes on and stopped the car from rolling more forwards, but again, there's not really much more that either car could have done in order to avoid it.
And Verl has had an issue in Sector 1. Arnage Competition has hit the barrier coming down through the S's. That is a very fast part of the track as well. Definitely a lot of vision, though. A lot more vision. Everyone should see him. But when he comes back onto the track, that is going to be very difficult. That's assuming he can get back onto the track. That is a front-engine Mercedes. If he's hit it real hard enough, it could have really damaged the engine, I guess. But maybe just having some other issues there. Wow, that is... that is not the nicest of positions to be sat in.
No, definitely not. Again, as you say, he is going to have to hope that the engine hasn't popped. We'll take another look as to what's happened. See a small little bit of a correction there, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then had to turn out with it. And as I've said time and time again already, the GT3s have not got the aerodynamic capabilities to avoid a car like that. As soon as they're on a line, they can't move from that line. And if they try, yeah, they're going to be hitting the barrier very, very quickly. So that is so unfortunate for Arnage, who have already been in the war so far this race, just trying to overcorrect and then found themselves into the barrier and firmly out of this race, which, yeah, not fun at all.
Yeah, I believe it was Luca D'Amelio for TX3. I believe it was the hypercar, not the LMP2 TX3 car that was diving out the inside there. Very tricky. I was mentioning it, not too long ago, that seemed to be the move up the inside just before you hit the S's. But I do believe that part of the track is orange zone as well. So that will be a double penalty. And as normally orange zone is sort of double penalties for the for the first lap. But for certain tracks like Laguna Seca, we had it last year as well in the corkscrew here. During the S's, we have an orange zone for the whole race, not just first lap, for the whole race during that thing. And as I say, if, any penalties in the orange zone are doubled. So that is going to be a big one for Luca D'Amelio. As we get, oh no, this is going to be a nice static cam. Look at the pink car. He's going to be, big dive up the inside there from Luca. And as much as there was a tiny bit of space, he was forcing that and just way too aggressive out of part of the track where race direction has already told them to be careful. Yeah,
and for good reason, as it's just been proven. I do feel so bad for the Arnage car there because, again, they went to turn into the corner. They didn't, as the faster car, as the one that's doing the lapping, it's your responsibility to lap safely. As a GT, you're told just to stay on your line and do everything as normal and just be predictable. And that's what the Arnage car was doing. And then, boom, there's a TX3 on their inside, and then, boom, they're in the wall, and boom, the race is over, which, sucks for them so much. Even worse when, you're not really at fault for it. And, for Arnage, it's a case of, they can give a penalty to TX3, but, that doesn't really help Arnage at this stage.
Car number 67. Car number 67, you need to get out of the car and get someone else in because you are lagging. car number 67.
So that is Satellite Racing, the mayor. We've been spotting that car lagging around a little bit, but now Race Direction has told them to swap drivers. Of course, it does take a couple of minutes to get an extra driver ready, so we'll appreciate them doing one more lap. Hopefully by the next lap they can get someone else into that car to recover, because first of all we noticed it, and now Race Direction has ordered them to swap around. We've got a pit stop there, Sandeep Singh for Netrex Grand Prix at the wheel of that machine, the number 28, 2 laps down on the leader, big laps down, but they are working their way up nicely. And also what is now turned into the battle for the lead is still remaining quite close. Simfreen and Kinnick at the wheel, but Shabakish is not letting him get away. That gap just over 1 second.
Yeah, not much in it by any stretch of the imagination. The Simfreen car and the Winchester Racing Team car as well. I think these are the two favourites potentially for the win. Again, it will have to pan out obviously with any future code 80s or incidents or mistakes or pit strategies and anything like that. But on raw pace, these two seem to be in such good in such a good position going forward. Shabakish is matching the pace set by Christopher Kinnick, who at some point, did find a way past and did get the move done. But the Winchester Racing Team car has been able to switch itself back on, bring the gap under a second. One mistake through traffic and Shabakish has got that lead back.
Certainly, it doesn't take much for the lap times to vary here. Just as an example, on the previous lap, Shabakish 9.0, Kinnick 10.6, so 1.6 seconds. But then look at this lap. You get stuck behind a bit of traffic there. That will definitely be a good second or so lost, and the gap ebbs and flows. So as near as Vida Hitley likes to say, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. It's definitely a big factor, especially on a tight and twisty track around here. So not the easiest one for the drivers, and that's why we've seen quite a few crashes already so far, and a couple of code 80s to come with that. And just noticing actually, the sun is starting to get a bit low in the sky. So already as we start to get up to half race distance, you can see the sun is already getting just that little bit lower, so we'll definitely be getting to some dark conditions by the end of the race.
Yeah, would imagine so. Of course, we're here for near on 8 hours, and of course, naturally, we are going to go through at least some portion of a day-night cycle in that time. Obviously, will be more precedent when we go to the 2 24-hour races at both Daytona and Le Mans. But obviously, will be nice to see obviously the track time change, unless we time it right. 8 hours. I mean, if you go from say 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, then you wouldn't really see much of a difference. But in-game time, the 8 hours is quite a lot of time. So we are going to cycle through a little bit of brightness changes, which shouldn't take too much into consideration. Obviously, there might be a little bit of a visibility change. It's more for aesthetic, or maybe even with the track temps cooling down, the tyres can get a little bit, they can switch on a little bit more and go a little bit longer, make it, not necessarily maybe go longer, but make it easier to go to the same distance, I suppose, for some of these drivers. But I suppose a sight for what's to come throughout the rest of the race, because 24-hour races in a season is heavy.
Yeah, especially for VECs. Oh, what is going on up ahead there into 10A, 10B? Didn't quite see the amount of didn't quite see who it was, but there's a big amount of cars through there, and I think some of them might have been this battle for P1. It got down to 4/10, but I think Shabakish has lost some time. That whole train of cars that is there on that start-finish straight, but then once again, Simfreen losing a couple of tenths through turn 1 behind that McLaren, and now that couple of tenths goes back the way of Winchester. Can they get past a bit more cleanly than we saw TX3? Yes, they can. So definitely a very, very close battle. Oh, whoa, who is that in the background? Completely missing one of the apexes. Was that the McLaren in the background, I think, maybe? There's a corner there. And thankfully it happened towards the tail end of the S's, otherwise there would have been a little bit more at stake. Obviously you miss one and you usually miss more. Luca Martino though, here for Armside, up in 3rd place, but quite a way down on the top 2 with Iris and Hyperion fighting away. I have to say the 2 Team Iris cars looking very, very good. I mean, one's leading, one's in 4th, so can't complain for their day. There's Loic Mounier now taking the wheel away from Martin Hamilton. Is putting another lap on another P2 car, and have been since they took the lead, have not looked back at all. They took the lead and then have just said, "All right, I'm gone." Yeah, it's been it's been quite Well, yeah, quite a weird race with how it's gone up and down. We still didn't quite work out exactly how that gap expanded so quickly, but over, I think it was the third hour in the race as such. Yeah, that was definitely quite a big factor. Talking of people going up and down, we're now looking back at Go Team Racing. They were 1 and 2 for quite a while, but they were off strategy. But the thing that has got me is that they've just been together. We're now 189 laps into the race, and they are still nose to tail within about a second of each other, as they have been for a good couple of hours now. Crazies. Pagani there, unfortunately, gets a penalty. We saw that car in the wars a little bit earlier, and that is your number 69 machine, has had some issues there. That was the Tamelli car. They had some issues on their own, and then unfortunately got caught up with that crash a little bit earlier. So they've had some damage repairs, 18 laps down, and now, yeah, another penalty to add to that one, just showing you how the race is going on.
Yeah, penalties galore. Coming into the race, obviously, as we've touched on, the long list, the novel even of penalties coming in, and obviously the penalties dished out going throughout it has not been ideal for some teams. It's just gone from bad to worse to dreadful to appalling for some teams. It's not even gone from bad to worse. There are more stages to their grief, yeah, they would have liked to have seen better days here at Road Atlanta, but it's been a very chaotic return. Obviously, as Ewan said, it's been nearly a decade since we've been here at Road Atlanta, and it's been a while, and it's been tough to get back into the swing of things here, because again, it is a tough track. It's a fun track, but as you said, it's tough. The attrition is high. It's a small, twisty track as well. To have 50 cars going around is probably a little bit excessive. So it just means that you have to turn everything up to 11 and hope that it's good enough. Well, yeah, we've got a fight here going on in LMP2. We've got the second team RS car fighting away with Giuseppe Zaracino in Visceral. So not too big of a battle going, not too big of a gap between the fight for 4th and 5th, as we see at the NewRacing.com hypercar getting.
Yeah, it's certainly been a close battle between a lot of these teams, and Iris doing a good job with that. It's just, yeah, mental actually how the gaps have worked out. This car is 4th in class and already 2 laps down off the lead, which is, yeah, rather something. I remember in my time a couple of years ago now racing in the LMP2 category, and there were always 10 to 15 LMP2s so close together. And I remember we were trying so hard. Me and my teammates, I think we were in the number 49 Burst Esport that year around a couple of years ago, and it was insane how hard. That was a close battle there of Hargitay, but managed to get through that one. But yeah, I remember we were trying so hard just to get inside the top 10 that season. It was so close, but this race seems to have just spread out, and it's not like there's bad teams there. We've got Visceral in 5th, Ferrari in 6th, Netwreck 7th, On-Off in 8th place. All of them realistically could and should be getting podiums this season, but it's just been that difficult of a race that it's really spread out the pack.
Yeah, it has done, and not just necessarily in LMP2 either. We've obviously in one hypercar, we've got Race Car struggling. Obviously, Burst are now doing all right because their penalty was a little bit less severe earlier on, and they've not added on subsequent ones after the fact. And also sort of in GT3 as well, we've got some big names. Juicers have been struggling a little bit to kickstart their season campaign as well, but just in general, yeah, it's been a really tough race for some, and I suppose it has opened the door for some underdogs to get themselves into the mix and showcase what they can do on a day where things are tough. Obviously, Wincheck getting the podium last time, once we've been able to carry their pace forward and contend here in Road Atlanta as well. So yeah, it's opened the door for plenty of teams and just opened the door for a really entertaining race.
Insane race it certainly has been, as we come to the end of the 4th hour in a few minutes time, and we're now 5 laps away from the half race distance, so almost 500 miles completed of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and those 5 laps will go very quickly indeed around here, with 1 minute 9-ish lap times for the leaders around here. And we actually continue our battle for the lead. Shabakirch is getting closer, and he's all the way up to the back of the Symphony car. Fortunately, just once again, but the traffic gets in between them. That'll be another couple of tenths as the BS Plus Zoom car. Should be able to slide past. That's a little bit tighter than we would have wanted, but manages to get up through it all. BS actually had to go off onto the grass there. It was quite tight between the two. As we're saying, GT3 is really on the limit down that corner and just having to give any centimeters extra room, and it turns into that going onto the grass. Very expensive lawnmower. Winching now just losing a couple more, probably about another second or so as they came through turn 7 there. Very difficult racing around here. They closed up, but after just a couple of cars, they've now dropped back off again.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that as Vida Heatley does say, traffic gives, traffic giveth, traffic taketh. It is a very big mouthful. I don't know how they say it with a Scottish accent as well, but impressive, I have to say. Good on them. But yeah, just sort of, we saw earlier with how quickly things can sort of open and close with Simfream and Winchick. It was actually earlier on as well, able to close, what was it, like an 8.5 second gap in the span of 2 laps, purely because Winchick got the poor end of the stick in terms of traffic. So you can very easily have that swing. And it has again proven to open up a 1.8 second wedge between our 2 leaders. There is Damien Skovron for Burst Esport next view, taking the wheel away from Jane Simičić, who drove a brilliant first stint to try and minimise the damage, and now it's Skovron's turn to drive this middle portion of the race. And I have to say, I wouldn't say Burst Esport, I don't think they're in third place, sort of, actually, after pit stops and things funnel themselves out, but, off the roads.
Hyperion, contact in the background, Juices get hit around by Visceral, and that was all a big of a chain reaction. The car's avoiding in the background as well, horrible place to spin for Juices there, but I definitely think that was the Visceral car. That probably would have been Saraceno just having some contact, and that was a very, very awkward piece of the track, section of the track there, and car spin around. That just makes it pretty tight.
Pretty tight, yeah, indeed. And it's just that knock-on effect with how many cars there are and how little track space there is. One person goes around and it sort of chain reactions itself into a very big issue. We've got Nick McComb up into 10th place for Juices Motorsport. Have been driving really well, of course, in their very, very lovely livery, of course, fielding the Ferrari over the course of last season, and have now swapped over into the Porsche GT3. And not been doing a too bad of a job in 10th place. Obviously would want a little bit more. There is Luca D'Amelio for Virtual Drivers by TX3 taking a pit stop after obviously their stint. And do they get a penalty in the end?
I didn't see it come up in the box, but I would assume for next race they'll have a big penalty like what we saw. But this is actually the battle for the lead that is just in behind that Burst Esport car. This is just something that we were looking at as Simfream now trying to put another lap on a single lap on Burst, actually, who've managed to just about remain on that lead lap despite a couple of penalties that they had earlier. However, I do think what are we at? We're coming up for another hour, so there's another pit stop coming the way for some of these teams, so maybe some pit strategy or something might change that, whether they stay on the lead lap or not. But this would be a good time actually to judge the pace with how Skovron could stay out of the blue flags or not of the Simfream car.
Yeah, for sure. Again, they're going to need to, obviously, if they want to get that lap back. They have to stay in front, similar to what we saw with Denahan for Race Clutch earlier. You've got to get in front of the leaders of the class in order to actually make more progress, which is a very, very tough ask in of itself. But hopefully for Skovron, he's going to be able to do it, and more issues. Yeah,
DeChutis, he sat there with no rear wing. This is on the exit of turn 10B, coming up over the bridge, under the bridge, I should say, in towards the final corner. He's had some sort of mistake, and he hasn't moved yet, so he's just sitting there and waiting for something to happen. Nothing. If he just DNFs, then he should be okay. And even if he gets back on the racing line, shouldn't need a code 80 because he's right next to the pit lane, but still a very, very awkward situation for the Italian to be sitting in.
Yeah, and just more salt in the wound for that satellite car in terms of how their race has gone. I have to say again, I respect the fact they're still going strong in this race and sort of pushing forward no matter what goes their way. They're still trying to get to the end, but yeah, they would have been wanting more from Red Atlanta if they can help it. We've got Visceral fighting away as well in a battle for 6th from the GT3s as Diogo Silva tries his best to hang on there. You can see only half a second back is their rival, but all in all, yeah, Satellite have had next race.
Yes, on to the next race certainly will be the mindset, for, at least for that car. But also with the other car, Amaya was obviously being told after some lag issues to swap drivers, so not being the race they would have wanted. 18th position car, that is Chachutis gone back to the pit lane, so I believe that's going to be a DNF. Yes, it is. So we now have 6 DNFs over the course of the race so far, and a couple of them coming just in recent laps. Race is certainly starting to be a little bit attritional as it progresses on. And this is the battle that we've been looking at on the screen for the last lap or so. Got Caspian with Akio at the wheel trying to chase down Silver just in that Vissel car ahead of them, getting very close as we are at the halfway stage of the race. That 198 means we are 500 miles of the way into the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, and we are just shy of 4 hours, so it's going to be just under 8 hours for the race if we continue at this pace. But let's see how that one goes. We've had a bit of a crash as well in LMP2. The thing is, Haggerty, who's just made a pit stop, has had issues. No rear wing. That is going to be a very tricky one to get back from. Another crash in turn 5 to add to the list.
Yeah, more and more is just getting worse and worse, and that is Team Iris as well, running really, really strongly. They were maybe even on...
Going to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh,
also, when you crash, you can
the
slow
corner.
down.
Managed to just about hold on to it as we come to code 80. Everyone will have to slow down to pit, pit speed limit. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting point because some pit stops will be coming up as we ever get to. Another hour in the race, and this, as we go into code 80, is going to be a good time to swap around commentators. So myself and Zach will be leaving you, and you'll be joined by Ewan O'Leary and Hugo Barrow for the next couple of hours before I come back to join Hugo for the final 2. So Ewan, take it away and enjoy the next couple of hours.
Thanks very much, Cam, and thanks to Zach, who is now leaving us for the afternoon. But yes, welcome along to the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, or continued coverage of. As we hit the halfway mark, Hugo, we've got our 3rd Code 80 of the day. But really, I'm going to count this as the second one because the first one came on lap 1. It didn't have much strategic interest, or it didn't interfere very much. However, this one certainly has. We've got the top 3 overall in, and we've got some major players in all 3 categories into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, well, it's just happened on the hour, and that tends to be roughly when these drivers are pitting anyway, so it's going to be quite beneficial for those who were just coming to the pit lane when the Code 80 came out. Obviously, you're under pit lane speed limiter during the Code 80, so you really lose almost no time in the pits. But a bit of drama, I think, to kick off the second half of this race and to welcome us back and sort of get settled in before everything kicks off again, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to get settled in quite quickly.
Back to green in 10 seconds, and when you crash, please slow down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
I was about to say, because we're going back to green, and that indeed was exactly the case. So Code 80 is now over, and we're ready to go racing once again. 250 miles, 500 miles of the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta still remains, and still leading out front is Christopher Kierneck in the Simfreem Esports car. Now got 8 seconds over Sharbakis, who's in second for Winchick Racing Team, and then further back, now a lap behind, I believe, is Demian Skrovron in third. Oh no, he's still just about on the lead lap, I think. Yes, there is the leader right behind him, so just about on the lead lap, but by the barest of margins, and he has just been overtaken now. So Kierneck now with just 2 drivers on the lead lap as things stand. That hasn't really helped Go Team Racing though, unfortunately. For those in the front, they were going to pit on the hour anyway because they were on the normal strategy. However, that Code 80 was very well timed for them. Not well timed for Go Team Racing because it's halfway through their stint. They were already trying to make use of an earlier Code 80 to help their strategy, and unfortunately, the second one of the day has fallen wrong for them, and they're now a bit stuck really in 5th and 7th place with no real hopes of progressing that position on strategy. They'll have to do it on circuit instead.
I suppose though there is still there's still 500 miles to go, and there is still going to be many opportunities if it carries on at this rate that there'll be more Code 80s to go either way. So I don't think they'll be too let down yet. They've just got to keep plucking away, do what they can with the hand they're given, and see what they can find in the future. But Christopher Kierneck looking reasonably comfortable there in the Simfreem car. Because so 8 seconds behind after 200 laps. It's not too bad of a gap, and that definitely seems like it could go either way at the moment. We'll see what Vingetic Racing team are able to do with what they have at the moment. Although 8 seconds, it's going to be difficult to close that up in a short amount of time.
In LMP2, look, Meunier is leading the way for Team Iris. This is, of course, the team that won at Monza in LMP2, although Meunier wasn't a part of that team on that day. He was, well, I don't know what he was doing, but he wasn't driving. They did take the win, though, from Gold Racing Esports. I believe it was one of, if not the closest for LMP2 finish at Monza on that day. Gold Racing Esports were the ones chasing them down. Unfortunately, they've had problems today, and the gaps are a lot bigger today, in fact, in LMP2. Now the Team Iris car has 30 seconds on Luca Martino, more than 30 seconds on Luca Martino, who's in second, and then there's another 30 seconds back to Patrick Stravkovsky, who is third in the number 44. That's Hyperion Esports. But what we have seen is the top three, the podium sitters from last race, up there again. 2 of the 3 who are on the podium at Monza are running inside the top 3 again here at Road Atlanta. And I know things can change very quickly, but the fact that the 3 of them have a lap over those 4 on backwards has got to be a bit comforting to them going into the second half of the race.
And that number 37 Team Iris car, just in the lead of LMP2, to put it into perspective, that gap is about the time it takes to change your tyres in the pit stop. So that's a fairly reasonable gap, and that's going to be quite comforting for them at the moment. They'll just need to keep that up. But as you're saying, yeah, it seems to be the heavy hitters once again back at the top, and it could be settling in for a season of perhaps domination. We'll see, but at least they are challenging each other for the moment, even though the rest of the field do seem to be quite spread out. Obviously, there's about 9 laps even between the first and last car in the current LMP2 sort of group on track. So while they're spread out, we've still got these little battles that could fizzle away. And down in 19th place, Robert Pound seems to be putting a bit of pressure onto Nicholas Lemoyne here. You can see traffic is just erupting at this part of the track, and there seems to be cars all over the place at the moment. That gap for Robert Pound, and not too far ahead, but 4 seconds still could be closed down. I'm not sure what his last lap was, but yeah, managing this traffic, it's going to cost him some time, but also cost the cars they're racing some time, and he'll be looking to close down that gap in front of him as a result of that.
You mentioned the LMP2 grouping. That's because there's a few still behind some of the GT3s actually in the field. 3 of the 6 retirements so far in this race are LMP2s. Geeks Energy Sim Racing being one of them, being right in contention for a podium early on. Go Team Racing and Ramada Motorsport both retired quite early on in this race. They're both way over 100 laps off the 150 laps over the overall lead, at the moment, so that they're a long way off. I do believe that Pablo Allen is still in the race for Virtual Drivers by TX3, although he is 43rd and 4 laps off the next car, never mind the next car in LMP2, which is 16 laps down on the overall lead. He's 41 laps down, so he's 25 laps off catching anyone at the moment. Not an ideal race so far for them, but I do believe they're still in the race. At the very least. No hypercars out of the race just yet, just those 3 LMP3s and 3 GT3s as well. That is the closest battle in LMP2, currently watching it, but it's 8 seconds apart. There's some more interesting ones in GT3. Wojciech Polesny leads the way ahead of the rest. He's more than 30 seconds ahead of Alexei Kutsak and Adam Taylor, both drivers who got in, I believe, under that Code 80 or just before it. I think the GT3s came in, or would have been scheduled to come in just before it. But anyway, they're new arrivals into the car. I think for the first time today for Kutsak, it's Adam Taylor's second stint in the car now for Wanako. But this is a close battle. They're very much stuck in their own island, if you like. The gap ahead to first place is more than 30 seconds in front, and they've got more than 3/4 of a minute behind as well. But they can fight between themselves for second for now.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to have to be careful here, especially going through those S's. This track is very narrow, it's very hilly, very easy for the cars to get a little bit out of shape, and you've got all that traffic moving around you, so they're going to have to approach this battle with a bit of caution. As you're saying, yeah, they're in a bit of an island. These positions, they're not going to mean too much at the moment, but come the end of the race, maybe something will happen ahead that that gap will be able to close and potentially go for that lead once again if something happens to that lead car with Wojciech Polesny at the wheel, or maybe something happens to them and they are forced to drop back. The bigger the gap behind, the better, especially if you're battling with one another. You're going to have to be careful avoiding contact, because you could bring both yourself and the other driver down, and you don't want to be doing that. So I think this could be quite a tame battle for the moment, and they're still about a second in it, so it's ebbing and flowing. But yeah, they will have to be careful, and maybe it will pay off just taking a bit of caution to this little fight in the later stages of the race.
Further back, Kamil Naui is just ahead of Diogo Silva, who's was under quite a lot of pressure from the Porsche of Erdem Akyol in the 75. You can just see in behind, bit of traffic interference there for Caspian Motorsport as they get past that McLaren just in behind. You can see that's the car down in 11th place. Currently, I believe, being driven by Ben Guider, still is the number 78. So Akyol makes his way through on him and tries to chase down Silva for a top 5. This is also a battle where they're very much isolated as well. You've got the Kamil Naui car in the number 81. That is Blackhawk Racing's car, of course, the second of their 2 cars. Then you've got Visceral Esports, then Caspian with Erdem Akyol. Then you've got BS Plus Zoom Competition. And then there's 2 laps back to Satellite. The gaps are getting very big in certain parts of the order here. And this 4th to 7th battle is very much isolated as well, like the one for second is.
As you said, yeah, there do seem to be a very sort of solid groups of cars fighting for certain positions, and then big gaps either side. As you said, there's that 2-second gap behind. I suppose that's sort of the result of the race. Those Code 80s would have been splitting people up, offsetting strategy, and at the moment it's just a matter of being as quick as you can where you can. But especially in this battle here, battle for 4th, a few positions are worth a few points, and given that there aren't too many races in the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar, all those points are going to make a lot of difference towards the end of the season, because you've got to be taking a season-long approach to these races. Though they are long in and of themselves, the season's much longer, and if you sacrifice a decent result in this race trying to go for an even better result, that could really come back to bite you, those points that you lose at the end of the season when everything else has come to pass. So it's going to be a bit of management, and as you said, though, bit of a split up on track. They're still there looking a bit comfortable, but the rest of the track not so much.
That was very close for Erdem Akyol as one of the hypercars tried to dive down his inside. Is that sim racing for Holland maybe? I'm not entirely sure. It might be Burst Esport, can't tell. There's too many black and white liveries this season, and that's one of them anyway, making its way through at the moment. That's definitely needracing.com, so it won't be Burst. But that's needracing.com making their way through in the all red, not to be confused with Race Clutch at the same time. But it was certainly one of the hypercars diving down the inside of Akyol there in towards that chicane, and could have been a very bad moment for everybody. Thankfully, that's been sorted out. I mean, 6 retirements from the 50 so far is a relatively high number, considering we only had 2 didn't finishes from the opening round of the season, and one of them was a DNS because of a PC crash at an inopportune moment. So I'm not sure whether to say, that's a high number or not, but 6 after only half the race, I think is a little bit of a high number, but that's what people were expecting from Road Atlanta, I suppose. It's one of those circuits that you do have to be very careful on, and some people haven't been quite careful enough, evidently, so far in this race, because we do have 3 LMP2s and 3 GT3s out of the race already.
Well, I think it also goes to sort of show just how much of a difference there is between this track and Monza, the opening race. Monza, quite a flat track, lots of straights and not too many turns, whereas there's constant elevation change. There's not as much room when you go off. You're sort of straight onto grass or straight onto gravel and then into a wall. And there are quite windy sections of the track as well, which makes this multi-class racing especially dangerous, as you're going to be trying to navigate around these cars while they're on the edge of grip for a lot of the lap. So I think it says a little bit about that as well. But as you said, a fairly high attrition rate, 6 cars already. It does leave 44 cars out on track. And given this track, it's only about 2 miles-ish long. It's not the longest circuit. It does mean it still seems to be crowded at most points. And that's going to require the utmost concentration from all of these drivers out at the moment.
To put it into perspective as well, by the way, Petit Le Mans in real life, of course, is next weekend, and the entry was released the other day. I think it's in the 40s somewhere, so we've actually got more cars starting this race than it's starting the real life Petit Le Mans next weekend. That's a longer race, which makes things a little bit easier. I suppose it means there's more time to fall off, but makes things a little bit easier in terms of being calm at the start of the race and whatever. And we've got more than that and a shorter race distance to contend with here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That's what a task was ahead of these drivers at the start of the day, and already we've seen this track bite a few drivers in this season. The first time in 11 years we've been to Road Atlanta in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That was for another 1,000-mile race, and that was completed in 8 hours 25. 8 hours 25. Very nearly 26 back then 11 years ago. Now that was using obviously a decade ago's LMP2 technology. Now we're into the Mon Hypercar, as we've got a spin there for one of the cars just behind Erdem Akgol. I think it may be Ben Guida, maybe, although he seems to have been in the pit lane and maybe drops a little bit further back. But let's see. Oh no, he's down on pit lane, so it's definitely not him. But there was certainly a spin at the top of the hill there. Couldn't see who it was for, but just bouncing over those curbs at turn 2, really, that caught someone out.
Yeah, it does seem to be that the curbs are fairly aggressive around here. You do have to be careful. Of course, we've seen before the GTs seem to manage the curves better most of the time. They seem to be a bit more forgiving for the drivers, but they are something that have to be paid attention to regardless. And as well, you can see around this track, these LMP2s, the prototype cars, do seem to be a lot smaller. In fact, they are a lot smaller than the GTEs. And they can sort of sneak up behind you as well. So if you're not paying attention, you might suddenly see a car in your rearview mirror. But we're going to move to this battle here. It's Adam Taylor having a sniff up around the outside there, trying to move up the order, perhaps get into that second position, I think, on Alexei Kutzak, as they are pretty much side by side heading into the next turn. Who has the advantage? It looks like Adam Taylor is just about ahead, going into the braking zone there. He's going to be able to hold it. And that LMP2, I think, just in the background, giving the advantage, boxing in that car he's just overtaken, and not allowing Alexei Kutzak to respond by trying to have send it back down the inside there.
Yeah, so Adam Taylor through to second. There must have been something going on preceding what we saw there, because it did seem that Kutzak was wide through turn 7, and that really ruined his run onto the back straight, which allowed the Porsche to get alongside and get through even before the braking zone. So I would imagine there was more to the story there just before we joined up with it, but Adam Taylor is now through into second, the 4-time Virtual Endurance champion, and now we'll go in search of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing Ferrari, which currently leads this race. It's Wojciech Polesny in GT3 leading the way, as they won, of course, at Monza as well. Well, sorry, they didn't win. They were second place at Monza. The number 91 of Alexei Kutzak we just saw did win at Monza. They're now third. We're seeing in GT3 as well, there's some top contenders having a good couple of opening rounds like Black Hawk, Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Monaco, because they were on the podium at Monza. They're in the top 3 again now.
It does seem to be shaping up for quite an interesting season, all of these challenges about the circuit at the moment. I'm just having a look around the order as well. It seems that there's maybe a couple of pit stops happening at the moment. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, as you're saying, lots of contention at the moment. Should set us up for a very good season if these sort of battles are able to continue. And I'm not sure if something's happening to one of the LMP2s. I'll come back to you on that. But yeah, it seems to be quite an exciting lineup for the future. We've got up at the top, I think, Rob van Starkenberg here seems to be putting on a bit of pressure ahead to Robert Pound, only a second behind. Could start challenging that in the near future. You can see that's the Netrex GP car, currently 9th in class, 19th overall, closing up hopefully to the Gold Racing Esports car if you can. There's yellow flags in Sector 2 though. They're out pretty much as soon as they, they're back in rather as soon as they come out.
Oh, it was one of the hypercars, I think, that's gone off. Janssen Bins, maybe? Has he got damage? No. Well, I say that. It doesn't look like he was tracking quite straight. It's the Seawolf Net Race car, and that was the one I couldn't identify earlier on, by the way, in case you were wondering. They got overtaken by one of the GT3s on the exit of turn 5 on that lap, and obviously that's not, well, that is unusual. So he must have had some kind of problem, Janssen Bins, but clearly it's not been that much of a problem because he doesn't seem to be damaged. Brakes a little bit late in towards the chicane and gets it a bit wrong on the exit as well, but he doesn't come into the pit lane, so he seems to be absolutely fine. He's going to be overtaken by the 17 Go Team Racing car that's currently running in 5th place in Hypercar. So Bins will continue on, the former Valley Esports driver of last season, now moved over to Seawolf Net Race, still running in 8th place after whatever happened to him there.
Yeah, it seems that maybe he just let up his tyres a bit there, returning to the track after whatever happened, because he does seem to be slightly squirrely at the moment. You can see he doesn't seem too comfortable as that GT goes right onto the grass, trying to avoid a little bit of contact here. But as you were saying, yeah, Jansen Vince does not look like he's having the greatest time out on track with that hypercar at the moment. We'll see if he's able to recover from whatever's going on now. We've got Jake Dennehan not too far behind there. You can see 2.2 seconds. There's a few pieces of traffic between the two vehicles on the track at the moment, and you can see it's getting a little bit dark in the shadows there. Those headlights are beginning to light up the road, but I don't think we're expecting any darkness out the course of this race. I might be wrong though, we might get some just in the last couple of hours or so, but yeah, at the moment Jake Dennehan's just plucking away, trying to close down that gap.
You say that. Petit Le Mans normally does have darkness towards the end of it, but this is obviously not quite Petit Le Mans, and shadows are getting quite long already, considering we've got at least 3 hours remaining of this race. I would argue that we are going to see a bit of darkness towards the end, although maybe not towards Petit Le Mans levels. Jake Dennehan is closing in on 5th place, by the way, but far more pressingly, Camille Naoui is going to have to hold off Diogo Silva all over again there. It's Naoui in the Aston Martin, the Black Hawk Aston Martin, just in the foreground. Then it's Silva in the BMW just behind. As by the way, the Alexei Kutzak driven car is continuing to fall away from Adam Taylor up for 2nd place. This battle closes in for 4th place. It's Naoui who breaks late in towards the final chicane, and Silva who continues to apply the pressure, and Akio who's continuing to be frustrated by traffic. He still can't quite get to these two.
Yeah, and they're pretty closely matched for pace rather. The last lap they were just 0.2 of a second apart, and having crossed the line once again, that seems to be, they pretty much bang on each other, maybe a few hundredths of a second in it. So Diogo Silva really piling on the pressure now in that very aggressive looking BMW M4 GT car, and you can see closing up still as we head down the hill. Only problem is you have to be pretty close to mount a meaningful challenge around this track, because it's one thing trying to get close as well. You need to be in a position to try and move down the inside, and given that there's so many S's, there's not actually too many overtaking opportunities. You need to hope that the car in front makes a mistake, and that might be what Diogo Silva's doing, putting on the pressure and just sitting behind, seeing if there's any opportunity to pounce on and try and take that 4th position.
Well, let's see for Silva as he makes his way down towards the final chicane. Of course, there's a couple of Visceral Esports cars on the grid here this season, by the way. Silva being only at the wheel of one of them, but Visceral with 2 cars. Another BMW is the number 66, running a lot further down and outside the top 10 for the moment. I think they were caught up in the opening lap incidents, actually, come to think of it. It was, of course, a big crash earlier where lots of the GT3s, if not most of the GT3s, were caught up. Hearing that someone saying in the YouTube chat that someone's got 3 laps of repair time and their race is over. Who's that about? We haven't seen a particularly recent incident, have we? I don't recall one, unless they mean Race Clutch who were in again, but I would be surprised about that personally. We'll try and find out who that's about, because Race Clutch were actually about to try and overtake Go Team Racing, but so hopefully they're not the ones with damage.
Yeah, hopefully not. 3 laps is a pretty significant margin to try and make up. That'll end up costing you about 4 or 5 minutes, I think, depending on the vehicle you're in. You can see it's the LMH Seawolf car, yes. That's pretty unfortunate, in fact, because most of the LMH cars have been sticking near the front fairly comfortably, but that Seawolf car, the number 6, has dropped to the back of the class and is already a lap down on the car in front. So that does seem to be any contention for high points there over for Seawolf Net Race, which is very unfortunate for them.
And that's exactly why I didn't realise that 3 laps repair time was about Seawolf, who did have that incident at Turn 5 a couple of laps ago. So they'll be dropping off the back. I mean, they will still score points. You score points for lower than 10th place. I think it's 15 or 20 in the VEC these days, because of the slightly larger classes. I think it might be 15 that you score points for, but anyway, they will score points, and they are in Division 1 as well, which of course gives you points in relation to the rest of the field. But nevertheless, it's not a good start to the season, and it's kind of unfortunate, really, that they've left off in the first of the hypercar era, or the new hypercar era, the Van Wall era, if you want to call it that. That they've left off in this manner, because over the course of the 2 DPI seasons, they were a very, very solid team and were lurking around, sort of testing and trying for that title in both of the DPI seasons. It's just a shame that the Van Wall era has not gotten off to a good start for Seawolf.
No, I agree. I remember at the end of last season, they were really putting on some pressure trying to go for that lead. But it does seem that the sort of change in machinery has not worked too well for them. Hopefully, they'll be able to find their feet. They might have to... It's a bit early to call now, but maybe if a season carries on the way it's going, try and get more used to the cars over the course of this season and come back fighting next. But it's a bit ominous to talk about next season already, given we're only about 1.5 races into this one. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they'll be able to recover soon and start putting on some serious performance in the future races. I'm not sure when the next one is, but there's a bit of time to work on between then and now. But yeah, as you said, the change in machinery doesn't seem to have worked out too well for them.
Yeah, we're roughly racing every month, by the way, in the VEC this season over the course of 8 months. This race comes only 5 weeks after the opener at Monza. It'll be only 4 weeks until we race at the 4 Hours of Bahrain, coming up for round number 3, and then another 4 weeks after that, the 6 Hours of Spa. Bit of a break after Christmas, but not that much. The 13th of January is the 24 Hours of Daytona, the first of 2 24-hour races. Another 4 weeks to the 6 Hours of Road America. 4 weeks after that is Sebring. Then another 4 weeks, you guessed it, to the 4 Hours of Imola, and then we get a month off in May before the 24 Hours of VEC Le Mans, which it is our championship finale for, what, 10th season in a row? Don't quote me on that. But it's our traditional finale, and we'll be back there again in June. So over the course of 9 months, we're racing pretty much every 4 or 5 weeks. And even during January as well, a 24-hour race at Daytona throughout January. That's going to be a very, very tough one for everyone. In the first time, the Virtual Endurance Championship has held 2 24-hour races in one season for 8 years.
Well, I think it says a lot, the fact that I have not seen 2 24-hour races in any season that I've commentated. I've only been here for about 3 or 4 years now. But yeah, as you said, 2 24 hours, that's going to be really tough. Especially as it's in the middle of January. It's not really the end of the season, as you said, it's right in the middle, and that's going to really add an extra lot of pressure to the overall race, and obviously the overall championship. Obviously those 24-hour races, you get 1.5 times the points you would at a normal race, so they're extra valuable, but they do take a lot more work to prepare for and a lot more work to take part in. So it's going to be quite a hefty season, I think, this year, and it's going to test the drivers, I think, a lot more, because we have had some shorter seasons recently, but this is definitely a change for the better, I think.
Yeah, back to 8 races again. I think it was, what, season, don't test me now, 13, or was it 12 even, where we went down to 6. No, 13, I think. We went down to 6 races in a season. That really was a bit of a dash throughout that course of the season. But yeah, it would have been 13, I would say, or 14. No, I don't know. Oh, it's the one of the LMP2s goes off the road. I think that was the Seawolf car that has just gone off. Linus Lundvall again, who's running down in 10th place. Not sure how you would have found yourself out there, really, through the final corner. That's an odd place to find yourself.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the most orthodox racing line through there, but back on track. However, yeah, a little bit further behind than a P9. You can see that's 26 seconds, so that's a bit of room to make up for the Seawolf cars. And it seems that, yeah, Seawolf in both divisions, not in both categories rather, LMP2 and the hypercar, not having the greatest time of it today. There's still time to try and pull some of it back, but they're probably not too satisfied at the moment.
By the way, it was season 14 I was thinking of with the 6 rounds. Season 13 had 9, so they could have been more wrong. Through the middle goes Lundvall as they fight their way through. Think that was the battle for 4th in GT3 that they just passed, though. Diogo Silva trying to make his way through, but still can't do it. I mean, we've been watching this battle almost the entire time we've been here now for nearly half an hour, and he's still not finding his way through. I do get the feeling that he wants to go through, but I'm starting to doubt myself here, because he spent so long behind the Aston Martin now that maybe he is just hanging back for the moment and waiting as things stand, because he's still not managed it.
Well, I'm not sure. I think just down into that chicane there at turn 10, he seems to have a little look, actually. Maybe overcooked it a little bit and ran a bit deep, almost touched the back of Naui. So I think he's still going for it, but just struggling to find the opportunity. And obviously, there was a prototype passing at the same time, which is not ideal for Silver's move. But you can see moving down this hill, getting very close. But once again, these hypercars and these prototypes just come up behind, and they take away all of the room on the track. It makes it so much more difficult to take a move. You can see there Silver trying to grab a tiny bit more of that slipstream coming off the back of the hypercar as we head through the next section of the track. Still not finding any room, but down into the chicane again, we could see an attempt at replicating the move from last lap. It all depends on this traffic though, because it may mean he won't be able to pull to either side of Naui and try and make a move. You can see dropping back a little bit further there. It's 0.2 of a second the gap, heading towards the braking zone now. It's one of the heavier braking zones on the circuit, and yeah, just doesn't seem to be any room. So maybe he is backing off, but it did seem last lap at least he had a go at turn 10.
Yeah, it's just not happening for him at the moment. I can't really put my finger on quite why, I've got to say. Eden Makion must have lost a lot of time in that last pit stop, I've got to say, because he's found himself a lap behind BS Plus Zoom competition, and that means he's 2 laps behind Black Hawk and Visceral, who we just saw battling. And now only a moment ago we saw him go into the pit lane from right behind those two who were fighting for 4th place. So I don't know quite how they would have lost quite so much time in that exchange, as they, for my money, only made just a very normal pit stop. As I can see the race leader off the road. I think the race leader, Sarmakis, is off the road. Is he? No, not quite. He's just making his way through the first sector, excuse me, where there was a yellow flag. I thought he was the one causing it, though. Clearly not. And it's someone else. But goodness me, that scared me for a moment. Christopher Kiernack involved in the first sector as well. Can't tell you who was off the road, actually. Oh, it was the LMH leader, we're being told. But he seems to be running absolutely fine. So maybe I shouldn't have doubted myself so much. Sharby doesn't even look to have any damage on him, does he? I mean, I can't see anything wrong.
I'm not sure. I mean, he's only now 11 or 12 seconds ahead of P2. I remember that gap was a little bit bigger earlier. Doesn't seem to be too damaged. Although I noticed with the Seagull car earlier, it didn't look too damaged, and it still had something wrong with it. And those front sort of daylights are usually on the car. He hasn't pulled into the pit lane though, so maybe he was all right. Maybe just went for a little detour off the road itself. But yeah, he seems to have only spun and got back going.
Okay, so yeah, Christopher Kiernack has clearly been off the road somewhere and dropped down behind Winchick Racing Team now, who do lead. So Kiernack, the reason it's confusing me is because Kiernack's margin was about 11.5 seconds beforehand, and now it's 11.5 seconds, but in the opposite direction. So Kiernack was the one who was leading, of course, for Simfreem, and now no longer. We've got Winchick Racing now leading the way. Still getting intermittent yellow flags in Sector 1, by the way. But yeah, Kiernack's clearly been off the road, and I mean, there doesn't seem to be any damage on him either. I mean, it must have just been a spin with him avoiding the wall, but I can't really, you know, it seems pretty unlikely that he would have spun and been able to survive that, as we do have a big crash at turn 3 apparently. Let's see if we can try and catch a glimpse of it, can we? No, this is not far back enough, I'm afraid, to try and find. We'll see if we can see anybody stricken. If we follow Fabian Barley coming through the S's now. Is there anyone missing any significant body parts at the moment? Can't see. There's an LMP2 off the road down there. Now, who is that? Off to the right-hand side. I can't quite see for the moment who that may be. May have been the driver running in 5th place, Giuseppe Saracino. It is Visceral Esports who are off the road. They were battling with Ferrari earlier on. Now they're in the wall and really struggling here.
Well, that's certainly a very dramatic turn of the race. It all seems to be happening around lap 225. That car does not look comfortable. Doing well to stay out of the way of the other drivers, but I think he is going to have to cross the road to try and get back to the pits. If they're going to try and get that repaired, it's 5th place. It's dropping down to 7th now. I don't know how long that's going to take to repair, but I don't imagine it's going to be very quick, and it might not be worth trying to get it back out on track. Although you have to commend Visceral and Saracino there, at least being quite considerate with where they're driving and avoiding the track, avoiding any potential mishaps from trying to recover. But again, not ideal. And I'd like to know if there are any other cars involved in that. And I also have an update for the number 6 Seawolf Net race. They've retired from the race. They don't think it's worth continuing after the repairs they were expecting to take.
Okay, so shame for them to see them out of the race. And Visceral now, Giuseppe Saracino, taking a trip back to pit lane that is quite precarious. But he's going to be able to get to the pit lane, we hope, without causing any problems. It's a nervy time for everybody, though, as they make their way through. Turka Hakkinen is closing on Damian Stravron, and he just makes his way through on Saracino there, so we'll leave him behind for the moment. Hopefully he gets back to pit lane all right, but there seems to have been quite a few involved. Okay, so I believe that we're being told from Ruben Carrera-Alves, who's helping us a lot at the moment. Janssen Bintzen basically did repair that damage that we mentioned earlier on, but then got caught up in that pile-up in turn 3 with Saracino and others, and that has caused their retirement. Nick Newcomb in the GT3 is out in a crash on the back straight, apparently. Now, I'm not sure what's happened to Juice's Motorsport Club back there, but we've had a change for the lead, multiple cars off the road, lots of cars in pit lane as well, when I wasn't quite expecting them. Visceral are now up to 3rd, for example, despite having come into the pit lane, I believe. And the who's that in 5th place at the moment in GT3 who's falling down? Is it the one
Adam
Echo
Taylor,
car?
it's in the pits. So,
oh, that's got big damage. Look at that.
Yeah.
No rear wing on that Porsche.
Well, that's not good for their race. And we saw them battling earlier with Kamal Naoui. So that's, yeah, evidently an unscheduled pit stop. And that's big damage. So it'll be interesting to find out what's happened there. But that's going to take a little bit of pressure off of this car here, the number 81 Black Hawk. A lot more comfortable now. It's not getting borne down on by Taylor. But yeah, that does seem to be a lot of damage. And it seems that as the sun goes down, everything is beginning to unfold for quite a lot of these teams. And is getting a little bit frisky out there on track.
We'll try and get some replays queued up soon, but not sure when we'll be able to get them for you, or if we'll be able to do it at all. Things do get a bit tricky quite late on in races. We're 4.5 hours in now, so it can be tricky on occasion. But field seemingly has been completely blown apart by this now. Further back, we've got a laps lead for Team Irish in LMP2. Luc Meunier still leading the way there in the purple and black. More than a lap over Hyperion Esports. Patrick Strakowski driving in that one. Andrea Martino has just taken over from Luca Martino to go into 3rd. And on-off racing are back to 4th again. They were fighting for the podium earlier, but they're back to 4th again now in LMP2. Still some major players in this race. In pit lane, though, Scuderia Ferrari Esports in LMP2 being one of them. Adam Taylor for Wanaco being another. I think the Go Team Racing hypercar may have been caught up in it as well.
Yeah, it does seem that various drivers have been brought into the pits by what's been happening out on track at the moment. You say on-off racing, they're up into sort of a challenging position. They're going to be moving past the Janssen Bintz car, which is currently retiring now. But yeah, not too far ahead. It's about a minute and a half gap maybe to the next driver. We'll see. But behind, we've got Llanos on the number 28 Netrex Grand Prix, closing up a little bit. That's 13 seconds to Nicholas Lemoyne. So we'll see how all of this develops. But those sort of midfield 4 to 6 in LMP2, they're not too separated from each other. So that could provide us some interesting racing at the moment. And that's my graphics wrong, because the broadcasters say it's a bit of a gap in front for Giannis Llanos. I might be wrong.
Yes. That's because the Janssen Bintz car is falling through the field and things are going to go a bit crazy there for a little while, so don't worry about that for the moment. It's going to happen in GT3 before long as well. So we have had a change for the lead officially, and now that gap's only extending. Sharba Kiss is now at the front with Christopher Kianak in 2nd place by 16.7 seconds. So not only has that spin lost them the lead, but it's actually costing them time now as well. Kianak can't keep the pace of the Winchick Racing Team car now as they go to put another lap on the virtualised by TX3 car of Fabian Barlow. That'll be a 3rd lap put onto them by Shabakis at the moment. But 17 seconds now, the margin. That spin is clearly, I'm not sure if it's dealt them any damage, to be fair, the Simfrim car, but it certainly lost them a lot of time. They were leading by 10 seconds, they're now trailing by 17.
And it looks like they were stationary for a decent amount of time when they had their little spin. So perhaps that did something to their car. Maybe they had a bit of contact. Maybe their tyres just got ruined by that. And then, of course, rejoining tend to spin up your tyres. It tends to damage them a little bit. So that might be costing them at the same time. But, I mean, at the moment, Winchzik Racing Team probably quite satisfied with how the race is looking. The outlook at the moment is pretty strong for them. With a fairly solid lead, and as you said, it is extending all the time, up to 18 seconds at the moment. The overall lead as well as the class lead. So at the moment, looking comfortable, that's Shabakis, and the other three drivers probably watching, quite happy and quite comfortable from wherever they are. But we're going to move down to Chris Gonzalez here, who's only 0.8 of a second off the car in front.
Yeah, I think may have just been passed by Johan Kersen or trying to find his way through. Not sure for the moment. Nick Newcomb just giving us some information in the YouTube chat about what happened to his Juice's car. And says he slowed to pass Wanako in the middle of the track and got smashed by an LMP and then hit again, running 8th at the time. So don't know what went on the back straight there, as we didn't see it, but that's all we can know, all we can tell. The Scuderia Ferrari Esports LMP2 has been off for a second time today. I'm afraid they did get caught up in the lap 1 stuff earlier on, recovered to a top 5, but they're now dropping back down the order all over again as a result of damage. So this incident has taken quite a few casualties, unfortunately. The last few moments have really blown this field apart, and now you can see, I mean, I thought at the time when I came into the booth again that the gaps were very big at that time. I mean, they're even bigger now. There's lots of +1 laps on this in between individual cars, which is says all you need to know really about this race so far.
And if we're going to harken back to our conversations earlier, we were saying that the attrition rate was reasonable, maybe a bit higher than we expected, but it's certainly increased in the last few laps. I think we've had maybe 3 or 4 more DNFs over the course of the events that have been unfolding. So as you say, yeah, gap's getting bigger. Chris Gonzalez there, he's dropping back, so it doesn't seem like he's going to be mounting a challenge anytime soon on the car in front. As you can see there come the prototypes. Oh, there's a spin there in the background. I'm not sure who that was. It's pink.
It's one of the LMP2s. Don't know which one, unfortunately, for the moment. But yeah, one of the LMP2s off the road at that corner. Could be Team RTR in the number 32, Rickard Nilsson. And it was, yeah, but seemed to have gotten away without damage. And that car looks fine, thankfully, after that spin. Bit of contact with the GT3, I think it was.
Fortunately for them, they're not really being challenged in front or behind at the moment, so that's not cost them too much. But as you said, yeah, there might have been a little bit of contact there, just going over the crest of the hill. The car's not very stable. That probably contributed to them going round. Lucky to stay out of damage there and be able to get going pretty swiftly after that little spin. So Rickard Nilsson might be clenching his wheel a bit more tightly, but got away with that pretty unscathed, I think, the Team RTR. So they're going to keep going and start moving on with the rest of their race. And the best thing to do after something like that is just try and put it out of your mind, keep going, because if you focus on what went wrong, then you're focusing on things that go wrong, and chances are it will lead to you making a mistake again, or at least that happens in iRace. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it can snowball from time to time. Can happen to anyone really. So you just have to make sure that doesn't happen. Further up in the field, Giannis Leonos is being caught by Road Pound here. It's still in the field, and I think he's slightly catching the on-off racing car as well, although that's 18 seconds further up the road as well. But we've got 160 laps remaining in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. The sun is beginning to set, and unfortunately the incidents are beginning to be a bit more frequent, or they have been over the course of the last 20 laps or so. A change for the lead, with now Winchzik Racing leading overall ahead of Simfrim Esports, and all sorts of other things going on as well in the field. The battle for second in GT3 very much settled, with Blackhawk Racing now taking that position. Wanako now a long way further back, and the lead in LMP2 is now held by Team Iris, who have more than a lap over the rest as well. The gaps have got a lot bigger over the last 20 laps.
Definitely, and as the sun goes down as well, it's going to be lower, it's going to be more prevalent in the eyes of the drivers, and that can blind them a little bit, especially depending on the graphic settings you're running. So they're going to have to be mindful of that as well. Although there's not too many areas of the track where you're driving directly towards the sun, it's still going to be present and making it just that little bit harder to see and to catch certain things that might be hazards ahead. So that could be contributing a little bit to the events that have been unfolding. You can see here Janice Llanos struggling to get through this, get past this GT heading down the hill. Not really any room to go there, and not worth taking any risks. We've still got well over 100 laps to go, and probably quite sensible there, just sitting behind and waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Might cost you a second or two in the long run, but it's better than finding yourself facing the wrong way, because that will cost a lot more time.
Yes, it certainly will. So lap 235, Llanos will now make his way through down the inside of one of the McLarens in towards the final chicane. There's still, by the way, an orange zone on the run down the hill through the S's there, and so that means double penalties would be doubled there, and so everyone forced and well, not forced to be careful, but advised to be careful through there. So pit stops in LMP2 now as well, as well, we're 4 hours 40 into this race or so, and that makes sense. They're pitting every 40 minutes as Team Iris are. By the way, the last Code 80 that we had about 45 minutes ago now did fit perfectly for not only the hypercars but the LMP2s as well, especially the race leaders, Team Iris, who have kind of had that fall into their lap slightly. That's some of the reason why they've got such a big lead at the front of the field, because that Code 80 did fall quite nicely for them.
Yeah, it was just as we joined that Code 80 came out, but of course it can go your way in one instance. There is another Code 80, although we haven't had one recently. There's a very real chance it could go the other way, so those gaps could flip on their heads. We've already seen strange events lead to the changing of the leaders. We saw that with the overall leaders of the race, so there's still opportunity for things to happen. At the moment, we've got Hyperion Esports in third place, just 2 or so seconds off second, and trying to move up and start putting on a bit of pressure here, and maybe try and get some greater points for the outcome of this race.
Yeah. So let's see how this goes. Swarovski, by the way, is closing in on Arm Cyber here for second. Andrea Martino currently holding that one, and there is Christopher Kiernack still recovering from that spin. Now about 15 laps ago, that spin, by the way, but he's turned a 10-second lead, or 10 or so second lead, into a 17.5-second deficit, which is a real difficult one to overcome. And of course, these two are on the same strategy after all. Winship Racing Team and Simframe Esports. It's not like they can really do anything in terms of strategy to get off strategy, unless there's a Code 80 very fortuitously placed. But it's just going to have to be on raw pace, and that's a big gap to close.
Yeah, and that's going to be sort of eating away at Koenig. That mistake has cost them a lot of time. As you said, 18 seconds is not an easy gap to close, and that time is going to be winding down. I know there's still over 3 hours left of this race, but that will go a lot quicker, especially as the gaps have drawn out. All you're going to be doing is focusing on trying to get quicker laps.
What's going on there? It's not the second placed Arms Cybercar, but it's the other one that's running a long way further back down the field, and unfortunately is going slowly at the moment.
The number 42 with Paolo Panimpeda at the wheel, yeah.
Okay, so don't know what's gone on with him, the 42. Oh, well, he's in the pit lane, but he's backwards now. And clearly there's damage there for the 15th placed Arms. Oh, he's got no front left wheel. Dear me, maybe he was one of those who got caught up in that incident earlier, but or maybe there was a separate one, but Panimpeda now with significant repairs. Oh no, he's just spun in pit lane as well. Now he needs to be careful not to get disqualified here, because driving backwards will get you in trouble. Reversing will get you in a bit of trouble as well. Oh, this is an awkward moment for him, isn't it? What a shame for them. Armstrong having a good race on one hand. Unfortunately, the other car not so much.
Yeah, it really does go to show that no matter what team you're in, your luck can go either way. But yeah, as you said, not great entering the pit lane there, slightly risky, and that wheel missing, really not good. But the other arm side of the car looking pretty comfortable. So at the moment, Andrea Martino just trying to continue, and obviously as teammates trying to avoid impacting each other's race in any negative manner. It looks like as well Schubert has a repair. So we've got a replay here of, I think this is what happened to our old race leader, Christopher Kianek.
Oh, he's up there. Well, how has he ended up over there? It must have been contact with one of those LMP2s. I don't know if you saw those two just go through. I think it was the Netrex car when it was battling maybe with someone else. And Kianek had to wait a long time to get back going again. Here's a rewind and another look at it. Oh, he gets it wrong on his own. So it's getting the power down round the left-hander, just spins, slight contact with the wall. I wouldn't have thought that does much damage, but then he has to get back going again, and that's a very difficult operation at this circuit. Oh, he edges onto the road, and it's a miracle he wasn't hit by anyone there. An absolute miracle.
And I doubt those two cars that had to take quite severe evasive action will be too pleased about that. It's horrible trying to rejoin the track there. You're at the bottom of the hill, you can't really see what's coming. But even though you really need to take the utmost caution, and very lucky for all involved that didn't turn out worse than it really did in Kianek. I think should be counting his lucky stars that he managed to hold on to second position, given all that could have easily gone wrong there.
Well, that was scary. I think is the best way to describe that. And I think that explains a little bit as well about how Kianek lost so much time in that, because we heard he just had a spin. Normally that might cost you 5-10 seconds, but the fact it's cost him over 20, that sort of explains it to us. And that's a problem for anyone who spins, really, especially at that part of the circuit. When do you get back onto the circuit again? Because there is a constant train of traffic. Now, I'm not advocating rejoining the circuit like he just did there, because that was quite dangerous, very dangerous, in fact. However, you can understand the level of frustration of just sitting there and waiting as he's losing the race lead.
Yeah, definitely. You can just see that clock ticking up, that gap increasing, and there's nothing you can really do. And it can lead to sometimes some rash decisions. But yeah, it's just a horrible situation for all involved, especially if you've just lost it all by yourself, because you can't really place the blame on anything else, really. So yeah, it's been pretty difficult there. And also noticing now that some of the headlights are beginning to come on as the sun is beginning to set and visibility once again decreasing. But it's such a short circuit here. There's cars all over the place. So there's about 40 cars left on track. It's spread out over 2.5 miles. There really aren't that many opportunities to rejoin the track in a situation like that, especially when you can't really see what's coming. So Kianek there, and I think probably sustained some damage from that. Maybe just some aero costing some, just maybe a tenth or two, because it doesn't seem to be able to close up that gap. It's stayed around 17-18 seconds since the incident. In fact, it dropped down a little bit. We've got a replay here at the crest of the hill. That's a huge impact there.
This is the big pile-up at the top of the hill, and that was the Visceral car, and you can see why they were going so slowly after all of that, because goodness me, that was a big impact for the Visceral car. Oh, and they rejoined right into the path of the Seawolf car. That's the hypercar that we were speaking of, and that's the front left wheel gone from the Seawolf hypercar. And then they try and rejoin again, and it's into the path of the Team Irish car. Not the race leader, you'll be glad to know. And then there's two more, Gold Racing Esports, one of them. Well, that was just a comedy of errors, I'm afraid. A huge pile-up at the top of the hill through turn 3. And Visceral Esports, I'm afraid, have not painted themselves in glory in all of that one. Multiple cars missing, multiple wheels, and multiple teams not happy with Visceral Esports after that.
I think rightly so as well. That most of those incidents, maybe the first impact, less avoidable, but the ones that followed were really did not need to happen. That was pretty poor, I think. And yeah, I think if I was any of the other cars caught up in that, completely innocent bystanders would not be pleased. But if you have been involved, there's not really anything you can do. It's happened, so you've just got to try and move on with the rest of the race and go back to the stewards when all is said and done. So very unfortunate for all involved, but we can see why there happened to be a great series of cars that were in the pits or all retiring about the same time. I think that's one of the biggest crashes we've seen this race. So really not ideal there. And they're continuing on with the rest of the race. So we've got Juha Mäki-Jypi here, who's been taking evasive action earlier on when it was Christopher Kianek who went round. Continuing on with the race in 5th place at the moment, so not too bad and not too far off the car ahead.
And by the way, he was very nearly involved in both the Koenig spin we just saw and that big 5-car pilot we saw as well. So he's well, I was going to say a very lucky boy or a very talented driver. Take your pick, but maybe a bit of both. But my goodness, what a stint he's had in the BS Plus Zoom competition car. They're now back to 5th, by the way, after receiving 3 drive-through penalties early on for the Monza incidents. They're back to 5th again, which is a great result for them. So, list of cars that were involved in that big pile up at the top of the hill here at turn 3. First of all, the Visceral Esports LMP2. We saw that number 46 car trailing back to pit lane earlier on with Giuseppe Saracino. He initially made contact with the Seawolf hypercar. That is now out of the race, unfortunately. Janssen Bintz did recover from that earlier 3-lap repair. It would have been even more repairs, and so they have retired the Seawolf car. The next car to get involved was the Team Iris, or one of the Team Iris LMP2s. That was the number 48, but not the race leading car, they'll be glad to know. That LMP2 is still running fine and well. And then, as the Visceral car was stranded in the middle of the road, the only 2 cars that maybe you wouldn't be able to blame them for going off, it was Gold Racing Esports, who were following very closely the Wanaco GT3 of Adam Taylor, who would have gone to the right-hand side of our shot there, we just saw on the replay, and probably hit the wall again, losing his rear wing. As we saw, he didn't have a rear wing anymore when he was sat down on pit lane. I'm hoping that he does have a rear wing now, and he does. He's running in 9th place, not too far away from 8th as he runs on the back straight. But huge incident, 5 cars involved, and a real headache for the next race penalty form. The list of penalties for the next race, it's going to be long just as a result of that incident, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I don't envy whoever's going to be on the broadcast at the start of the next race trying to get their heads around all of that. Very well could be me, actually. But Adam Taylor there does offer a reasonable explanation as to why suddenly dropped from fighting for 4th place to going down to 9th. There is room for recovery, but it's going to be quite a lot of positions that need to be made up to 8th now, as Tony Janssen is in the pit. But yeah, closing up some of the gaps, but that was a lot of recovery work that's been produced for him, and not too bad to keep going and be in a reasonable position in the category, given all that happened to them, and continue fighting, looking to close up. 1.4 seconds is now the gap. Don't think he'll be challenging Kamal Naoui anymore for that 4th position, but those cars in between, they're a bit more feasible, I think, and some of them aren't too far away.
Yeah, Adam Taylor's going to be driving a man possessed at the moment, you would argue. The only problem I do see for him is the getting to the end without a splash here. There's still 150 laps, just under 150 laps to go. That means roughly 3 stints to go in the race. Not too long away from actually seeing the top 2 come into the pit lane, actually, as we speak. But that's going to be the problem, really. These GT3s can't actually go that much longer than an hour, if they can go longer than an hour at all. So most of those who weren't caught up in all of that will probably be able to make it to the end on 3 more stops, maybe 3 more stops. Adam Taylor might need a 4th splash at the very end of the race. That could be another problem for him.
Yeah, and the way this race is working as well, it's not going to be a clean hour finish like most of our races are, because it's a distance rather than a time race. It's a bit more of a headache for all of the drivers trying to work out exactly how much fuel they are going to need, as we are just approaching 5 o'clock where I am, and another hour into the race, 5 hours in. It's not exactly clear what time the race is going to end, so that's going to be something the drivers and their teams will be trying to keep on top of all at the same time. But we're currently with the race leader here, Christopher Koenig, once again dropping even further back, so there might be some damage on that car, maybe waiting for the next pit stop, get it repaired, or maybe just settling in, deciding that the time loss repairing isn't worth the time loss by driving with this damage. Maybe hold on to the 2nd position and try and protect it from 3rd, and Damien Scoffron there, who will be looking to close up, but who's still quite a way away. Only 3 cars remain on the lead lap, and those are the 2 others beyond Xaba Kiss. So we'll see how that all plays out. But at the moment, things quieting down again, ever so slightly. I wouldn't say that too confidently, because we have had a lot of action over the course of the last hour, and anything can really happen at any time, as we've seen already.
Yeah, so previous race leader Kian, I'm still not convinced he actually got damage from that contact. I mean, I'd be surprised. He didn't seem to hit the wall very hard, but then again, maybe he did get a hint of damage as a result of that. Can't be sure until he gets out of the car, really, or someone from Simfree tells us, but I can't see that happening. As I said earlier, they've got a problem on their hands now, really, because they were in race-winning position, or at least race-winning contending position, if that makes any sense. And now they have got a lot of work to do, because it's going to be more than a 20-second gap at the end of this one. At the end of this lap, they will have still around 3 hours to go, of course. However, that's a big gap. I mean, closing, 8 seconds a stint, for example, 7-8 seconds a stint, is a difficult ask, really. I mean, I don't want to, slice that down into what you need to gain per lap, because it probably won't sound like too much. But even so, it's not a gap you want to try and close on, really, because that's quite a big margin, and so they'll end up hoping for a mistake from the new race leaders, and that's what will frustrate Koenig, really, about that spin, which really could have been avoided, unfortunately.
Yeah, it has been a very costly mistake, and it's given him almost a mountain to climb now. So really looking up at that 20-second gap, try and close it down. As you said, 8 seconds a stint is fairly large to be trying to make up, especially as the race is coming towards the final stages. Maybe a different driver when they swap at the next opportunity. I don't know how long Koenig has been at the wheel, but there will be another driver, presumably, in both of the top two cars come the end of the race. So maybe that will breathe a fresh air into them, but at the moment it's looking pretty difficult. We've got Pablo Island here and Danny van der Neet, so that seems to be who we're following at the moment. The Netrix GP car currently in 7th place.
I thought I saw them off the road at the 5th corner, actually, but maybe not, as the two leaders are into the pit lane. So they are fine on fuel. That early Code 80 didn't put them into any fuel danger. They should be able to do 51 laps per stint, and there's certainly less than 153 remaining in the race, so they should be absolutely fine in terms of making it on fuel now, and so should everybody, in fact, be fine in terms of making it on fuel. So that's good news for everyone, as they just change hands slightly in the pits. There goes Kiss on his way out again. What's the gap going to be to Koenig? Is it even going to be Koenig as he makes his way out of the pit lane? There could be damage to repair. That rear wing looks slightly wonky. I don't know whether that's just the angle that we're looking at from back here, but Koenig's still sitting there, still waiting. Cosmo Prosciutto is going to be quite close. Oh, well, I say that. He's about half a minute back at the moment, so maybe not, but Koenig is still sat there waiting. Still not going. Shabakis is miles in front, and this is just putting the advantage into Winchik Racing Team's lap already. It's going to be more than half a minute, maybe closer to a minute by the end of this stop.
And as you said, Cosmo Prosciutto is closing up, could overtake, although of course Prosciutto will be expecting to make a stop as well. Now I wonder whether this car here that we're watching has changed tyres, but even a tyre change wouldn't explain the size of the gap now, as Shinjik Kian's now is at the wheel. So Simfree, have changed to Sebastian Wunsch, the new driver, as they leave the pit lane now, a minute behind the Winchik Racing Team car. So maybe different strategy, maybe something else happened in the pit stop as well, and that's the explanation for that time. But that's a huge gap, and that's going to be incredibly difficult to try and make up before the end of this race.
60 seconds, the exact margin between Simfree and Winchik Racing Team, and that advantage has been put straight into the hands now of Shabakis, who leads the way at Road Atlanta. Well, what a unfortunate moment for them, really. I say unfortunate, it's entirely self-inflicted, unfortunately, from Christopher Koenig, but he's going to be furious with himself. You've got to feel for him after that. He will be furious with himself. He'll have to pick himself up, maybe not for another stint in this race. There's only 3 hours to go. It's not out of the question to maybe expect Sebastian Wunsch to go to the end here, but even so, Koenig's going to have to pick himself up after that one, because he will be totally blaming himself for that stint there, and he'll be bitterly, bitterly disappointed.
And the trouble is with team racing as well is that when you make a mistake like that, it doesn't just impact on your own race. It impacts on the race of 2 or 3 other people, however many people you have in your team. And it's just a horrible feeling to let down your teammates like that. Obviously, you're practicing together all the time and you're racing together. Your race is everyone else's race. And now the impact of your mistake affects everyone else too. But Sebastian Funch is just going to be putting everything that's happened so far out of his mind and just focusing on that goal, try and start to close down this gap. 58.5 seconds, so maybe make up a second here, a second there, try and close it up before the end of the race. Obviously 3 hours left. It would have to be 20 seconds every hour. That's going to be a pretty difficult task to do, but you never know what can happen. It could be something that falls into your hands, it could be something that falls out of the hands of Xaba Kiss and that team there. So it's never over until that checkered flag is waved, and that's the mentality you've got to take in a situation like this.
Change for 4th as Yuka Makiyupi makes his way up the order, and certainly, well, if that's not a cut track, then I don't know what is. He was right up on the curb there, up at turn 3, so he's through on Blackhawk Racing. The Blackhawk still in second, by the way, overall. That's Alexei Kutsak running second after his win at Monza for that car. Still a lap in the lead for Thomas Engersim Racing. Wojciech Bolesny still leading there. Further back, I think Adam Taylor has closed on Johan Kurjan again and is looking for 7th place. This is about recovery now for Monaco, and they might be able to sneak a top 5 by the end of this, but it wouldn't be on pace. They would have to see issues for those in front, because after this pass, they've got a lap to catch the next car and then a lap to the next one. So it's going to be difficult to pass anyone else on pace.
It would be quite the trek, yeah, and we saw that it was bad luck that befell Adam Taylor and the Monaco car, who are having to try and recover from an incident that they got wrapped up into. But at the moment, as you say, try and make up this 7th position and hope that some luck plays into their hands over the course of the rest of the race. There's still 3 hours left, so it's not out of the question for that to happen. But at the moment, yeah, just doing what you can, try and collect as many points as possible and put yourself on a good track for the rest of the season. And yeah, I think someone going slightly wide there, right up onto the grass, kicking up a load of dust.
Yeah, that was Fabian Barlow who went off just in front of these guys, but just behind, Jake Dennehan is on a mission. He's catching the NeveRacing.com car of Turkka Hakkinen with very, very alarming quickness, and now he's going for the pass as well on the inside in towards 4th place. It's Jake Dennehan who makes it for Race Clutch, a little bit deep on the way in, and Hakkinen's going to have a good run on the exit here, but they could all get stuck now with that as Adam Taylor tries to edge his way in. Jake Dennehan's up to 4th place. That GT3 seals it, and Race Clutch are trying to get what they can from this race, seeing all of a sudden that maybe even a podium's on the cards.
Dennehan there would have been very pleased with the way that traffic worked out. You see, I think that was Maui, or rather Adam Taylor, getting just that block in the perfect place. He got past him, but there just wasn't a chance for Turkka Hakkinen to follow through. And as you can see there's a fairly reasonable gap of about 1.5 seconds, almost 2 seconds already. So yeah, as you said, Jake Dennehan on a mission here, only 10 seconds off Damien Scovron at the moment. I'm not sure what the strategy is looking like for Race Clutch, but at the moment, as you said, a podium could be very possible. Actually going to have to keep up this pace, which is quite blistering pace, try and close that up. But this is definitely going to be a car to watch up at the top, and suddenly getting all a little bit interesting again up in the hypercar class as races are developing all over the track. At the moment, Adam Taylor is still behind Johan Kurjan in the Rocket competition car. But that battle is still unfolding. You can see here getting very close. Having a little look down the inside into turn 10, just not really any opportunities. They climb back up the hill. There seems to be a McLaren just behind, having a little sniff of the action, although I don't think they're on the same race lap. So this is just battle team Adam Taylor and Rocket competition, as there goes the LMP2, and that's going to put a little hold on this battle for the moment, splitting them up and just forcing a bit more time between the two of them.
They're not on the same lap, by the way. That McLaren, the next car behind is another Porsche, actually. Tony Janssen for Deuces Motorsport Club is in 9th, but he's a good 10 seconds back, probably more than that at the moment. So Adam Taylor doesn't have to worry about that, just has to worry about Johan Kurjan just up in front of him. Over the bumps of the 5th corner they go, a corner that's claimed so many victims throughout the day so far. In towards turn 6 they go. That was a bit wide from Kurjan, as one of the LMP2s had to dive their way down the inside. It nearly opened the door for Adam Taylor to just slide on through, didn't happen on that occasion. They make their way out of turn 7. A traction zone, which Porsches are generally supposed to be quite good at. I don't think it was good enough from Taylor on that occasion, unless he gets a wild slipstream on the way down towards the chicane. Don't think it's going to happen for him this time. He'll have to stay behind and wait yet another lap. But traffic may well fall into his favour. I don't think it's going to this time. I think the neck-wrecked car currently running in 4th is just going to slide in front of him into the final corner, but not get the McLaren, although maybe it will. And it pushes it a little bit wide, so Adam Taylor will get the speed through the final corner. Maybe a moving towards turn 1. He moves to the inside, forcing the Go-Team hypercar to just wait in behind the number 17 in 6th position. They do wait behind. Taylor decided not to go through with the move anyway.
Yeah, and you can see all just through there, getting very nice and close, almost touching one another. And I mean, you can't blame the hypercar there for holding back. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you're in the quicker cars and there's 2 cars and a slow cars battling out on track. But as we go over the crest of the hill, start running downwards again, it's all going to be about the exit. You can see here very close as there's lots of traffic all at the same time. Yellow flags have unfolded in Sector 1, and those prototypes are going to separate these cars. And it's going to put Adam Taylor's attack on hold for a little bit longer as a result of that. And you can see now getting properly dark, especially in these shaded areas of the track. Quite forested is Road Atlanta, and we're seeing the consequences of that at the moment. We've got Erdem Akiol there in 6th, but Johan Kurjan just trying to close up there, still in 7th, holding off Adam Taylor, who now has a bit of clear air ahead of him, start trying to close up that gap once more.
It was Akiol who went off at turn 5 there, but didn't seem to have any damage, so he continues on, presses on. Kurjan still holds 7th place. I'm somewhat impressed as to how they've been able to do this for so long now at RKT competition, holding back the likes of Monaco, of course, having won a championship in the VEC before. That was back in LMP2 6 years ago now. Dennis Jordan was one of their drivers, no longer, of course, a Monaco driver, instead helping Scuderia Ferrari Esports team this season. 8th place for them at the moment in LMP2. Adam Taylor still tries to close in. The virtual TX3 LMP2 still makes its way through, and by the way, they're still a long way down in the field. That's Pablo Allen who's making his way through, and he's 41st overall. He's 35 laps down on his class leader, which is 11 laps from the next car. So you just get the idea how far back that Virtual Drive by TX3 car actually is. Adam Taylor's very close, though, to Johan Kurjan on this occasion. Down in towards the chicane they go. Finally, this is going to be the chance for Adam Taylor to make his way through. Kurjan knows it. He brakes slightly earlier. Taylor brakes slightly later, and he gets the place for Monaco as well. Finally, the pass is made, maybe a few laps behind schedule.
Yeah, I think Kurjan there, seeing it wasn't too worth fighting for that position. It did seem a bit inevitable. Taylor is just absolutely flying in that Porsche at the moment. And Kurjan seeing sensibility and just staying behind. And although I say that, he's still putting on some pressure. But I'm staying behind, not trying to fight too hard, not trying to risk too much. Because, of course, this is just one battle. But the whole race is going on at the same time. And that said, actually, Kurjan's doing well to hold on. Maybe try and get a little bit of slipstream every now and then, save a tiny bit of fuel, I'm not too sure. But you can see right over the curbs goes Taylor, who's trying to increase that gap behind, just give himself a little bit of breathing room. But he's not doing that as quickly as he might have hoped, though this traffic is going to start to play into his hands and just bring the two of them further apart. Or it should do anyway. Doesn't seem to be doing that at the moment. And you can see there those prototypes trying to weave their way through. It's a little bit touch and go at times. But at the moment, everyone seems to be getting on quite well. And you can see it is getting dark. I'd be surprised if these drivers don't start putting on their headlights properly within the next few laps. Because at least in these shaded areas, you really can't, it's really getting properly dark. You can see the actual, those who are running headlights are lighting up the track in front of them properly. So I think within the hour, we might get some pretty, be in some like reasonable darkness, I think.
We're going to hear the Danish tones of Jimmy Allison pretty soon, telling everyone to turn your headlights on, please. Or probably in more official words than that. But anyway, that will be the order of the day very soon. Adam Taylor makes his way up to 6th place, by the way. Erdem Akiol, I thought, got away without damage, but clearly not, because he's in pit lane still, getting repairs done. And unfortunately for him, drops outside the top 8 for Caspian Motorsport. A real shame for them. as they drop down. Going past the pit lane though is Jake Dennehan, and he's going past everyone right now, not just the pit lane. He's in 4th. He got past leadracing.com only a few laps ago. He's put 5 seconds into them. He's now less than 3 seconds behind Burst, and he's challenging for a podium all of a sudden.
Yeah, that gap when he had overtaken Turkakinen just a few laps ago, that gap in front of Skovron was about 10 seconds. So really putting in some heat at the moment, try and close up that gap and bring it up shortly. What you were saying as well about Erdemagio, we were talking earlier that some bad luck on the part of other drivers for Adam Taylor could really help him. He's up into 6th now, because obviously he's got a 2-lap gap in front of him to the next car, but obviously bad luck befalling those other cars could bring them further up their category order. But Jake Dennehan at the moment really flying. That gap already down to about 3 seconds. So we'll see what he can do over the next few laps, and perhaps find himself on the podium and challenging perhaps even further above that, or say that it's a bit of a further way.
On board with Jake Dennehan, you get the real idea of the speed in these van wheels and just what a difficult task it is to drive one of these, how physical it is. That's been a note actually I've mentioned from, or noticed I should say, from some of the drivers getting out of their respective cars, and they've been chatting away to each other in the YouTube chat or whatever over the course of the day, and saying, what a physical day it is, what a tiring day it is. I mean, for some of these drivers, their day will now be done because we're 5 hours in, less than 3 to go, and some of the drivers, especially if you're in a 3-driver team, you might well be done by now. But even so, it's a very, very physical afternoon for everybody, and there's not really a circuit quite like it. I mean, driving this circuit on your own is a pretty difficult affair, but dealing with all this traffic as well, we've got more traffic than you see at Petit Le Mans next weekend. That's what we're dealing with here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and that, I guess, is part of the reason why it was struck off the calendar last season. But it's back again for the first time in 11 years, and I, for one, am really glad to see it back again. I wouldn't mind to see it in the future as well, because it's provided great entertainment so far, and it's just such a unique challenge that you just do not get anywhere else.
Yeah, there's almost no room for respite at any point on the track for these drivers, and it's tiring, as you say, both mentally and physically. Obviously, depending on how strong the force feedback on your wheel is, but also you're paying so much attention because you are always turning. There's not really any straights around this track, and managing all of that traffic, given it's so short, it's always you pass one set of cars, you're in front of another, and you've got to be thinking about that all of the time. But at the moment, Jake Dennehan is also going to be thinking about the back of Damien Skovron's car, and hopefully seeing the front of it in his rearview mirror in some time quite soon. Moving to the outside now as we head down the hill. It looks like a lot of speed on the part of Jake Dennehan's car going into the braking zone for turn 10. It's going to be the outside, and he's going to be in front actually before he even starts turning. So pretty comfortable there for Race Clutch, and that finds them up on the podium, the #1 car, looking to challenge now for the even higher positions. It's a bit of a way ahead, but the pace Jake Dennehan has at the moment, he's looking absolutely fantastic. And I wouldn't put it out of the question for him to start closing down these gaps in front as well. He's going to be very chuffed with that up into 3rd place.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't know where this pace is coming from at the moment. I know Race Clutch are a great outfit, of course, and Jake Dennehan a great driver as well. Arguably in the form of his life in sim racing as things stand. But even so, where is this coming from for Race Clutch at the moment? They've just breezed past Burst Esport as if they were standing still there, and they're on the podium all over again. They started their title defence, of course, with a win over the likes of Burst Esport. Just 19 seconds was the gap at the line for the #1 car. They're back on the podium again, and right now they just not like anyone can stop them. I do have reservations about them maybe making it to the race lead because there's not that long to go, but even so, it's a quite remarkable bit of speed they've been able to turn on for the last few moments. That we'll see how close they can get though to Simpreme Esports in second, and see where Simpreme get in relation to the race leaders, because 43 seconds is a much smaller gap than we saw when they immediately left the pit lane.
Yeah, it is actually. Sebastian Wunsch closing up again to Sabakis, so we could see some interesting events unfolding in this top class. Obviously, there's different strategies going on at the moment. We didn't see Jake Dennehan pit when those front cars pitted, so that could be the difference. Sorry, go ahead.
Yerny Simčić just said in the YouTube chat, 100 litres versus 1 litre, and I think I get what he's trying to say. He's saying, Race Clutch have got nearly no fuel on board and we've got loads. So that's their excuse. I'm sure it is an actual reason as well, but maybe that explains it.
Yeah, quite possibly, but we'll see. Not coming into the pits straight away, though. A different strategy at the moment, although that could play either way. We'll see how long there is left of the race and how that will work out for Jake Dennehan. But either way, it's still pretty rapid out there on track, and it's good to get these last few laps in extremely quick before your pit stop, because it just means that you're further up the road when you actually come to doing that pit stop. So we'll see, at least securing perhaps a 4th place for the moment off Turkka Häkkinen. Not quite sure actually, because I'm not sure what that 5th place car is doing at the moment, the Need Racing one, how their strategy is looking. But Jake Dennehan once again going for another lap. So in terms of strategy, it's a little bit interesting at the moment, and it does seem that hypercar class is very mixed up.
Well, if we're suspecting that you can do 51 laps on a maximum of fuel, we've got 130 remaining at the moment. The real question for me is who can do 28 laps from this point, because that would get you to 102 remaining, and that would get you 2 stints to the end. Yerny Simčić clearly thinks that Race Clutch are not one of those teams who can manage that, but you know, I suspect even if they do come in right now, you know, they'll be either 5th or 6th maybe at the end of that pit stop. So you know, a top 5 is very possible for Race Clutch today, but just about whether they can actually manage to do that or not is another question. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with losing points, of course, but considering they had a drive-through and a stop and hold 60 to start this race, it's not a bad place to be, because if you took those away right now, then they would be a lot closer to the race lead. Of course, they're already only just over a lap behind. As they do now come into the pit lane, Jake Dennehan will now give away much of that time.
Yeah, and probably return a few of those positions as well. We'll see what happens with the rest of the field. Sebastian Ventures closed up 20 seconds though on Saber Kiss since the last round of pit stops. We'll see what the difference is at the end of this stint, although it's worth remembering that I think this vehicle's on fresh tyres, and that lead Vincic Racing Team car is on older tyres, so they'll be changing and chopping. So it'll be a longer stop probably, the next one for the race leaders. They'll be quicker on the off. So we could see these cars actually very close after the next phase of pit stops, both on the softs. In fact, softs seem to be the most popular tyre by quite a margin in the hypercar category. So we'll see, but I think you might be able to double stint those tyres, maybe even triple, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, the strategy going to be playing a big role. As you said, it's going to be an extra stop then to the end for Jake Dennehan and his team, who find themselves now in 6th place as they make their way out of the pits, behind Cosmo Prosciutto and Turkka Häkkinen, as well as Damien Scoffron. So that's going to ebb and flow. But as we are beginning to go into those closing stages, everyone's going to be paying close attention to that lap counter and how much fuel they need to take on, and how many stops they'll need to be making before the end of this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Shabakis is just having woeful traffic luck at the moment, but he is losing a lot of time. Another 1:11 that last lap, a 1:10.9 on that last lap. That's 3 seconds slower than his fastest, which obviously you wouldn't expect him to get either, but I suppose that does explain it. The problem is going to come later, isn't it, for Simfree, really? If they put new tyres on there with 3 stints to go, are they going to put fresh tyres on for that final stint of the race, or are they going to do a triple to the end to try and nullify some of that advantage that Vincic Racing have got? You know, how close can they realistically get to that race lead? You know, I've still got my doubts personally. I think that spin, unfortunately for Koenig, really has ripped their race apart, and unfortunately may well have ended any chances of winning this one. But I mean, it's still a decent start to the season for them. Simfree to finish 5th and 2nd, it is not bad at all. Vincic Racing would have been 3rd and 1st. Burst, if it finishes like it would have been 2nd and 3rd. NeedRacing.com 4th and 4th. I think you're seeing the pattern really with this. Have I left anyone out? Race Clutch, of course, 1st and 6th as things stand, and maybe a 5th for them. So basically, what I'm trying to say is the top 5 has stayed roughly the same, and the first 2 rounds have somewhat cancelled each other out. But I think we are starting to learn that front 5 we got from Monza, the 5 that finished on the lead lap, and the possible top 5 we're getting from this race may well be the 5 that contest a title in Le Mans by we get to June. as we see that yellow flag just appear pretty quickly. Yeah, I think we're starting to get our 5 sort of outlined quite early here.
Yeah, and I think it also goes to show you the difference between some of the positions, even within the top 5 between last race and this race. So it's quite volatile, and it could really go any way at the moment, as some cars seem to be a bit more
Sun
consistent.
is starting to get low. Headlights are now required. Headlights are required.
And there is the race director there telling the drivers that headlights are now required as the sun is low enough. So we should see them coming on all over the track now. You can see that all over the place there. So that really goes to show we are getting into the latter stages of the day, but there's still a long way to go left of this race, and everyone will be contesting with now the darkness as well as the cars on track.
So it will be properly dark by the end here. We will get some properly dark running at the end of today. The sun's certainly setting now. The shadows, well, there aren't many there aren't many sections where the sun is poking through anymore, as Tom Lartelo sets the fastest lap of the race in the race crutch car, somehow with heavy fuel on board. Surely that can't be correct, can it? I guess maybe it is. 106.6, it certainly was. 3.2 seconds quicker than Cosmo Prosciutto in front as he tries to get that top 5. Now, maybe that is possible for race crutch. I know they've got 3/4 of a minute to catch up, and they will have a short final stop, but you've got to think about it this way. There will be 2 pit stops remaining for everyone, and race crutches may well be the shortest. So Tom Lartelo may well be able to get that top 5, but anything more than that I think is going to be difficult.
Yeah, we'll see, but as you're saying, it's still very rapid is that race clutch vehicle, even with fresh tyres and a fresh driver. Tom Lartelo now at the wheel of that car. As you said, 49 seconds, it's a big gap to close, but if you can start hacking away at it straight away, you should be able to start making up some time. Tom Lartelo there, sorry, 52 seconds is the gap at the moment. Cosmo Prosciutto there, currently in 5th place, looking to defend it for the number 7 Go Team car. So we'll see how this all unfolds. It won't be very quick though. That's a lot of time to make up, even if you're making it up a couple of seconds at a time.
It's going to be a very long and slow grind for him as we sort of enter this next phase of the race. I mean, it's fairly quiet out on the circuit right now. The closest battle we can see really up in the top 8 of any of our classes is for 6th place in GT3, but that's only Adam Taylor just getting away from Johan Kurjan. Ales Plever is closing on Tony Janssen, 4.5 seconds between those two. But other than that, we've got no gaps below 10 seconds, really. That one for third as well, as I mentioned. So fairly quiet out there on the circuit at the moment. We're still 124 laps to go at the end of this one. We must be around 700 miles. I think we must have gone over 700 miles at this point. Maybe we're not quite there just yet, but I can't do the maths to be quite honest with you. But yeah, we're not quite there yet, are we? With 700 miles. But anyway, we've got just over 300 miles remaining here at Road Atlanta. First of 2 distance constrained races of the season. First time that's happened for quite a while, and it's Road Atlanta that comes first. It's been a good race so far, but I mean this kind of phase of a race is expected now after what we've seen so far. It's expected, incidents always spread the field out, and just generally stuff going on means that the field will be more spread out, and that's exactly the case here today. We've got laps between single battle. I mean 2 laps in between a single battle here for 5th place. Adam Taylor has got a long way to go to get to a top 5 here, and that just says a lot about the race we've seen. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, in fairness, the fact that we've been seeing such close battling, now I think we're about, according to my calculations, which are probably wrong, knowing me, I think we've done about 675 miles. So as you said, not quite 700, but not far off. And having battles right up until that distance into the race is not too bad, but it is a sign of the race actually that it is beginning to quieten down now. Everyone can sort of settle down for the moment anyway and just focus on their lap times, try and close down what they can, and just be a bit more careful. Maybe think about strategy a lot more now that there's no immediate threats to most of these drivers out there on the circuit, and start thinking about what could be possible for them. Of course, in some of these classes, they're pretty big, and they'll be thinking about what that ultimate position could be and how that could impact their outlook on the rest of the season. But as you said, for example, Adam Taylor, he's got 2 laps ahead of him, so he hasn't really got that to worry about. But behind, Johan Kerjan is not too far. It's just going to be a matter at the moment, the race for him, of just managing that gap and keeping it about the same and avoiding losing any time for the moment.
Yeah, Turkka Häkkinen is making some inroads into Damian Skrovron here, but I think Burst will be fine for holding on to third this race, to be honest. Well, I'll say that. I was going to say because Joni Simoncic is probably going to get into the car to finish the race in the final 100 laps. However, Christian Mikel is probably going to get into the LeadRacing.com car, and so it might be quite a good race between those two. We'll see if Häkkinen can give Mikel the advantage by getting ahead before the pit stop. Still about 20 laps to go until we get there. Still need to go another 20 laps if you're going to make it to the end on one more stop after the next one. And you'd expect that the top 5 can do that in the hypercar, but we will wait and see on that. 5 seconds though the gap between those guys fighting for third place, and it's come down a lot actually in that sector there. It must have been bad luck from traffic there for Skrovron to lose 3 seconds in one sector.
Yeah, it's really not a big gap at the moment, and yeah, Turkka Häkkinen, as you said, might try and make it a bit easier for whoever follows him into the car and make up that position before the pit stop phase sort of occurs. But as you're saying, it's still a bit close, and this battle just bubbling away a little bit. Turkka Häkkinen, though, very quick at the moment. Last lap was actually 3.5 seconds quicker than Damian Skrovron, so that's obviously going to ebb and flow a bit, the difference in speed as traffic has its role in the battle, of course, as is the nature of multi-class racing. But it's even so, that Burst Esport car, looking back, is going to see the Lead Racing car get bigger and bigger. The gap now down to under a second, and you can see Häkkinen is almost on the tail at the moment, but it's pretty busy out there on track, and this is going to be a little bit on edge, as being careful not to lose too much time trying to navigate all of this traffic, which are trying to navigate each other at the same time. So you're going to see weaving through goes Turkka Häkkinen. He's going to be right to the left-hand side of the track, try and get out the way. And look at this, the LMP2 trying to unlap itself for whatever reason. That's very interesting. And around goes Häkkinen almost. Very big drift. He's on the grass, maybe into the barrier. That could be damaged, but that's really bad news for the two of them. And I think that's Linus Lundvall. He was in a battle, so that's all gone a bit out of shape there, and that's going to cost a lot of time for Turkka Häkkinen, and perhaps even some damage. It looked like he was headed straight to the barrier there. He's now 8 seconds back, and that was not good news for the Lead Racing team.
And the battle was for 9th in LMP2, and it's still going on. Stavros Mercedes is trying to stay in front of Linus Lundvall, and he's not managed it. Lundvall is in front by it's for 8th place, excuse me, I should say. Seawolf now into 8th then, ahead of Valley Esports. After that battle, that wasn't helpful, and it's an illustration really of how much lighter the LMP2s are. They're better on the brakes. They can go brake a little bit later, and they ended up going either side of Turkka Häkkinen, which wasn't ideal for him at all.
No, definitely not, and I think that just sort of upset him and sort of threw him off, and that's what caused him to oversteer on the exit. And he's going to have to navigate this battle again. Fortunately for him, they won't be quite so close this time around. But yeah, as you said, those LMP2s are so much lighter, especially down that hill. It's the heaviest braking zone on the track, I think. You've got so much weight behind you that, yeah, it just didn't seem to work out. But Linus Lundvall still moving around the track and actually going back down again as Stavros Mercedes takes that position back. And I did think that was him closing up pretty rapidly, and he seems to have got through quite easily there. And one thing to note is that Turkka Häkkinen is going to have to make his way past these guys all over again, and this battle seems to be far from over.
Yeah, it is far from over between these two. Mercedes goes a bit wide there, though, at the top of the hill through turn 3. Now Lundvall gets very close on the run down the hill through the S's. No overtaking chances through here. He'll just have to wait. He's a little bit more careful on the curbs, though, on the exit of turn 5, and so just gives up that little bit of space and that bit of time to Stavros Mercedes, who was willing to go over the curbs there at turn 5. Through 6 and 7 they go. Lundvall brakes on the curb there as he goes into 7. That's going to cost him a fair amount of time, and so now you can see the gap. It's quite an obvious gap actually now. Mercedes is now further in front, and Turkka Häkkinen will now hope to go through on these guys.
And I'm thinking that these two LMP2s seem to be running very different setups it looks like Mercedes is much quicker on the sort of straights of the track, or whatever you can call straight around this track, which is really not very much. But behind him, Linus Lundvall does seem to have a bit more speed through the sort of flowing S sections of this circuit. So that's why that battle seems to be going perhaps either way. But Lundvall, yeah, did lose a lot of time that lap, and he's going to have to close up a bit more if he wants to try and retake that 8th position off Stavros Muzelis. But at the moment, that Valle Corsa, bright yellow, you can't miss it on the track. Looking reasonable there in 8th place, although he's going to have to defend that, and defend that quite hard because this traffic is not helping him. It's helping Lundvall, though. Lundvall closing up a lot as a result of that Mercedes there just being in the way and no way past it for Mercedes, heading down at the straight now into the right-hander. Look at that gap. It is just fractions of a second. Heavy braking up the hill then through the right-hander, and we're going to be going back down the hill to where the move was made last time round, where Lundvall got up into 8th place as we head towards the chicane. It's getting a bit busy on track though. You're going to have to be careful of everything that's going on behind. Try not to disrupt any other cars, as almost happened last time with Turkka Hakkinen. But into the braking zone, the gap is just not there for the moment, and Mercedes can be safe in 8th position for the moment.
It was quite a dive down the inside from the Racecrux car. Will they now be able to do it? Oh, Mercedes wasn't sure whether they were going to, and that created a really awkward moment between them, really awkward exchange. As Tom Larcillo, of course, back out on the circuit again in the number 1. And now Mercedes should be able to consolidate his margin. He gets ahead of that Aston Martin. Will Lundvall get through as well on the way down the hill? Maybe, actually. So it's not quite going to create the gap that I thought it might. By the way, I'm sorry to Valle Corsa. I keep calling them Valor Esports in sort of as sort of a I don't know what it's called, but I'm too used to it because that was their name last season. They're Valle Corsa now, so I apologise. But they are in 8th in LMP2, no longer a top flight outfit anymore in the Virtual Endurance Championship Division 1. They were challenging for the race win in the opening round of the season at Monza, actually, in the DPIs last season, before falling by the wayside pretty early on, or throughout the middle of that race, I should say. They're in LMP2 this time around, and at the opening round of the season, unfortunately, they finished down in 16th position in LMP2 at Division 1, which was a shame for them, really. But up in 8th here, and I think this is, well, they're in the pit lane now, but they certainly benefiting from a more attritional race here today, gaining places that way, rather than the raw pace kind of race, which is what Monza was, really.
Yeah, this race has been, I think, of a very different nature to Monza last time round, and I think.
Oh dear, Lundvall.
Yeah, that's well, that's not the racing line, I can tell you that much. Taking a bit of a detour there. Looks like he's got away without too much. Perhaps a greater risk of receiving a penalty there. You don't really want those at this stage in the race. Getting a drive through, it's going to set you off, and especially when you're close to other drivers on track, that could cost a position that you wouldn't be able to retake as a result of the penalty. But we'll see what happens when Lundvall pulls into the pits, which could be at any point. I haven't really been paying attention to this Eagles strategy, but we'll see what the relation is to the Valle Esports, the Valle Corsa car is at the end of those. Yeah.
My inability to say stuff properly is caught on. Let's see further back up front, because kneebracing.com have been in. Interestingly, Philip Drace is at the wheel there. Now, no slight against him, of course, but you'd fancy Christian Mikel to get into that car for the end. And by the way, there are still 126 laps to go as well. So unless they can do 12 laps longer than I've seen anybody do all day, then they will have to make a splash and dash as well, somewhat in a similar way to Racecrux. So maybe Racecrux will be able to finish ahead of kneebracing.com by the end of the day, which would be a big result for the reigning champions.
Most certainly, and especially given how the race has been for them so far, that could be quite good news for them to hear, and a good motivator. So still a lot to play for in this race, and some of the gaps still aren't huge, so a pit stop either way for some of them. So having to being able to avoid that extra pit stop towards the end of the race could really have a big impact depending on how it's going. But yeah, as we said, Philip Drace here in the car, trying to take it to the end. There's still a long way to go though, a good 2 hours and a bit left before the end of the race, I think. So we'll see how that all plays out, but always good to get a fresh driver in, especially as it's getting darker. The track will be cooling down, I think, a little bit and just the nature of the race has changed a lot over the last hour or so. We've seen it go from chaos sort of all over the place to being a little bit quieter now, and everyone just sort of getting their heads down and getting on with it. You can see there the Mercedes has a very different headlight colour to all of the other cars on track, a bit more blue, so that's just something to note, I guess. At least we'll be able to spot them during the other races this season where we'll be going into the night.
Yeah, I'm glad our second hour has been a little bit less chaotic than the first, because we saw many cars fall by the wayside in that first hour that we had, and indeed 6 retirements when we came in, another 3 to add to the list since. The number 73 Juice's Motorsport Club car driven by Nick Newcomb is unfortunately out of the race as a result of their crash. The incident involving Team Irish we saw at the top of the hill, that created that DNF'd them, and it also DNF'd the Seawolf Net Race hypercar as well. So the Juice's car wasn't involved in that crash at the top of the hill, but it was involved in a separate one on the way back to the pit lane on the back straight, as we've got a car off the road in LMP2 in the first sector. It is not Panipedi, it's Paolo Allen in the virtual driver by TX3 car. He's back going again now, and I don't think he's got any damage, so thankfully can continue on. But yeah, unfortunate to see 3 retirements and 3 basically on the same lap there, as all of that chaos just happened on one. That's nearly 10 cars in the space of a few laps. If you add the Koenig spin and the back straight incident as well into that whole lap, you've got nearly 10 cars getting damaged from one lap.
Yeah, it was a really brutal lap at that point. I'm just wondering whether Pablo Island here has his engine turned off when he stopped, because he hasn't got his headlights on. If he doesn't get those on soon, I think the race director might have to have a word with the virtual driver's vehicle, because it is that point of the race where headlights have been mandated to be on, but into the pit lane he comes, so maybe damage is what's causing that. Maybe a new nose cone is required. I don't know if the damage to the headlights could be modelled, but that might be an explanation. But coming into the pit lane straight away, it looks like something's not been too good as a result of that off there. But we're going up to Miguel Cardoso now at the moment with Visceral Esports in 4th place now. So that car looking pretty strong at the moment.
Yes, it's a decent race so far for Visceral Esports. So on the podium now, because Wanako are no longer there, it's now Jan van der Heijden in the BS Plus Zoom competition car. And that's the second of the season 12 Zancho winning team, by the way, who's been driving for that car now. Eunice Rivio started the number 89, and now Jan van der Heijden is at the wheel of that one. So that's interesting thing to note, I suppose. Some of the Zancho team getting back together again. Juha-Maki Jupi was even younger 4 years ago when they won that championship. So it was not a part of that team when they won that title pretty convincingly back in GTE that season. They had 3 in contention, I think, at Le Mans back in that season. We've got another yellow flag in the first sector again, I'm afraid. We'll try and see who it is, but it's not always so obvious. Yeah, it seems to be on the run up the hill towards turn 3, and I don't know who it is, to be honest, for the moment. So we'll see if any damage or anything comes of that. But just seem to be pretty persistent in the opening sector of the lap. So slightly concerned about that, and whether we'll find anyone here. That
was a car going slowly, yeah.
I thought initially that was going out the pit lane, but maybe not. Let's see if we can see if we can identify it. It looked like a Porsche to me there, and it is a Porsche. Oh, it's got big damage. Oh, it might be the Juice's car. It might be Tony Janssen, and it is. Tony Janssen from 7th is off the road at the run up towards turn 3, and he's got big damage as well.
Yeah, I saw him going slowly. It almost threw off Miguel Cardoso. He almost went off track after seeing that, and Tony Janssen needs to get off.
Coming to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Going to be a code 80 as a result of that. So the race director almost into the wall there.
5,
hopefully
4,
just to get it back to the pit lane without getting
one,
in too many people's
code 80
way.
enforced.
And you can see the code 80 is now
allowed to
in place.
overtake damaged cars.
They are being told they can overtake Tony Janssen, because I don't even think he can hold 80 Ks at the moment. No, he can't on the road, can he? So they can overtake him. Cars are allowed to overtake him. Now, who's going to come in Gold Racing Esport in LMP2 have come in from 5th. That may well help Darius Andre get through the field. If we're saying 2 hours 20 to go, it's kind of halfway through an LMP2 stint, so I'm not sure how useful it's going to be for the likes of Neuberger. He's going to have the chance to come in. What about Martino? He's probably not. Well, he wouldn't get much of an advantage from it, and Andrzejewski is going to get a chance. So Pavel Andrzejewski is going to come into the pit lane for Hyperion Esports and maybe really benefit from this little bit of fuel they'll get under code 80.
Yeah, it looks like it's working out quite well for the Hyperion team, named after the Titan, all about the sun, which is sort of ironic now as the sun is going down in the background. But you can see there almost a painful task trying to get that vehicle all the way back to the pit lane. Tony Jansen there just struggling sort of all over the shop. Andrea Martino there with Arms Serber will be getting to the pit lane just in front if he chooses to pit, which is really not ideal. It'll only buy you about an extra 10 seconds or so before the code 80 comes in, because as soon as that damaged car is out of the way of the track, that code 80 will go back in and they will be able to continue. That is the third proper code 80 of the race, I believe. So it sort of goes to show just what sort of a race we've had so far.
The leader, Wojtek Polesny, is in, the leader in GT3. Now that's going to certify that they need a splash at the end of the day. The 5th placed car, Alex Broutigam, has also been in for a splash of fuel, and they will certainly require for a bit more fuel. They'll certainly require it a little bit later, and they've got a penalty as well.
Green in 10 seconds.
Maybe for speeding. Maybe it's speeding on pit lane. Kurjan also
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
So, green flag back out there on the circuit again, and we are racing once more with Wojtek Polesny just making it out on time. So that's not a bad time stop at all. They've now got a lap's worth of a lead, but they have ensured that they will need to splash at the end of the day. I think some GT3 teams, if not all of them, suspected they might have needed a splash anyway.
Well, I suppose it's better to confirm what you aren't quite sure about and just sort of make the decision there, get the cheaper pit stop, and go with definitely having a splash at the end rather than risking maybe having to make one anyway. So it looks like it's worked out very well there for the leaders of GTE. That's the Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 70. A little stop at the end, but with a lap in hand, shouldn't cost them very much at all, and they should be able to quite comfortably hold that lead when we reach that checkered flag and that final sort of stint. But that should be okay for them. But as you said, that code 80 working favours for different people on different parts of the track. Some people able to benefit, others not so much. And it does seem that Polesny just about got there in time and got out of the pit lane. But yeah, so very comfortable there. And it looks like some of the other GT3s didn't get the chance to pit, so that's going to be unfortunate for them, costing a bit of time, because if it seems that most GTs are going to be having to do an extra pit stop at the end anyway, those that have been able to get in under that code 80 have really benefited.
Alex Broutigam still in the pit lane as he now finally makes his way out. That seems to have been quite a long stop for him. He's now behind Miguel Cardoso in the Visceral car by about 20 seconds. Makes his way back out only now onto the circuit. Kutzak is still in 2nd place for Black Hawk by a lap, so they're all right. But his fight for 3rd is getting interesting. Not sure what took Broutigam so long. Maybe he was taking his final tyre change under that, because he could double stint to the end on that. Well, it'd be a double stint and a bit, wouldn't it? But that'll be fine in GT3 as well, as long as he's not put softs on, which I wouldn't imagine he did. So we'll see what happens with him from there on in, as every prototype in the world goes down his inside on the way towards turn 7. He won't be particularly pleased about that. We're about to be 4 wide. What's going to happen there? Oh, well, the Virtual Drive by TX3 car thankfully waits, but that could have been a lot worse. Well, they all make it through again. Just because we've seen nearly a 5th of the field retired from this race so far doesn't mean it's still not busy out there.
Yeah, most certainly, and we just had a very excellent demonstration of how congested it can be on the track when certain cars sort of all come together at once. They all coalesce and go in different speeds. But at the moment, managing to manage that quite well. Everyone sort of wants to just reach the end of the race now. As you said, a 5th of the field out. It's always going to be at the back of the mind of these drivers, thinking that you know, there's still that threat of not finishing. There's still a long way to go. We're still expecting about 2.25 hours left before that checkered flag is waved. So we're only about approaching 3/4 of the way through the whole distance. And as a result of that, everyone's going to have to be a little bit more careful and just wary about what's going on around them. At the moment, though, we have Alex Boytegum in 5th place, looking to try and close up that gap. As you said, probably change tyres and maybe trying to go to the end. We'll have to wait and see, but different strategy to the rest of the drivers, it seems.
That's something a little bit different. Let's see how it pans out. I was interested to note actually that none of the hypercars came in, at least none in the top 8 anyway. Don't know if the Go Team racing car came in, but they're 3 laps from the next car, so not too worried about them, unfortunately. As we see a yellow flag in Sector 1, I'm going to try and pick up who that is, if they're still lingering around with Sebastian Wunsch, if we can. But yeah, I'm somewhat surprised. But then again, when they're so close to their pit window and a lot of them are so set on only making 2 more stops towards the end, I guess they want to eliminate a splash. And unless you're in the exact ideal position, you don't necessarily want to come in under Code 80. Admittedly, I didn't see where Wunsch and Kish actually were when the Code 80 came out, so I don't know how ideal it was for them or how not ideal it was for them. But interesting to note that literally none of the top 8 came in, because surely someone would have been in a good place to come in.
I see what you mean, but I think at the moment everyone's on course to pit after lap 292, I think. Anyway, so because we saw most of them pit about 15 or so laps ago. So maybe they're all confident. But yeah, I see what you mean actually about being a bit strange that no one in the top 8 pits. So that might just be the way it works, because everyone seems to be about half a stint off each other. Those who are on course for 2 more anyway, and are going to be pitting fairly soon, and those are about half a stint offset from everyone else. So we'll see how that plays out. But at the moment, Sebastian Wunsch probably reaching the end of this stint. Likely driving pretty quickly at the moment on quite a light car.
Yeah, still 105 laps to go at the end of this one. So not the pit window not open just yet. And the concern is that Simfreen won't be able to keep this up, really. I mean, if this is the pace of Wunsch compared to Kiss, then Simfreen might well be back in this race, because he's gained 35 seconds over the course of this stint. But we're not really expecting that, are we? I mean, I think from what you were saying earlier, maybe Wunsch are going to take on some tyres at this point to go to the end from there, and they'll be quicker in the next stint than Simfreen. Maybe Simfreen will be quicker at the end, but they'll be starting with a more than half-minute deficit.
Yeah, I think at the moment Simfreen, they're on fresher tyres than Wunsch, so Wunsch will be taking on tyres at the next stop, and that's going to put Simfreen in a bit of a dilemma whether to try and make the tyres that they're on. They're only on softs last 3 stints, or take on some extra tyres at the end, and that's going to be quite a hefty final pit stop if they go for that option. Given that behind is the gap is a minute, but a minute's not an enormous amount of time if you're having to take on tyres as well. That's it really adds to your pit stop time. So we'll see what happens, what decisions Simfreen make. But at the moment, I think I would be putting my money on Wunsch for the win, given the strategy we're seeing at the moment.
Ever since that spin for Simfreen Esports and Christopher Kiernick, it's been in their hands for Wunsch, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately if you're part of the Simfreen team, of course. Dennis Dooner has been closing on Philip Trace a little bit in the last couple of moments, which is somewhat of a surprise. Sim Racing for Holland have been quite quiet so far, both in this race and the opening race of the season as well. But they're now starting to make a bit of an impression. Maybe not to challenge for that 6th place. Don't know what Dooner's strategy is like at the moment, but I think he's 2 stops to the end, like NeebRacing.com, although NeebRacing.com's pit stop is going to be quite short, their final stop. It's a difficult stint for Trace, really. The sun is going down. The obviously track is very worn in at this point. Everybody else is very used to the traffic, but he's only just stepping into the car for the first time, and that's a difficult task, getting in for the first time at this stage of the race.
It is, isn't it? It's when you get in, you've got to find the sort of the rhythm of the race, and sort of get settled in with how everyone else around you is driving, because of course sort of sets into the race sort of an expectation of what everyone's doing when, and if you're just getting into the car for the first time, you have to learn what the sort of behaviours are at different points of the track for the different categories, and sort of what the etiquette is looking like. and get on top of that pretty quickly, because everyone will be expecting it from you as well. But at the moment, not doing too badly, having just stepped in, but a bit of a way to go for the moment. Need Racing, they're going to be relying on strategy above all if they want to be challenging Race Clutch for that 5th position. But at the moment, still very interesting, and you never know. These strategies are so mixed up, and there's still so much room for things to happen as we are entering the we're getting close to the last 100 laps anyway. There's still a lot to be seen and a lot to be worked out, so there's no point resting anyone's case just yet. But you look how busy it is at the moment, and that's what I mean. Things can go wrong, and when it's busy like this, there's always the opportunity for things to go wrong, and that can really throw a spanner into the works and shuffle up the whole race for everyone. So we'll just be paying attention here, and I imagine if you're Philip Drace, really paying attention, just avoiding any unnecessary danger, that's cursing the commentator there, because that's a huge impact, and that's 2 LMP2s off in the background with huge damage. I think they were pretty close out on track there as well.
Well, didn't see which ones they were actually. It's not the leader, is it? It may well be second place in LMP2. It is. Andrzejewski has gone off the road for Hyperion Esports. The team's second, and they weren't battling out on the circuit. Hyperion weren't fighting with anyone. However, Andrzejewski is off the road on the back straight, and everyone's having to be very careful around him at the moment, just to make sure that nobody makes any contact here. With just over 100 laps to go, unfortunately, we've got another incident on the back straight. Hyperion have lost second place now as well. They were third, of course. They were on the podium at the opening round in Monza, and now it looks like their podium may well be lost.
And they were looking so strong just in the last hour or so. They've been really just plucking away, being consistent, and it's something that I think is completely out of their hands. I think they got driven into there on the straight, and we've seen a lot of impact on that straight when people have been navigating traffic, and there is the consequences of that, and you just got to feel so bad for these guys. They've been doing so well, especially in the last few moments of the race. I think there was another LMP2 that got caught up in that as well. Didn't quite receive as much damage, but this is now Luca Martino with Arm Cyber back into second position. We saw them around here earlier, but that is just absolutely devastating, and it goes to show that while the race goes on, anything can happen.
Yeah, this race is not over until it's over, and there's still a long way until it is over. 100 laps to go at the end of this one in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. These are about, 750 through, roughly 750 miles complete, still 250 to go, and unfortunately Hyperion Esports have seen it slightly fall apart right at the end. I don't know if we're going to get a replay here to what actually happened, because I was not looking at the time. So free wide. Dearie me. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is Nidre. It's the Valle Corsa car, the other LMP2, but I think the hypercar was Philip Drace in the kneebracing.com. I don't know if you agree or not, but
it was Philip Drace who
the kneebracing.com. I mean, for me, he's free wide. The 2 LMP2s are already too wide. He makes it free wide with them, which is fair enough. But then to go straight into the side of one of them when you're trying to go round a GT3, like this is the onboard. I understand where he's coming from here. He's trying to run his own race, and maybe there was a gap there to get through, but he's misjudged it if there was a gap. And if there wasn't, then it's just purely rude, really. And it's ended, or at least put 2 cars in the wall, ended a podium charge for one of them. And debracing.com surely are going to receive a penalty for that.
I think so, and I think that would probably be quite right to be given that, because in that sort of situation, you've just got to be patient. Philip Drace, he's not really at risk of anyone overtaking him or being overtaken by him at the moment. He's got a gap of a minute up the road, 10 seconds behind. It wouldn't have done him much harm just to lift off a little bit, except that he's not going to get past on that part of the straight and just go past as soon as possible without putting anyone at risk. And as a result of that, he's not only brought an end to some podium chances, and he's also going to sacrifice the start of his next race, or his team's the start of his team's next race as a result of penalties as well. So I think that's one thing that just doesn't get quite put into perspective sometimes, is that a rash decision, a bit of impatience can have some pretty far-reaching consequences. And you do just have to feel bad for those LMP2s who are doing their own thing at that time and being roped into quite a bad incident. So unfortunate for them. The Philip Drace is just going to have to get on with his race, I suppose, but it's just not ideal all round, I don't think.
Well, such a shame for Hyperion Esports, who are still down on pit lane, by the way. Not sure how many pits minutes they have. That doesn't make sense. How long their repair is, I don't know. But what a shame for them. They're now outside the top 5. I really feel for them. It's none of their fault at all. But it's the kind of day that everybody else has been having. The only team that have really had a good day, who also had a good day at Monza, has been Team Irish, who are in the lead again. They won, of course, the opening round of the season at Monza. Gold Racing Esports are a fair way down, although they have recovered quite well. They're now 4th, of course. Hyperion Esports have just had that problem. Scuderia Ferrari Esports have had damage twice at least. Visceral had that big crash at the top of the hill of turn 3. And it's just been a disaster for those, in terms of trying to have 2 good races in a row. It's been a disaster for quite a lot of people.
Yeah, and this race especially. I mean, as you were saying earlier, Monza was pretty tame. I think it was only 2 DNFs, you said, or at least when we were talking at that point of the race it was anyway. But this race has just proved so much harder, so many more events just happening, and as a result, it's been very difficult to have 2 races in a row consistent. I think pretty much at least 80% of the cars on track have probably been wrapped up in some sort of incident over the course of this race. I know there was a big incident at the start as well, so it's just been it's been a much harder race, I think, than Monza was, and I think the drivers will be hoping for a bit more respite when they go to Bahrain next time out. A bit of a shorter race as well, so they can relax a bit for that. It's only 4 hours around Bahrain compared to the roughly 8 hours we're expecting with these 1,000 miles, as we are now into the final 100 laps though, and things are still occurring on track. Still a lot to be decided as yet.
Yeah, mistakes are not particularly punished around Bahrain, really. So I'd imagine it will be a bit of a different feel to that race. Some of the GT3s are in again, including Wojciech Polesny. Now, he was in under the code 80, and why is he in again is my question. Has he got damage? Is the obvious follow after that. BS Plus Zoom competition are expected to be in at this point. I think this is just about late enough for the GT3s to be able to make it to the end, by the way, as long as the race time is kept down, as long as the pace at the front of the race is still good and the race time is brought down. I think the GT3s will be all right, but slightly concerned for Wojciech Polesny that he's got damage. Hopefully that's not the case for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing Ferrari, who are having a very good race so far, but it wouldn't be good if they had damage, which I'm fearing at the moment with a second pit stop in quick succession.
Yeah, it's certainly not a scheduled pit stop, and it does make you slightly concerned for them. They're still in the pit lane as Mark Veit and Blackhawk Racing come around the final turn onto the straight. That could be the lead for them. No, it looks like Sedlacek has got into the car with the Thomas Enger vehicle and has got going once again. However, that is a lot of time lost, and that's going to eat into the advantage they had before that pit stop just taken. But very interesting there. And I'd be interested to learn why the number 70 decided to stop when it did, because it does seem to be a little off kilter with the rest of what they've been doing.
Well, now that I've seen, Sedlacek's in the car, Polesny getting out, I wonder whether in that last stop they just put enough fuel in to eliminate that splash at the end, and now it's 2 full stints for Sedlacek towards the end, because that stop was not out of the ordinary in terms of the length of it, and that's what would concern me most, really. They've at least got back out there with more than a lap's lead. By the way, just to update you as well on the Hyperion car, Pavel Andrzejowski is out again in 8th place, just 10 seconds behind Seawolf, about 5 seconds in front of Valor in that car there. So a real shame for Hyperion, but at least they're back out onto the road again and still running in this race. It's lap 300 here at Road Atlanta in the 1,000 miles, the first of two 1,000-mile races here in the Virtual Endurance Championship here this season. It's been my pleasure to be along for the ride once again in the VEC for the last 2 hours. Though Cam Roger will be rejoining Hugo Barab for the end of this race. 94 to go, Cam. Hopefully it's a good one. I'll be watching, of course. Enjoy the show and yeah, take it away for the last 94 laps.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan, for your work over the first 6 hours of the race. Yes, myself, Cameron Roger, and Hugo Barrow will be bringing you through the final 2 hours, 94 laps to go. Of course, it is a lap limited race, but we're looking at about 2 hours for that to be done. So easily 2 stints for the hypercars, and then probably nearer 3 for the LMP2s, GT3s, just about over 2 stints as well for them. But yeah, Hugo, certainly been a hectic race. So many things happening, of course. That last code 80 just spicing things up a little bit as well with the orders.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that the drivers want to let us relax a little bit. Every time we think it's everything's getting into a groove, something gets thrown into the mix. And at the moment, there we go. There's a contact, I think, there with the Porsche between Pavel Andrzejewski and the GT. I'm not sure, but that's first turn. Someone's already gone round. I think that sort of speaks for how the race has been the whole time. At the moment as well, though, the leaders of the race are in the pits. As I expected, Vincic are having a longer stop. They'll be changing their tyres, whereas Sinfreem are already back out. But yeah, so the penultimate pit stops we're expecting about now for those hypercars, and we'll go to the sort of kiss there at the moment. But yeah, just all sorts of things going on now, and we are reaching the closing stages of the race, and we'll be expecting a sort of conclusion to some of these strategies to start to unfold as getting moving now is Cosmo Prosciutto just into the pit lane there for his almost second last stop. But yeah, most of the hypercars in at the moment.
Yeah, definitely the time for those guys. They can do about sort of 49-ish laps on a tank. So yeah, definitely 2 stints remaining for them, and potentially final driver swaps as well coming into it with a double stint to the end. There isn't any minimum driver times in the VEC, but there is a maximum. But still, this might be a good time to get any final drivers in for the final few laps. And one thing, obviously, I went away for a couple of hours. Crazy to see the gaps in, especially in the LMP2s, as you got Winchik there coming back out into the lead of the race. Yeah, the gaps in some of these categories are absolutely crazy. And then obviously in LMP2, we've been mentioning throughout the course of the race, Iris just having absolute domination, 2 laps to second place. Absolutely incredible. And then on-off racing, they've had a bit of an interesting day so far, but they're in third place, but they're also 3 laps down. And then you go to 4th place, and guess what? It's another lap down. It's four laps down, so 1 lap per car, and that even goes down to the top 7. 7th place, Linus Lundvall, is 7 laps down, so 1 lap per car in your LMP2 is really spread out over the course of this race, just showing you how difficult it is around Road Atlanta.
Yeah, definitely, and there's a lot that I think only the leader of LMP2 has really found themselves. I mean, seen just in the background there, I think, out of much trouble. I don't really like saying that as I'm trying to get past traffic, because I think I cursed him quite badly just a few laps ago. In fact, that was Pavel Andrzejewski, who is trying to make up some time, get up some of those positions that were lost after the impact earlier. Currently just 6 seconds down on the next car up the road, so looking to make a bit of a charge up into 7th place. But once it's past Lundvall, probably not out. So that's the race leader, that's Sebastian Wunsch, who's just been off the road, I think. Rick Van Erle in the Vincic Racing team just behind, not too far, only 7 seconds. I'm not sure what's happened there though.
Yeah, I just saw the the yellow flags come out. Quickly have a look to the track map, and it was your first place in the hypercars, first place overall as well, therefore having a bit of an issue, and that is big because the seconds, well, 17 seconds is the gap at the moment. Let's actually try and see a bit of a replay. Coming up towards turn 5, all on his own, misses the apex and just loses the rear, goes around. Does he hit the wall? No. I think he should be okay. Without contact, tyres will be a little bit flat spotted, but that should be okay to complete this stint. A little bit lucky there in some regards, but also, not what you would have wanted to do when leading, because actually coming across the line, the gap is updated. It's down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, and it's not brilliant. Those are fresh tyres on the Simframe car. I'm pretty sure they've only just been put on. I might be wrong, actually. It might be the vintage car. But it's not ideal if you want to be defending your lead, and that has really spiced things up. As you said, only 5 seconds now separate the top 2 of the race, and they're running different strategies. One's on old tyres, one's on pretty fresh tyres. Only just went on in the last set of stops, and now everything could get mixed up. You can see that softs are the tyre of choice for everyone in the hypercar class. Not quite so for the other categories racing at the moment. But Rick Van Erle closing down the gap. Last lap was 13 seconds quicker, and that shows how much time was lost on that spin from Wunsch, who was very careful when rejoining to avoid any contact, as we have seen some poor rejoins so far in this race, lead to even bigger damages that could easily be avoided. But yeah, here is our second place car at the moment. Vintage Racing Team moving down the hill, trying to close up this gap. It's down to 4.5 seconds. Could get even less, down to 4 seconds. So it's really ebbing and flowing, but Rick Van Erle seems to be on a charge, and he wants to get that vintage car up into first place.
VEC champion a couple of years ago with Simframe, the very team that he is chasing down. How the tables turn in sim racing when you get drivers moving around and that sort of thing. But yeah, Rick Van Erle, definitely a very fast driver, and he knows what he is doing at the top of endurance racing. And now down to 3.3 seconds. He's really closing in the gap. And the biggest thing I think for Simframe there as well is, all the wear that would have come in on those rear tyres with that spin, really is going to be making that balance difficult over the course of the stint. And considering they've just started it, I was mentioning a couple laps ago, the stints in this car about 49 laps or so. That's a lot of laps to do with some worn tyres, especially if they are new, of course. If you want to double them to the end, or even if they stayed on them for one stint already, that's going to make it even more difficult. So I think it's going to be advantage Winchik as the stint progresses. So definitely look out for Rick Van Erle making some big moves as we get to 90 laps to go here for the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta.
And Rick Van Erle really is making inroads, already down to under 3 seconds. Now, it's important to mention that just before the pit stops that we just observed, it was this car that was in the lead, the Vinchik Racing team, that they put on tyres, and they'd inherited the lead from the number 2 Simframe, which is currently in first, from Sebastian Wunsch spinning off earlier in the race as well of his own accord. So that's the second time Wunsch has spun, and it's cost his team a lot, and it looks like that could secure the perhaps lead for Rick Van Erle and his team, given that I'm expecting Simframe will need new tyres before the end of the race in that final stop, unless they're going to try and triple stint softs, which I think would be very risky and probably not very successful. It also explains some way the rate that Rick Van Erle is closing up. He's on fresh tyres, although he is on fresh tyres, giving him a lot of extra grip, and their cars are both weighing about the same, so it is advantage Erle, and it will be until the end of the race.
Yeah, as you say, if Winchik just got on 2 tyres, they'll be doubling to the end. I would assume in that case Simframe are tripling, because otherwise after this stop there would only be 1 stint left, so it'd be a bit weird to change for 1 stint and then doing triples on others. So, that's very close down inside of turn 3. Van Erle starting to take some risks there. A bit of flashing from the Visceral car. Don't think there was any contact there, but definitely that was some risk being taken, and certainly showing that Rick wants to get this position. And the reason why is because, as I say, they've been leading the race for so long, they see the opportunity coming to get that race lead back. I think this is going to be a bit of a struggle for Wunsch to the end of this race, but the thing that's coming in their favour is the fact that we've gone into night time, so track temperatures will be coming down. That will make the tyres and the balance handle that just a little bit better. Tyres will last a little bit longer, so that is certainly a positive. But with the amount of spin as such, if that's even a way to describe it, with the size of the spin that Wunsch had, I think he is definitely going to be struggling with that one. And either way, the pace advantage will be in the hands of Rick Van Erle as he closes right in now.
you can also see as well, we are properly getting into nighttime. The sun has truly set and it is dark around the track. We've been watching the shadows grow longer pretty much since I joined about 2 hours ago. But yeah, we are in darkness now, and that's going to add an extra little spice into the mix. Of course, everyone will have been used to having the sun out for most of this race, and now it's gone, and there's not much in the way of actual track lighting around this track. Sort of standard for lots of these sort of American tracks that aren't based around the sort of oval circuit, and it does mean that the headlights are all the more important. You can see Rick Van Aerle at the moment closing up, but he's being a little bit patient. I think he's biding his time. He knows he's going to get past. And he's just going to try and pick the most opportune, perhaps the safest moment to try and get through. And we've seen that probably a wise choice, given the fact that so many incidents have occurred in this race already from the close racing. So he's moving to the outside now, trying to use those GTs to block in Wunsch as they go 3 wide into the chicane. There's a bit of a squeeze there on from Rick Van Aerle. He does take the position, and I think he's going to be able to hold on to it as he gets past that Porsche as well. And that's our race leader now. The Vinchik Racing Team, number 8, takes the lead, and there's looking to hold on to it for the checker flag. Oh, that's a big spin in the background as Vinch goes all the way round. I'm not sure what the cause of that was. He's avoided something worse, but not ideal at the same time.
What on earth happened there? Halfway down the straight, spinning. The only thing I can think of is that he's come across on the on that car that's now just ahead of him again, because of course he didn't complete the overtake on that Porsche. The only thing I can think of is that he's come across that Juice's Porsche and yeah, just had a bit of a spin with that, because you don't often see cars sideways halfway down the straight. So Wunsch definitely, unfortunately, going from bad to worse, really losing the lead there. Remember, just about 5 laps ago, they had a 17-second lead. Now they're 6 seconds behind. Let's have a look up the inside. Actually fine at this point. Going on, just on the curb, on the exit curb. Once again, no contact, but going for a spin. That's, yeah, 2 impressive spins in 5 laps, and there we go. That is another spin for Andrzejewski, I think that would have been. Still in that car for Hyperion, looking at second place, but they went off there at turn 10.
And I think Andrzejewski, yeah, unfortunately spinning there. He's trying to recover from earlier. So down to 9th, was in 8th not too long ago. You can see the gap's now 8 seconds ahead of him. And it's not really gone Hyperion's way in the last half an hour or so. But that was a really strange incident involving Wunsch. Probably one of the tamer incidents we've seen so far this race. Lucky that no one else got pulled into that. But yeah, we're following at the moment Andrzejewski, who is behind Valacorsa. Now, Valacorsa was the other car that was involved in the incident when they sort of got taken out by the Need racing vehicle on the back straight. So we'll see them fighting each other now. And they weren't racing at that point, but they just happened to be next to each other on the track. And you can see what the result of the damage is for the Hyperion that was in second to find itself now behind that car, which it was lapping at the time. So at the moment, Andrzejewski struggling a little bit and trying to make up some time. And this is Stavros Muzeidis in that Valacorsa car. It avoided getting too much damage, much better than the Hyperion did, but still getting wrapped up in that incident was not ideal for their race chances. And they've only got a second up the road, you can see, to the next car, and perhaps looking to mount a challenge on the Seawolf number 49 at the moment is Muzeidis, and this will be against Lundvall, who I think we saw battling earlier on this race, but I might be mistaken.
Yeah, we certainly did. It's been some nice battles actually in the LMP2, despite it being so spread out, as we were saying, in those front 7 spaces, being 1 lap per car. We actually have a bit of a closer one for P7, P8, as Valacorsa here. Stavros Muzeidis, the Greek driver, at the wheel, is trying to chase down Linus in the Seawolf car. And just, a few seconds behind, up to about 10 seconds now, we have Andrzejewski, who, of course, spun just a few laps ago. I wonder if he was involved in with these guys before that spin. Didn't quite see, but certainly losing out, as they're going to come past the BS Plus Zoom BMW down in towards the turn 10 chicane, and that is traffic like that potentially where you're going to be gaining some lap time, but nothing for Muzeidis to do at this moment in time. But he's certainly looking very close to get up inside that top 7 as it stands, really starting to close in.
And you can see there in the background is, I think, the race leader as well. So he'll be looking to avoid getting caught up in this battle, which is very close. Look how small the gap is there between Muzeidis and Lundvall as they head their way down the hill, the downforce of those LMP2s working overtime through the S's. Very technical section of the track that has to be negotiated with care as they move down the hill now into the quick right-hander. And yeah, you can see the hypercar at the background just biding its time. Doesn't want to get caught up in anything. Doesn't really need to. It's not urgent to get past these guys, and it's certainly much better to get past in your own time than try and speed your way through and get wrapped up in a collision. And now down the back straight is the perfect time to do so. We could see Mercedes rather make a move into the chicane now, perhaps look to the inside. It's a heavy braking zone, heaviest part of the circuit, and he can't quite get his nose in there, and he pulls in behind to try another day.
Oh, as he might have to run actually up towards the final corner, not quite, just squeezed out the way there. Almost had the run, but not. It just needed to be another couple of centimetres, get a proper overlap. But in the end, not quite. Up the inside of turn one, that might be quite difficult. They've got the satellite car there. That's going to squeeze the two to the right-hand side of the track. And King's left once again in towards the braking zone, 3 wide. But Mercedes manages to make that move. Very, very aggressive. And that is 7th place for Valle Corsa. The issue is they got 1 lap to the next car, so it's just going to be this battle to focus on between them. But Mercedes there definitely showing he's got just a little bit more pace at the moment. But I mean, he had to really work for that one. Linville wasn't giving it to him at all, and even with the GT3, yeah, that was not the nicest move.
No, and I think Lundvall did well actually to just bear in mind where that GT3 was the whole time and avoid any contact, which it's always a possibility when they're racing that close. But as you said, Stavros Mercedes incredibly quick in comparison at the moment. Although that said, not pulling away as quick as perhaps he'd like to. The gap only 0.4 of a second, but being ahead is half the game. So he'll just be looking to try and extend that gap now and start looking towards the end of the race. Don't want to get caught up in an extended battle, because that's going to cost you time, tyres and fuel. So getting that done as quickly as possible. Wasn't too quick given the fight that Lundvall put up, but he is through now and he's going to continue on with the rest of his race. And looking around the track at the moment, it seems like this was the closest battle. Everything seems to be a little bit calmer for the time being, although I'm sure that won't stay that way too long, given what we've watched so far this race. And into the pits is the leader of LMP2, Felix Neuberger, there with Team Iris.
Yeah, that should be nice and easy in terms of the strategies. That's Race Clutch also coming into the pit lane. Tom Lartalou is in that car as it stands. Yeah, so another sort of round of pit stop. So these guys, they're going to be pitting. And as you see, Burst Esports about 66 seconds behind. So I wonder how close that battle is going to be between the two. Obviously 1 and 2 in the first race, championship rivals last season, both having penalties at the beginning of this race, which has set them back. But how close is that 66 seconds going to be by the time we leave pit exit? Because that's going to be the battle to the end. Of course, this is quite a while into the hour, so it's going to be a shorter pit stop at the end for Race Clutch. So that needs to be factored into this battle between them. We've got David Mrocek at the wheel for Burst Esports next view, coming out of the final chicane at turn 10. And across out of the final corner, the gap as well is obviously the one to look out for with Race Clutch, who are still sitting there. So I think it's going to actually be pretty close on this pit exit as we come to pit out. Where is David Mrocek? There he is in turn 1. Race Clutch are going to have that position into 3rd place as we get a straight fight now to the end of the race. 2 stints to go. The Race Clutch with slightly shorter pit stop at the end.
It's worth mentioning this is for the final podium position, so a lot rests on this. That's some hefty points you could walk home with if Burst Esports next to you are able to get in front. So this could be quite interesting. A little battle to watch while the final stages of the race begin to unfold. Of course, we're expecting one more pit stop from both of these cars. And at the moment, they're pretty much side by side on track. So we'll have to watch and see who can get ahead, who has the quickest raw pace, and who can navigate all of this traffic. As you can see there in the top left, only 80 laps remaining. So we really are getting into the latter stages of this race now, and everything is going to count just that much more. Each position could be that final position gained of the race, and as a result, they're going to matter a lot. And being very careful though, as you navigate through here, because you've come so far, driven 315 laps, well over 750 miles. I think we're probably past 800 miles as well at this point. And you just want to make sure you get that car to the end first and foremost. That is the most important part of this stage of an endurance race.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at your potential championship rival, people you're going to be around. I would rather finish, 4th place and lose a couple of points than do something catastrophic and finish, multiple positions behind using loads of points. It's definitely a tricky, one to balance the risk. But at the end of the day, you want to also get the position. And when there's, what's it going to be, 80 laps to go, there's plenty of time to try and find a way past. But this is certainly not going to be an easy one. Tom Lartalou, obviously the sort of the star driver of Race Clutch, coming up against David Mrocek as well. In towards turn 10. Mrocek's got a bit of a run here. Up towards the inside. The chicane is going to be, can he find space down the inside? Lartalou gives him no space at all. Hyperion round the outside, trying to almost retake that position as they have some pretty decent speed compared to the LMHs in corners like that. Round the outside now it's going to be for David Mrocek in the high speed. That's risky, but he's managed to make it work and not lose the gap to Lartalou.
And you can see what Ewan was saying earlier about these LMP2s. They're just so much lighter. It goes to show best in the braking zone for that chicane because they can just get stopped so much quicker, and they can actually put up a fight with those hypercars at that point of the track anyway. But yeah, David Mrocek really had nowhere to go there, no way through. And he's going to have to sit behind that Race Clutch car. We saw the Race Clutch vehicle when Dennehan was at the wheel. Absolutely rapid, so we know there's a lot of pace in it, and Mrocek is going to have to work very hard if he is to put up a fight. So we'll see what he can do through these next few laps. But at the moment, Race Clutch are holding on, and Tom Lartalou is not going to give an inch if he can avoid it. As a result of that, Mrocek is going to have to work harder. He's going to have to be careful though. Doesn't want to start losing too much time. We've got 80 laps, so the gap behind is 20 seconds. It's unlikely that will close down. But if these guys get tangled up in an extended battle, the chance of that increase, and you could see Philip Trace try and get himself into the mix. Although that would be very well done by him if he can begin to catch up. That gap does seem to be getting smaller though.
Yeah, certainly does, as you say. Drice there for needracing.com. 18 seconds off that battle for the podium. And to be honest, even Go Team Racing with their number 7 machine not too far off either, should things happen. So these guys do need to actually keep their opportunities open for the final stint, final couple of stints of the race, because anything can happen. We've had plenty of Code 80s and carnage so far. But someone that we haven't spoken about in a while is Rick Van Erle as such, but he has gained a 17-second gap on Simframe. Remember, that was 17 seconds the other way around. God, there's a load of cars on the track at the same point there. He was 17 seconds ahead. He's now 17 seconds behind. Such is the way that this stint has gone. Before we go back to that battle between Lartalou and Mrocek, which is probably a little bit closer and more likely to swap around, because Mrocek's really staying close actually.
Yeah, he is. He's doing well to keep up, isn't he? And you can see there is Lartalou just trying to get any advantage he can, try and get this traffic out of his way by flashing at them fairly aggressively, because obviously he doesn't want to lose any fraction of a second that he can. And at the moment, it's working quite well in his favour as this traffic, as Mrocek is being slowed up a little bit. As both of these cars are absolutely flying, trying to get around this circuit as quickly as possible. And what you're saying about Rick Van Erle, it's evident that there's a lot of pace in that Vincic number 8 car, especially with those fresh tyres on. And I think a lot can be said for a fresh pair of tyres on these cars. It just gives them so much more speed, especially on this track where it's pretty hard on the tyres. There's so many turns in comparison to Monza, which is very much a straight space circuit, and it's a lot flatter. This one does put a lot more stress on the tyres, and as a result, those fresh tyres really do benefit. But now we can see at the moment David Mrocek is just finding himself in traffic, and he just can't seem to get any advantage on Tom Lartalou for the moment. But that said, he's still keeping close, and he's not letting that Race Clutch car get away. And as a result, keeping that ever-imposing presence in the rearview mirrors, which is pretty important for the psychological part of any on-track battle.
Yeah, I think this battle is going to go on. Their pace is, so identical, albeit they're following each other, so they're pretty much getting the same traffic at the same time. But it's not like Lartalou's absolutely pulled away, and I'm sure Mrocek will keep that battle close. The issue is that it's going to be a shorter pit stop for Race Clutch at the end. They pit so much later, they're going to need to take less fuel at the final pit stop, and that will of course gain so many seconds. So the gap isn't really 1.6, it's say 5.6 or 7.6 seconds. So that's really what first need to look out for when we get to that final stop. But as you see there, rFactor is losing a little bit of time behind that Ferrari, so that can also be a little bit of a factor. So we'll just run you through a couple of other things going on through the race. Of course, not direct battles, but we still have Martin Hemmingsen in that Team Iris car leading the way of your LMP2s, which we have seen for quite a while now. Then we have Arm Cyber with Luca Martino in your second place, and On-Off Racing there round out your podium as he goes 3 wide to overtake a couple of GTs. Satellite making a move there in your GTs. And talking of the GTs, we've got Michael Sedlacek for Thomas Eng Sim Racing leading the way. They've also got a 1 lap gap, I should say, to second place. There's Mark Veit, actually not too far behind in terms of track position, just 1 lap down for Black Hawk Racing. And then BS Plus Zoom, they've had an up and down day. They were leading after the first lap, massive crash behind them, but then they had loads of penalties and had to work their way back up. And now currently in 3rd place, trying to chase down that Black Hawk car, 47 seconds off. And to round out your top 5, got Black Hawks, number 81 machine, their second Black Hawk inside the top 4. And then to round out your top 5, we have Miguel Cardoso for Visceral Esports. So that's your rough roundup, and actually Miguel's not too far behind, just 5 seconds off P4.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting in GT. GT always provides a lot of racing, partly due to the fact that it's such a big class in comparison to all of the others. But regardless, giving a lot of entertainment. You can see Miguel Cardoso, 4.8 seconds is that gap ahead. Try and close up to Alex Boysigam and make some sort of move, although that's going to take a little while to close down that gap. And you can see the speed difference between the prototypes and the GT3s rather, around this circuit. There is Darius Andre, the Gold Racing team in the car. Charlie Rigo pulls in as well for On-Off Racing. This is going to be the penultimate stop, I think, for these guys. They'll have to make one more stop beyond this, so it might be interesting. They might go for a slightly different strategy, do the shorter stop now, and then make a full stop around lap 350-ish to go to the end. But we'll see what they decide to do. Probably no tyres at this stage in the race. Although if you are going to make a final tyre change, now is your last opportunity, really. Otherwise, it's not really worthwhile.
Yeah, other LMP2s in as well. So that's the Ferrari, Alex Siebel at the wheel. And then we have Luca Martone as well. So definitely pit stop time for the LMP2s. What we got, 72 laps. Yeah, I think, we'll see if that's, they might need a splash. I'm not good on the quick maths on that one, but they might need the odd splash. We've got a slow car. Who's that? That's P8. Is that Luca D'Amelio? Yes, it is. Has gone off at the final chicane into turn 10. Didn't obviously see how that one happened, but he was just off into the gravel trap. And they are another team to have some issues today. 3 laps down and another spin to add to the list.
Yeah, and it's sort of par for the course on this track. People will go off every now and then by themselves. We've seen it happen to the race leader, so it really can happen to anyone. Kept going though. It doesn't look like they've taken any damage. We'll see if they pull into the pits at the end of this lap to fix anything wrong with their car. At the moment though, they're about 14 seconds off, so I think that might have cost them the position to Andras Corrali in Sim Racing for Holland. But I'm not entirely sure on that one. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, just looking at their last lap, I think they lost 9 seconds. So if the gap is 14, they probably, that probably wouldn't have been overdone. But at least they would have been close to Kirali. Whereas now, the gap is way, way bigger, unfortunately. Unfortunately for them. And also in the LMHs, as you said, this battle wasn't finished, and certainly not. David Mrocek is once again caught up that sort of half a second or so that he was losing, but once again, so much traffic coming towards turn 1. The 3 classes overtake each other as they get past the Seawolf car in towards turn 1. And now Alan Pixie, they've got another LMP2 to navigate as well. That's the Ferrari LMP2, getting up the inside there, the Seawolf one. But certainly it's so difficult around this track. Cars everywhere, especially as we've been mentioning, sometimes the LMP2s are actually faster than the hypercars in certain corners. It's really a lot to manage for the drivers.
Yeah, definitely, especially on the sort of winding sections of the track like they have just been through. There's just not really any opportunity to find a way through. As you said, David Mrocek still posing quite a big threat to Race Clutch, that number 1 car, the winners from last season, I believe, who are defending that final podium position. And given that we're so far into the race and we're still having the podium force over pretty closely I think that's a pretty good omen for the rest of the season. We've got 9 races this season, 1 down. We're on the second. There's going to be another 7 after this. If we can keep this sort of level of racing up all the way through, that could be very good indeed. And at the moment, rFactor really putting on some pressure as we go back onto the pit straight, but there's not really any opportunity to get through. We're going to move up to Tom Lotto, who's the leader of this group, or of the pair rather, at the moment in 3rd place, looking to defend, but can't find any way through this traffic. And getting flashed quite aggressively from behind are these drivers, and you can see they're all coalescing. Doesn't seem to be any way for any of them to get through each other, and there aren't really that many blue flags being shown.
Yeah, this is potentially an important battle, though, for Race Clutch and Burst. If they can get themselves onto the lead lap, we know that Bunch is really struggling with his pace. He's now lost 28 seconds to Winchick. Wow, that is a huge turnaround in speed. So surely Race Clutch and Burst are going to be able to unlap themselves and then have enough speed to pull away from the blue flags. As actually Davin Rocic there in the background, he's got a bit of a run. As we come down the back straightaway, 70 laps remain in this race. He goes to the right-hand side. I think Larsu might just have enough to cover him off there. So Rocic now goes to the left-hand side. No, he comes back to the right as they try and find a way through. Vunch, of course, just in front of this. This is the car that they're battling, but 1 lap behind. This is getting very interesting in Hypercar.
Yeah, Lossley seems to be able to place his car on every part of the track all at once, really defending hard. There's yellow flags that they're just coming up to, so they're going to have to be a little bit cautious through this first sector. You can see that's a car, I think, I'm not sure which GT that is. It might be Miguel Cardoso. He's just gone off. Yes, it is. I don't know if he's got damage from that. That's not good news. He is 5th in class. I think he already was, unless he's lost the position to Alex Breutigam, which is altogether possible, because he's only 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I think he had an issue with Vogel. Both of them, from what I could see, were off at turn 1. So, yeah, drivers even a bit low down in your GT3s, trying to, have a go at each other. But unfortunately, I think there was some contact there because both cars off at turn 1, which is a very sort of like, it was also sort of on the entry of turn 1 as such. It wasn't all the way around. Normally, if you see contact, it's a bit more on the exit, but that was on the track map. Looks like it was quite near the entry, so something definitely potentially fast just happened there. Has gone back to this battle for P3.
Yeah, and I think Vogel got off worse there. It looked like he was pretty damaged trying to limp his way back home. But at the moment, Davin Rocic carrying on as we start the next lap. It's all going to show how short a lap around this circuit is. Only takes about 1 minute and 10 seconds, not even that, for them to get round. And there's even more traffic once again. It's never easy for Davin Rocic to try and keep pace with Race Clutch. You can see there's a lot of traffic to contend with in front of them. They're heading through the S's now, and there's not really an opportunity to make your way through here, which is good news for Rocic, because he can really close up. He's almost touching the back of that Race Clutch car as moving up towards the straight. It's absolute pandemonium along there as they're going all the way around all these different cars through different routes. And then once again, still very close. There's another GT3 in the way as Rocic's going to have a look down the inside. He does find room, only just though. That Race Clutch car getting away pretty well. Lastly, making his way through the traffic very neatly. Rocic not so neatly, but he got through nonetheless. And he's still managing to pose a threat. At the moment, though, this is getting very interesting. This traffic really adding an extra element to the battle between them.
They're almost, it always felt like they were at a standstill there going into turn 5. They're just so much slower than normal racing speed. Really a proper train as you just can't overtake into that corner. It's one line at the best of times, let alone anything else happening as once again Rocic gets a run up towards turn 1. Not really an overtaking opportunity, but it is certainly one where you can try and set something up. Unfortunately, on the inside line just lost a little bit of time there. They now have one of these satellite GT3s to come up against inside this sector 1. Is Larsu going to be making it up the inside? Yes, he is. Rocic going to try and follow him through. Not enough room there. So now look at the gap that's going to be created between the two as Rocic gets sort of stuck behind that satellite car just a little bit as the traffic is just ebbing and flowing once more. But Larsu still right on the back of Vunch. Despite the sort of the speed drop, still can't get past.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, look at this. It's like a scene out of a high street on a Monday morning. It's so busy as they try and find their way through once more. Some last they're trying to carve up this traffic as Rocic does his best to keep up in the background. There's still more cars to get round. This is it's pretty obscene almost how much traffic there is to try and get through. You can see in front, there's no blue flags being waved. I think that's one of the I think that is Wunsch actually in front of them, isn't it? In the sim-frame car, so they're trying to unlap themselves. Wunsch has no impetus to let them through. He doesn't need to let them pass, and he'll probably do his best to avoid that because he knows he's slow, and they could close up that gap given the low pace. There's a bit of contact there from Russia. He's maybe getting a bit hasty. He goes down the inside. There's contact between the two of them, and round goes the race clutch car. Tom Lartanu, he's into the grass. He's avoided the wall, but that's not how you want to be making an overtake, and all of that hard work has gone for nothing.
Where's he going? Oh, he's trying to flick around on the grass, which is actually a good thing because we saw a terrible rejoin there earlier, so that was actually a good thing from Tom Lartanu. So yeah, he had a wiggle, went up the inside the Networks car through turn one, had a bit of a wiggle. Mrocek got the run, and then coming into the chicane, just a very sort of late dive, not a load of room, and Mrocek catching the back of the race clutch car. That is gonna have lost them quite a lot of time. Once we get around to the next sector point, we'll see what exactly is. It says 17 seconds now, but I'm sure they'll update when we go across the next sector marker. So it might be a little bit more than that, but certainly for race clutch, that is going to make their life very difficult to finish in third place.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal for them. They've lost a lot of time on the back of that. 19-20 seconds. In part due to their caution rejoining the track, which you have to applaud because, as you said, it was a really horrible incident that brought in about 4 or 5 cars earlier on in the race, about 2.5 hours ago, from someone not taking the time to rejoin properly. But yeah, the losing that final podium position like that is just devastating, really, because contact is never how you want to lose a position. You can see flashing. He's trying to get through. He's going to try and close up this gap. He's not done fighting. He wants to get that third place back off Mrocek. It's just going to be a little bit harder now to finish this race in third than it was about 2 minutes ago. Yeah,
that's a tricky one because, as I said, they got a shorter pit stop, but I don't think it's going to be by 18 seconds. So, yeah, they've still got a lot of way to go. 64 laps remain in the race, 61, I guess, when we get to the end of this lap, and they've just got to keep pushing. So what that leaves is Sebastian Wunsch in that second place, and he's got a lap back to David Mrocek, literally just exactly a lap, who is of course trying to get back onto the lead lap, pull away, and then we have Tom Lartanu for race clutch just there. Unfortunately, after that spin, now 19.6 seconds off the burst car. I see a car in 5th place, Zach Cardoso. He's going very slowly. I saw him off going through the S's, and he's now coming back slowly. So he got quite a bit of damage in that car. Might have to get some repairs at the end of this lap.
Now, we saw this car a little while ago, as you said, off the track as well after another incident. So maybe it's all beginning to fall apart. Maybe some damage has contributed to whatever's happened at this time around. But yeah, definitely going very slowly. You can see even the other GT3s are quicker. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cardoso pulls into the pits at the end of this lap. It doesn't seem to be too comfortable driving even in a straight line.
Slow GT3 on the packed straight.
And there is the race director warning the other drivers that there is a slow vehicle. Not as slow as sometimes the vehicles are after a crash, but nonetheless a hazard, especially if you're trying to make your way through traffic, suddenly pull to the right. The last thing you want to see is the back of the BMW going about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, didn't quite make it inside the pit lines, but we'll have a little bit of leeway because he's obviously got a damaged car. But yeah, definitely for Vissel. That's a shame because for 5th place, and look, they've done a slow lap and they're still in 5th place because the gap back to the next car is 2 laps to the RKT competition car. We got Rommel in that one as it stands, but is 2 laps behind. So depending on the amount of damage repairs, Cardoso might actually be able to hold on to that position. As I was thinking, there was going to be a battle for P8, but Scuderia only come into the pit lane to just stop that battle. They're getting quite close to Caspian, but they continue. So another sort of round of pit stops for a couple of drivers.
And I'm getting information from Paolo Pellempeda that there's quite a bit of damage to their vehicle that they need to repair. That's more than 600 seconds per repair. That's pretty much going to take them to the end of the race if they're not careful. But that's very unfortunate for them to find themselves in that position. Now, the shame for Miguel Cardoso was that he did seem to be fairly close behind Alex Breutigam, had the potential for mounting a challenge, but obviously that's no longer the case. Bosman in third place at the moment. That's Felix de Kruijff, Juice's Motorsports, off at the top of the hill. He's gone round. I don't know if there's too much damage to that car, but it does seem that everyone's seen maybe losing a bit of concentration at this stage in the race.
Yeah, potentially. He was at a very awkward point of the track once again. Is he going to have some damage? Probably. He's got a TX3 hypercar, then the Netrex LMP2 is going to fly past him as we come up this little back straight. How is his car going to be in towards turns 6 and 7? Is he going to have any sort of speed, or is he going to have to come into the pit lane? It looks a little bit faster than Cardoso was going, or a little bit of a wiggle there on the rear end, so he might be okay to continue for now, but certainly not the ideal situation. They're not in the best position already, 2 laps off Henry Cynic ahead, but that is not something that you want to add to your woes.
No, yeah, as you said, that car doesn't look the most comfortable at the moment. A little bit squirrely in the braking zone, so I think they might want to just hedge their bets, get that repaired. There's still probably about an hour of racing left, if not slightly more. So it would be worth getting into the pits. So you can see it, it's just drifting a little bit here and there. Not looking too good, and they're into the pits, just about keeping it at least one wheel within the lines. Into the pits there you go. So that's going to be quite a hefty repair works, I think. Given that there's not much time left, each second you spend extra in the pit lane feels that much longer, as there's so much less time to sort of recover from it. But at the moment, there's a few cars in the pits. So Miguel Cardoso is still in, Lacroix Oramo also still in the pits. That looks like it's going to be quite a lengthy repair. Now you can see Felix de Kruijff still getting repaired as well. So pretty dramatic once again. It seems to be the GTs struggling at the moment. Maybe the track temperature getting a bit lower. There's a bit less grip. It's darker. Everyone's a bit more tired. I don't know, but it does seem that everyone's struggling a bit more.
Yeah, I think it is a mixture of probably the tiredness and the darkness more than anything, because obviously in the dark you just see less. As we mentioned, there's not really any floodlights around this track. But also tiredness. We're what's that, about 8 hours? Well, my maths is terrible. 6 and a bit hours into the race. Yeah, definitely getting to that later stage, people just, I mean, obviously we do 24-hour races, so it's still got a lot longer to go, but you sort of get yourself mentally prepared for the length of the race. I always find 8 hours in a 24-hour race is completely different to 8 hours in an 8-hour race, you know what I mean? Because you just prepare for it differently. And one battle that was getting a little bit closer was Hevesy here for Go Team Racing. Is now about 2 seconds behind Tom Lartalou, who's just up the road there as we get to 60 laps remaining. And Lartalou not being able to recover any seconds on road checks. Maybe road check was slightly faster, but of course Lartalou probably has a slightly worn rear tyres with a bit of a spin there. But still, Go Team Racing looking good for potentially getting inside that top 4.
Most certainly, and as you were saying, yeah, it looks like Lartalou's struggling, but there's a big drift there from Gabor Hevesy, I think. Maybe pushing quite hard to try and close up this gap, but it has not been going well for Lartalou since that contact. Losing time to Mroczek, and now perhaps losing yet another position with the end of the race almost in sight. There's only one more pit stop left to be made for most of the cars on track now. And Gabor Hevesy for Go Team, looking to get up into 4th. They'd be pretty pleased with that at the moment, I think. It's been an interesting race in the top category, and at the moment, so Gabor Hevesy, last lap was a 1 minute 8.8, a whole 6/10 quicker than the race clutch in front of him, pretty much equal to what Mroczek is lapping at the moment. So it looks like Hevesy should be able to make this position in the next few laps.
Yeah, certainly. He's looking some really good speed. Unfortunately, the other Go team has dropped off. Obviously, had an issues 5 laps down on this car, 6 laps down on the leaders. But Go Team Racing looking rather strong in the last few seasons, as we were mentioning earlier, but this season as well, as they try and get through those last couple of bits of traffic to try and get up there within a second at the last sector split. And I'm sure that will be just closing down ever so slightly. How is the the motivation and the potential for that race clutch car? We'll have to find out inside these final 60 laps of this race. Is not going to be the easiest one to catch down David Mroczek, who yeah, just to say, it's also hasn't unlapped himself from Wunsch yet. So Wunsch either has, oh no, he has, sorry, my bad. It still says he's 1 lap down, but that's because obviously Wunsch is not the leader. So Moricek has got past Wunsch, so that is actually quite good. So that shows that they did have the speed to go past. Wunsch really losing out now, 34 seconds off the lead. So this has not been the stint. They've lost, by my maths, almost a minute now, coming close to a minute in this stint.
I think it's beginning to look a bit reasonable, perhaps, that this car, the Sim Freem car, may not even keep second position. I don't know how quick they are in comparison to David Mroczek, but at their current pace, if they're losing this much time, it's not out of the question. It'll be very close. But even so, 70 seconds in not as many laps, it's going to be quite hard to close down, but it could be possible. It all depends on that length of that final pit stop. I mean, this car won't be changing tyres, it will just be fuel, and I presume it will be the same for pretty much everyone else, but it'll be the third stint for the tyres on this car. I'm not sure that'll be the same case for David Mroczek, who might be on fairly fresh tyres. We're going to go back to Gabor Hevesi now. He's now within a second of Tom Lartele, and at the moment, closing up once again. There's not too much traffic in front. There just seems to be a GT in the way, which he can navigate around pretty quickly and continue his assault on that race clutch vehicle.
It seems to be when you get to this sort of gap within a second, it's so dependent on the traffic. If you could always, McLaren goes off there, coming through the S's just in the background of shot. But yeah, it seems when you get to this gap, it's so dependent on the traffic. With if you can get inside that sort of half a second and actually get the slipstream, get a bit of a run, it seems it is actually quite difficult to overtake on pure pace. But that is a really slow exit out of turn 7 onto this back straight. That's giving Go Team the opportunity. They gained probably about best part of a second just in one corner. 2 GT cars having their own battle. Tom Lartele coming slow onto this front straight. Side by side they go down in towards the chicane of turn number 10. Around the outside is going to be for Go Team Racing. Can they complete the move? Lartele is going to hold it. He's going to hold it himself on that second apex and hold on to the position in the end. But Go Team really giving it a go there.
Yeah, that was some rotten luck for Lartele to come out of that turn in front of himself behind a load of really slow GTs. And looks like Gabor Hevesi maybe pushing himself slightly too hard, going right onto the grass on the exit. You can see the back of that car is all over the place. He's really going for this. He really wants the position. And I'm not sure how long Lartele is going to be able to hold out for. As you said, traffic is going to play a huge role in this battle. And I mean, presuming that Lartele avoids finding himself in a situation as he just did on the previous lap, he might be able to hold on to this, but he's going to have to work hard. There's a penalty there. But I don't think that's for anyone who's currently in contention for one of the top spots in any of the categories. So we'll continue along. It's for Stavros Muzeidis here, who we saw earlier was involved in a bit of a crash. He goes round. He's hit the curb, but he almost... Oh, he's into the wall. That's a big hit, actually. That's going to be some fairly hefty damage to the front right. Rejoining. He's going to have to be careful. Cars go so quickly there. In fact, that's the leader of LMP2 coming up just behind him, the Team Iris car with Martin Hemmingsen at the wheel. Luckily getting out of the way of other people. He does need to let this car through, but yeah, just caught himself on the curb and found himself spinning around. That's not ideal for the Valle Corsa team.
Yeah, I believe he was just in the pit lane, so my assumption is that he got a speeding penalty when he left the pit exit, and then unfortunately binned it also on the pit exit, well, sort of on the outlap, I should say. And as you say, he has Martin Hemmingsen getting close. Remember, blue flags are active in class, so this will be a blue flag being shown to Muzeidis, and he really is holding Hemmingsen up now, so he needs to sort of get out of the way. Oh, as he loses it, was there contact there? Maybe actually coming over the hill, but he sort of brought that one on himself. He wasn't letting past Hemmingsen for about half a lap there, getting close over the hill, and unfortunately Muzeidis has gone around for Valle Corsa, coming in to serve that penalty, but also probably to get some damage repairs. 2 pieces of contact on the outlap.
I'm not entirely sure why Muzeidis seemed so reluctant to hand over the position. He's not on a battle with Martin Hemmingsen. Hemmingsen's, in fact, leader of his class by 2 laps. We're going to move to Hevesi, sorry, we'll come back to that later, who's taken 4th place off of Tom Lartele and has gone ahead now in the top category. I'm not sure where that overtake's just happened. He's finally through. He will have to hold this position though, because these 2 cars are fairly evenly matched for pace, and I wouldn't put it past Lartele trying to get back through and make another assault on that 4th position, try and take it back.
Yeah, I think it might have been on the last lap because last year's lap time was 1 second slower. So it might be my assumption. It wasn't a fast lap at all. So, yeah, potentially just even 1 lap ago. But either way, Go Team Racing getting that position up into 4th place. They're going to be loving that one so far. They've been in strong performance all day, and to get a P4, it's certainly going to be a good result for them. But there's just over 50 laps to go, still remaining in the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. So, yeah, anything can happen, and it does happen around this track. They're certainly looking very nice for the Swedish crew there.
Yeah, definitely. So you'll be pretty satisfied with that. Yeah, but I'm still sort of confused by Mercedes earlier with Martin Hemmingson. Just doesn't seem to be very wise. Maybe a bit frustrated with getting the penalty, then spinning, and then just wanting to get back into the pit lane to repair the damage. But either way, not good. At least Hemmingson is 2 laps clear of 2nd place, so it didn't impede him too much. But in other circumstances, that could have been very impactful on the race leader had perhaps 2nd place been 2 seconds instead of 2 laps behind when being held up by Mercedes. So I don't think Team RS will be too pleased by that.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that's a little bit needless, I guess, because at that point, Vale wasn't really fighting for a position directly. I mean, some would say obviously Iris isn't as well, but there's a reason why there's blue flags. It's for the slower drivers, the drivers lap down to get out of the way, and it even states in the rules about actually getting out of the way. So, yeah, it's just a bit of a shame there, and obviously Mercedes was probably a bit frustrated with getting A, the penalty, B, then the spin, and then just was like, oh yeah, but I'm just going to hold on to the last couple of corners. But still, if you've lost all that time by spinning, an extra 1 second by letting the leader past is not going to really change your race, and then just keeps everyone a little bit more safe as well. So potentially something to think about for the next time.
Most certainly. And looking back, I think Lottler is in front of Gabor Hevesi, but we are now into lap 343. We're within 52 laps of the end of the race, and that means that we are now in the final pit window. Any stop made from here on out will be the last stop of the race, and that's going to be something we're going to be trying to keep on top of, as well as the rest of what's going on as the final stages of the race unfold. I made a mistake there. A lot of it is behind Gabor Hevesi. That's just an error on my part. But yeah, these are going to be the final pit stops that we start to see unfold, and we'll be able to see the culmination of strategies. There's Miguel Cardoso back out on track after having had a bit of repair, dropped down from 5th position as a result of an incident, trying to close up on Tom Kapusta with Satellite Racing and get in front. So we'll keep an eye on this battle now, as it seems to be very close. It looks like Tom Kapusta could find himself 11th place pretty soon.
Yeah, Cardoso, of course, has the pace to run up inside the top 5, just had a few issues today. So also this satellite car's been in the wars, to be fair as well. And so both of them maybe slightly out of position, but this could be quite a good battle, because I would assume as well Cardoso would have taken obviously fresh tyres and that sort of stuff, getting a lot closer as we come down the back. Oh, sorry, that is my bad. Oh, that confused me so much. I accidentally clicked on another driver with the same livery. But yeah, Cardoso getting close down the back straight, and certainly enjoying this opportunity to get up inside the top 10 around the outside. He's going to be trying to get the run up towards the first corner. He's certainly got a lot more grip. He's going to be blocked off, though, by the Iris LMP2. That doesn't give him the space. Can he find a way down the inside? No, just has to back out of that one.
That is unfortunate timing. Good from him, keeping on top of where those other cars were. Yeah, just unfortunate timing, getting blocked by the Team RS car. Can't find a way past without sending the leader of LMP2 into a wall, which would not be ideal. He's going to have to keep going. It is clear that he's got more pace than Tom Kapusta. That last lap was, he was about a second quicker than Tom Kapusta was at Miguel Cardoso. We've got a really slow Philip Drace there, who was in 6th in class, and no, sorry, Philip Drace, that's the Need Racing car going very slowly. I'm not sure why that is, but that's very strange. It looks like maybe some sort of impact. There's a lot of traffic around him at the moment at this point in track, but very strange there to see him going so. We saw fighting for, I think, 3rd earlier in the race.
Yeah, he had some sort of issue coming out of turn 7 there onto the back straight. and it's a bit, that'd be a bit of a weird one to sort of, have a spin yourself. So maybe some help or diving, maybe making a mistake up the inside of GT, something like that would potentially have caused that. As looks like Adosa has just dropped off the back of Kapitsa a little bit. So is the valet car of Mazidis just flying past them back out onto the track. Hopefully not having too many crashes anymore. And just to check in with some of the other battles that we're seeing, VEC on that lap, setting a personal best sector 2 and an overall pretty solid lap time on an 8.2. That is a decent one for the part of the race that we're in, as Latu is trying to hold on but dropping back ever so slightly now, about 1.5 off.
Yeah, it seems that VEC just has the pace that Latu doesn't. Latu, though, will probably be fairly relaxed now. He's not got any threat from the Need Racing car behind of losing this 5th position, so he really just needs to bring it home. I don't think, unless there's something radically different in their strategies, he's going to be able to catch back up to Gabor VEC. I mean, the gap's staying consistently about 1.5 seconds. Maybe he's going to sit tight and go for something right at the end of the race. That would be pushing it quite late. So we'll see what they plan to do over there at Race Clutch. But at the moment, it seems everything's calmed down a little bit. Everyone's looking ahead and thinking about strategy. And it's going to be very interesting to see who pits when and for how long everyone has to pit, because that's going to have a really big impact on the outcome of this race.
Yeah, we're definitely inside, at least for the hypercars, we're inside the final pit stop window. We'll need to go a bit further for the LMP2s and GTs. Oh, so many cars once again coming through this first sector. Oh, there's a car off there. I think it's one of the LMP2s. He's going to have to rejoin. Is that the Go Team LMP2 as he manages to just about get back in the track? It's actually the it's actually not. It's the hypercar there. That is VEC. He is having a bit of an issue there as we try and come up towards turn 6 now, getting up the inside of the Ferrari LMP2 as Race Clutch close in once more. This is getting very close in this battle. 4P4 out onto the back straight. A little bit of contact between the Ferrari and the Race Clutch though onto the back straight.
This is incredibly close. VEC was making some sort of mistake or just getting caught up in the traffic there. Gave Lasso an opportunity to close up once again. So this battle's far from over. David Moshek, the number 4 burst, is into the pits at the moment. So that's going to be the first of our hypercars to pit. That's going to be pretty much a full fuel stop. So he'll be running from there till the end of the race. Neither of these drivers are going to pull into the pits. There's a couple of cars in the way between Gabor VEC and Larsalou, which is to the benefit of the Go Team car at the moment. He's going to find himself now ahead of that number 4 burst next view vehicle. So will Larsalou, but they also have to make a pit stop. So we'll see whether that has any impact. Morozek was quite far up the road though when he made his stop. But everything is to be decided. There's the leader of GTE, Michael Sedlacek, pulling into the pits. He's got 2 laps. No, he doesn't. He has 30 seconds. No, he does have 2 laps, sorry, in hand over second place. Mark Viet there behind him in the number 91. But Lasso, once again, finding himself behind Gabor VEC and trying to get... In fact, no. Yes, he is. Sorry, it's the numbers, they keep changing because of the pit stop. Lasso is still trying to find a way through. He's dropped back now. He's 2.5 seconds behind. That's the result of the traffic. It does seem to be very busy where they are on track at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we've said that almost every lap of the race. They literally have a couple of clear laps, and then there's just a whole host of GTs and LMP2s as well. Of course, we do have a big field here in VEC this season. We had 50 cars take the start of the race, but we have a lot of DNFs. We've got Hypercar DNF, we got 5 GTs DNF, and then 4 GT3s DNF as well. So pretty crazy to see that amount. So yeah, 10 DNFs, 40 cars remaining, 20% of the field. To be fair, that's actually a few more cars. I saw someone in the chat say there's going to be like 34 cars left at the end. I mean, I know we still got some laps to go, but we're looking good to beat that. And there's certainly a lot of drivers going around, many laps down, so fair play for continuing. It's never easy when you start having some issues. It's very easy to give up.
And it's worthwhile going to the end because you never know what's going to happen to the cars in front of you. In a race like this where there's been quite a high attrition rate, you might find yourself a decent way up the order, even if you have a disastrous start. So it's worth continuing, get those extra points maybe only a few, but a few points can count to a lot at the end of the season. We've seen previously in other seasons the positions decided by 1 or 2 points. So it's really worth going for everything. We've got yellow flags in sector 2 at the moment, in sector 3 rather, as through goes last minute.
Hevesy, I think. Hevesy's had some issue. Maybe, I don't know if this is he coming into the pits because of an issue, or did he just crash at pit entry? Either way, the number 7 machine is now down behind Race Clutch into the pit lane, and they are only about 1 lap longer than Burst Esport, but we are expecting Race Clutch to stay out a fair way compared to the others, and they will have a shorter stop. But Hevesy's lost a lot of time there having that issue.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a clean entry into the pits, so I assume, yeah, as you said, it's probably gone straight into the pits from that, and that could hand Lartner the net 4th position. Obviously, David Moshek has already made a stop, so we're expecting him to re-overtake when this car makes its stop. But yeah, it's certainly very interesting, and sort of putting water on our fire a little bit. I was quite excited to watch this battle unfold to the end of the race. But it does add a little bit of certainty to Larson, but he is going to have to keep going and see when he pits. He's going to go for a little bit longer, try and make that final stop as short as possible and see where he comes out. In fact, he's going to be a whole lap ahead now of Hevesy. So I assume it costs a lot of time going off whatever happened to that Go Team car, but also the repairs, I assume they're taking, are probably taking up quite a lot of time as well.
Yeah, interesting one. Maybe you're right about some repairs just being added as Rick Van Erle comes into the pit lane. P8 has gone off. Luca D'Amelio, he's had a bit of contact. That is way off the track at turn 5. It's almost completely pitch black there. Absolutely no lights, but we managed to just about see him, and he is continuing his difficult day at the office for TX3. Rick Van Erle into the pit lane. That is Sebastian Wunsch in that 2nd place. So, of course, we need to take a stop as well. Although, actually, with the gap, because of his gap, actually, it's confused me. Is he really 46 seconds off on pure pace? Wow, he lost a lot of time during that stint. I don't think... surely he can't take those tyres to the end. He lost so much time that it's worth changing tyres. Well, unless that was just his pace.
Well, I've just had a little birdie called Nick Da Silva whisper in my ear that... the P3 battle for the number 1 Race Clutch is still on. So we'll keep an eye on this battle regardless. But we'll watch to see if this car goes up onto its jacks, because a 3rd stint on these tyres, they've been through a lot. They went through, I think, 2 spins in their lifetime already. So that's going to be pretty rough. Here's Turka Hakkinen in the pit lane. Andres Corrali as well for the Sim Racing for Holland outfit. And there goes Gabor Hevesy in 5th place. David Moshek is behind him, actually. So that's quite interesting. Not too far behind, but behind nonetheless. That's a gap of about, actually, it's about 50 seconds. So he's a decent way behind. So I'm curious as to why that final stop for Burst was so long. It seems to have cost them a lot of time. Maybe they had to take tyres. I'm not entirely sure. But we'll keep an eye out for Sebastian Wunsch as well. See how long that pit stop takes. In fact, he's already on the move. So I presume they're triple stinting those tyres. I don't think that was long enough for them to change all 4 tyres, or maybe just change 2, as is possible now in the championship. But look at this traffic, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think they changed any tyres. So if he's going to lose, I mean, he lost, quick maths there, I think he lost 67 seconds in that last stint. When a tyre change is 37, like surely you change tyres, no? Unless the pace wasn't to do with the tyres, maybe it was something else. But that is, in my opinion, that is a bit of a weird move, because if he loses another chunk of 60 seconds in this stint, then Burst are going to be looking quite close to him. Of course, Race Clutch are sitting in that 3rd place, but they do owe us well, I say a splash. I mean, it's still going to be a decent way, but they have a bit of a shorter stop, so that's why they are still out. But Burst actually did have that position to Go Team in the end, but Go Team, of course, with a slightly longer stop, we believe, are now 45 seconds back in that 5th place. And then 6th is Turka Hakkinen, but they're close to a lap down on Go Team Racing, such as the way their race has gone. We did actually see what happened. They had a little bit of an issue at that corner. few laps ago, but just adding to that one. So certainly some strategic elements coming the way for these hypercars to the end. The gaps look fairly spread out, but there's actually quite a lot of intrigue with the strategies here.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see where this vehicle, the third place race clutch car, comes out after its stop, because they're expecting to be fighting for third after their stop. And I presume that'll be against David Mrożek, who is currently 55 seconds behind them. So that's a feasible gap. But I think it's going to have to be a fairly short stop for race clutch to get away with that even so. So that's going to be very interesting to watch. And also to see just how far this race clutch car is able to go before it needs to stop, because it does seem to be on a sort of off-kilter strategy with everyone else. It hasn't done its final pit stop yet, and we'll be keeping an eye out for when it does. I don't think any of the top three have made their final stops yet.
I think, well, actually, yes, the top two should, because they came in a few laps ago. It's just the fact that race clutch obviously effectively a lap down, which is why it looks like they're a lot closer now. But the thing is with burst, they're only 50 seconds behind. But like when we saw Go Team stop, they went over a lap behind. So that would suggest that race clutch would be quite far behind Burst, but obviously they're having a shorter stop. So I wonder what that gap is going to be. Burst should still have the advantage, as it was about 20 odd seconds. But either way, we'll have to find out. Race clutch are going to go a fair way to the end. I think from maths, their final stints would be somewhere around the 30-something lap mark. So let's see how that one works out. They might have it's 40 laps to go, so they might have another couple of laps in them to the end of the race. But certainly been a good comeback, actually, considering all of the penalties and such at the beginning, just showing you even if you are one of the faster teams, you can come back from those penalties at the beginning of the race.
Definitely, and I think the 1,000 miles really offers an opportunity for that. We're going to go to Pavel Andrzejewski, though, with Hyperion Esports. We saw them involved in a big incident earlier, putting pressure onto Lamar of Seawolf next race as they go along the straight, and it looks like Hyperion are just behind. I can't see if they're going to make their way through. In fact, they've just managed to get in front. This is a very close battle, though, as here comes Andrzejewski into seventh place, in fact, because this is a three-way battle. I think that's the Valacorsa car just in front of him, actually. So it seems to be ebbing and flowing at the moment, but yeah, not too bad. Making a bit of a recovery as this car, it's had a lot of adversity throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, certainly has. Gained one place, but then they got unlapped as such from Mazidis, who went really slow. That's an interesting one. Overtook him into the chicane and then sort of let him back through. I guess that is because of blue
They're
flags.
not on the same lap, yeah. So.
Yeah, but it was getting a bit of a weird. I don't know. That's a bit of a weird one because he was getting a bit of a gap. And if you remember, Mazidis didn't let the Iris car through, which is one of the reasons why he had that bit of a spin coming into the pit lane. So maybe Stavros has learnt a bit from the blue flags. But yeah, certainly an interesting one. He's going to have to sit behind because if he can't pull away, then he is just going to have to sit behind the Hyperion car. That is what the benefit is to being laps ahead of certain cars, and that is working out. So that is Andrzejewski up into seventh place, but they now have one lap to the next car, which is Antonovsky there for your sixth place in LMP2. As we were mentioning, Iris, they are still leading the way. No worries for all of the Iris fans out there. And actually, Lamar, who just got overtaken there by the Hyperion cars, now come into the pit lane along with Zoltan and Boda for Team RTR. Then we've got one of the satellite cars, Henry Sinek, coming into the pit lane as well. So final... no, they might just need to have another stop. That's just a little bit too far, I think, for the GT3s.
Perhaps we'll have to see, but yeah, it's getting a bit of an iffy time to be making a pit stop at the moment. But I suppose if you've got no fuel left, you don't really have a choice, do you? But yeah, Henry Sinek there in the pits. We haven't seen much of that car for most of the latter half of this race, at least. It's not been in too much action. We've got Michael Sedlacek here, the leader of his cars. Ruben Correa Alves, though, in Scuderia Leone, currently in seventh place, looking to take sixth, I think, off that Porsche just in front. And that is being driven by Mark Vermeer, the number 66 Visceral Esports, as they're side by side now into the chicane, round the outside. goes Corral. Can he make that stick? He's going to have the inside for the second part. Try and push wide, get in front, and he's going to block it off, and he's got that position. Very nicely done. Here's Ruben Corral-Alves in that Ferrari, and he's going to be just ahead as behind is a car trying to get through. I think the blue flag's being waved quite aggressively there.
Yeah, Mark Vates, second place in class. Always that's a huge send down the inside, but Mazidis, he's going to push off the Blackhawk. Second place, GT. Mazidis, God, he's been in the walls the last half an hour, hasn't he? That is not the way you get past the GT, and especially when he's many laps down like that, pushing off second place in GT. Definitely need to have a little bit more respect for the drivers at that time. Fortunately for Vates, he's got 20 odd seconds to BS plus Zoom behind, but he's probably going to have a little bit of damage from that.
Yeah, I think so, and probably a little bit of frustration as well, given that this is Jonas Raivio, 26 seconds behind. It's not an insignificant gap, but it's still a plausible one. Like one spin could reduce that to almost nothing, so he won't be too pleased. Maybe Mazidis just likes being on the broadcast. We'll have to maybe find out later, but yeah, it's not ideal working with that when you could destroy someone's race who's as you said, in second compared to his position in class, which is not quite comparable. He's all the way in 11th in class. This is Luca Martino though, in the second placed LMP2, making, I think, the final pit stop. I think they should be okay from here on out. There should be less than 40 or so minutes left of the race, and that's roughly how far the P2s can go on a fuel tank. We've got La Croix-Romont with RKT competition at the moment, trying under pressure actually from Ruben Correa-Alves, who seems to be on a bit of a charge in these latter stages of the race, trying to get through as many as possible. He's just made one overtake, trying to get up into 6th position is this Ferrari, the Scuderia Leone, as up the hill we go over the crest. Look how close they are, almost touching. Probably smell the back of that McLaren in front of him as they go braking into the next right-hander. It's going to be a slightly wider angle for Correa-Alves. He might be able to carry a bit more speed as through the next turn. Running slightly wide is Roumeau and the RKT competition car, but it doesn't seem to be that there's an opportunity for Correa-Alves to get through just yet.
Does he have the slipstream down this back straight? It's not the most in these cars compared to for inside the hype cars, a little bit more slipstream, but can Correa-Alves get closer? He is now getting that slipstream in towards the braking zone. He's a bit far behind though, car length too far back, but he seems to be having some really good pace at the moment. That's a nice line there, but again, doesn't quite have the momentum coming out of that final corner. Now onto the start-finish straight for lap 359 at least for the race leaders. Always getting that sim race of Holland just coming down the inside, showing the pace advantage that they have on the straights. Alves getting closer as the burst also go through. That's just going to put them off a little bit, and then coming into sector 1 once again. God, Alves really is faster, just needs to find a way past.
Yeah, it's looking very close to seeing these, but look at this traffic. It's all trying to get through now, so Correa-Alves is going to be having to look forward just as much as he's looking behind. He's got the LMP2 leader coming up behind him. Doesn't want to get tangled up in that. That would be disastrous for everyone. But having a look down the around the outside now, in fact, in side by side through this right-hander, he's got a P2 behind him. He's going to have to be careful as they go up the hill into the side right-hander. They're still side by side, heading back down. And it looks like Correa-Alves has just about made it past Roumeau, but can he hold on to that position is the question. They're still very close, heading back down the hill. There could be another challenge mounted by the RKT vehicle, but it looks like the traffic is going to have to box him in, and the speed just isn't quite there. He's flashing his lights, trying to get some distraction behind, but it's not going to be enough. And La Croix-Roumeau is going to have to accept 7th position for the moment, and Mark Vates behind in 2nd place will be looking to overlap and get through, which is just going to cost even more time for RKT.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where Scuderia are slightly out of position, a bit faster than these cars around them, potentially on some nicer tyres. At that point as well, it was all we've had 11th place in the LMP2s go around. That's our Mazidis. He has had further problems there. He went off at turn 5. He's got going again now, but he definitely had a bit of a spin in turn 5, lost some time once more, and yeah. What a stint! What a stint he's had. Not been necessarily the best that he would have ever done in his career, but it's definitely something to learn from. not the easiest, not the easiest track to go around, as Le Mans from On-Off Racing, third place, coming out with 33 laps to go. So yeah, potentially final stint time for him.
Yeah, it looks like it should be at this point in the race. Nicholas Lemoyne here, third place for On-Off Racing, sort of in his own world at the moment. He's not really threatening it in front, and he's not really getting threatened from behind. So it's just a matter of getting through these last 33 or so laps to get to that checkered flag. There's not that long left. That's about 35, 40 minutes of racing, probably closer to 40, depending on the pace of the leaders in the LMH class. But nonetheless, it's been an interesting race so far. There's been turns at every corner. And I know it's a racetrack and you'd expect that, but in terms of the way the race has gone as well, and at the moment, it seems that we're getting more of a solid idea of where people are going to finish. Still waiting on third place to be decided in LMH. You've got Jesse Narola with Sean Clark Racing, trying to put some pressure on Achenrath Lamar in the Seawolf net race vehicle. These two are quite close. We've seen quite a lot of this Seawolf vehicle over the last few laps, trying to get through into 8th position, get those extra points just in the final stages of this race. Because a position made now is probably a position made in finality. And at the moment, it looks like this Sean Clark car, number 34, could be challenging for that 8th position.
Certainly will be coming down the back straight, getting past. I think that's the Black Hawk of Mark Vate, who's getting close to the Scuderia Leone car. There's Ruben Correa Alves, who've been watching on board. Winchick Racing with Rick Vanella at the wheel. They are just getting past as well. Up the inside, though, a bit of a run up towards the final corner. Can Nirola get it side by side? They go in between the King. They're going to get the Winchick car coming past them. That's going to slightly take away any advantage they could have got. But that was a nice exit. Actually slows down. Seawolf gets slowed down by Winchick, and that makes the move a little bit easier there as Sean Clark Racing get up into that P8. That's a little bit, a little bit sad for Lamar. He's defending that well in that final corner, but unfortunately just got blocked a little bit by Winchick with just how multi-class racing goes, and he loses that position.
Yeah, I think he took the option there to be safer rather than sorry, because I think he could have maybe taken a bit more speed through there. I think also you've got to accept sometimes that that car might be a bit quicker. Narola, the previous lap, was about 4/10 quicker, and that overtake seemed to be perhaps inevitable. We've got Tom Lartalou here, who finally comes into the pits, and this is going to be very interesting to see where he comes out in relation to David Mrozek first and foremost. That gap seems to be 55 seconds. I think it hasn't 52 seconds now, so it's come down by about 3 seconds since the pit for the Burst Esports vehicle. Tom Lartalou, though, looking to hopefully have quite a short pit stop here. Only 30 laps or so to go, so only really taking about 3/5 of the fuel he really needs. We're going to follow David Mrozek now as he heads around the track and see where these two drivers come out in relation to each other. There's about a minute in it, just under a minute. It's not that much time for a refueling stop. We've got Musaidis looking like he's going fairly slowly here at the moment. You can see, getting overtaken by GT3s. Sort of sat in the middle of the road. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We've got David Mrozek, though. We'll keep an eye on this, because this seems to be the most interesting. He's coming up to the main straight now, so he's going to get past Tom Lartalou. Lartalou leaving the pit lane now as across the line goes David Mrozek. Mrozek might just be ahead. I don't know. No, Lartalou's going to take third position. He's had a quick enough stop, and he's going to remain about 10 seconds in front. So not even that, 5 seconds. This is very close, but very successful there from Race Clutch, who said they were planning on contesting this third position, and it looks like their strategy has worked out in quite a way to do so.
Yeah, they went a lot longer, I guess, in the previous stints. They had a lot more of an overlap as we get to 30 laps remaining. Remember, Burst Pit, they were one of the earlier stops. Oh, it's Sim Racing for Holland there, just going off the track. I don't know if that was intentional, getting out the way for Burst lapping them, but either way, they went off and Burst continued nicely. But yeah, they went a lot longer, did Race Clutch, so Burst, they pit, this would come up for 20 laps ago. 30 laps remaining. Burst pit, I think it was about 48 laps to go. So really a big differential, and now is going to be looking very nicely for Race Clutch to the end there. So fair play. Their strategy has worked out, and even despite the spin, they are still ahead of Burst. So that has been a nice day for the French squad.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously we saw that Race Clutch had some interesting events happen. As you said, the spin, they were overtaken by the Go Team car, which had Gabor Hevesi and still has Gabor Hevesi at the wheel, and then were contesting Mroshek and Burst through the pits. And it seems to have worked out well for them, but it looked to be almost on the verge of disaster at one point. Well, not quite disaster, but it wasn't looking their way. They managed to pull things back, and they're going to go now past the RKT competition GT3 and start looking to close down this race as successfully as possible. Getting on the podium, I think they can be very pleased with how that's worked out. Obviously, they had a lot of penalties to serve at the start of this race and find themselves in third now. They can be pretty pleased with that performance.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. And it's worked out rather nicely for them as it stands. 55 seconds off Simframe, so realistically they're not going to be catching that one down, but they just need to hold on to this gap to Burst Esports who are currently in 4th place. The gap's about 6 seconds or so coming across the line, and maybe even up to 7 seconds. Maybe losing a little bit of time there, did David Mrochek. I think tyres are fairly equal, and of course now fuel is equal between them, but certainly that's going to be a difficult one to chase down. So Race Clutch, really gained a lot from that, because not only did they have the spin, so they lost that time, then after the spin they were a little bit slower as well, so their gap got even bigger, but they were still able to completely overcome that, so they saved a lot of time with the fuel on that one. So nice strategic work from the Race Clutch team, although I've been heard that maybe it was a little bit down to also, ironically, the penalty that they got earlier. Of course, it's sort of partway into a stint, so it offsets them with where their fuel is, and that's why they're so much later on this final pit stop. So funny that one worked out, but then, of course, they would have had obviously the speed to actually capitalise on that one as well. Race Clutch, of course, the #1 car for a reason, reigning champions, and doing a good job in trying to defend it, winning the first race, and now on the podium again if they can get to the end of this one.
Yeah, and I've just been told that Race Clutch's tyres are older than Burst's, so it's far from over, because also they had a spin on these tyres as well. Thank you to Jürgen van Bergen for letting me know about that. But so this battle isn't over, but David Mroshek is going to have to push hard if he wants to try and take this position, because it is obviously looking pretty significant gap is 7.5 seconds, and we haven't really got that much of a race left if they're going to be looking to try and get back on top into those podium positions. It is only about half an hour, I think, before we see that checkered flag waved, so it's going to be quite an intense half an hour, I think.
Yeah, certainly. We're inside the final, about 25 laps to go in this race. We're looking at 1 minute 9, 1 minute 10 per lap. So yeah, probably around 30 minutes left. So we're going to be, just shy of 8 hours for the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, which is sort of what we come to expect. Of course, on an absolutely clean race, it will be sort of 7.5 or less, but with pit stops, with traffic coming in the way, with the code 80s that we've had, it all adds on minutes and minutes to the race, which is the cool thing of having a lap race rather than a timed race. Just a slightly different factor for the drivers to work out, because they know how many laps it's going to be. Because normally if it's an 8-hour race, you're trying to work out how many laps are we going to have in the final stint, but here you're going to have the same amount of laps. It just depends how long that one takes. Of course, for the lower classes, they still have to work out where they're going to be compared to the leaders by the end of it, but yeah, at least for the top class, they know the amount of laps. And talking of leaders, we'll just have a quick leader check-in in the in the bottom class, oh, sorry, bottom class, that's disrespectful. The GT3 class, they give us a load of action. It's the Thomas Eng Sim Racing team leading the way by 1 lap, as they have had for quite a while. And beating them to it in terms of the gap regime is Hemmingson. They've got a 2-lap gap behind them. And then we are getting very close to a 1-lap lead for Winchick, 51 seconds for them. So all of the leaders, they're having a bit of fun. We've got an LMP2 around. Who's that? P14. That's going to be Tobias Blumschein. Has had some issues at turn 5 for Visceral, one of the Visceral LMP2s. Wow, turn 5 really has been a tricky one. So many cars. We've seen that shot a lot of times of cars coming slowly.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems to be that lots of cars going off onto the grass a little bit over the last few laps as well. So I think that might just be a consequence of everyone just trying to stay out of each other's way and just being absolutely certain that they're not going to get tangled up with each other. Don't want to ruin all the hard work of 3 to 4 people, as we are really getting... You can almost see the light at the end of the tunnel, though ironically it's going to be pitch black by the end of this race. It already is. But here we have Tobias Blumschein, as you said, Visceral Esports. Haven't seen too much of their GT, their LMP2 today. We saw a lot of their GT earlier, but into the pits they come, and I don't know if they just been off. Is this a scheduled pit stop? I guess we'll find out if we give them how long it will take.
Yeah, this is the car that just went off. So I assume this is going to be some damage repairs, and they join in LMP2 pit stops Mazidis, who is in the pit lane once more. And yeah, I believe, looking at the counter, it's gone into the hundreds. So I think that's 390 seconds that they've been in there. So that is well over sort of 6 minutes now. It goes into 400 seconds there. So yeah, they are plenty of laps down there now. 16 laps down. So just adding to the issues there, as Blumschein is also there after that incident. So wow, loads of action still out there on the track though. We've got this battle. We've got Vermeer and Rommel as well, also batting for P7. These guys have been batting for a little bit of a while now, as Vermeer was getting closer. Lost a couple of car lengths there. In fact, they've got, I think, a car between them, a lapped car in between them, but still a close-ish battle there for P7.
Yeah, it does seem that GT never ceases to disappoint, and we've gone from one Visceral Esports car to the other. This BMW looking fairly aggressive, especially with a massive gaping grille. The new edition of the M4 GT3s, especially compared to older models that we've seen race in this championship in the past. But at the moment that seems to be a fairly close battle. It looks like the RKT vehicle with Remo at the front of this pair is just trying to hold on for the moment. But then again, there's another lap up to Ruben Correa Alves, whom we saw actually battling with Remo earlier. So I think that might be something that's happened to this RKT vehicle to find itself under pressure from Mark Vermeer, although that gap does seem to be increasing a little bit. So there seems to be sort of varying at the moment. Not putting on too much pressure is Vermeer. Maybe he's not quite as quick. I guess we'll see over the course of the next lap. But still fairly relaxed, or as relaxed as it can get on this track for these guys. It's not the most intense battle at the moment, but there's still a decent amount of laps to try and make a position, 22 laps. And I think someone's just pulled into the pits there. So that'll be Jörg Virgil, actually, who was not part of this battle.
Yeah, it was the car that was in between them. Nothing to change from this battle for P7, but it's a clear shot now. No one in between them, but it does look like Romaud might just have enough to hold on to that one as it stands. But to be honest, apart from that, a lot of these positions seem to be fairly set, which is I guess what you'd expect after 372 laps around the Road Atlanta circuit. A lot of the positions as well have laps in between them, which is actually the bit that surprised me the most, especially when we look at some of the higher up positions, as we're saying in LMP2. Second place is 2 laps down. Third place is now 4 laps off the lead. Pretty crazy with how that one has worked out. And even lower down, some of these people are so many laps down. The amount of issues that cars have had today is pretty crazy. We had an extensive, and I mean extensive, penalty list after the last race. I wonder if that is going to be the same again. So the stewards might have a lot of fun in the coming week, unraveling all of those issues.
Yeah, I did see that list, and I didn't envy you guys having to start the broadcast and bear all of that in mind at the same time. But it has been quite a fraught race. Lots of incidents just happening here and there, and some obviously a lot more severe than others. But it is going to be the consequences of this race will definitely carry through to Bahrain. And Bahrain's a track race that you don't really want to have these penalties for, because obviously it's a lot shorter. There's only 4 hours to make up the difference from any penalties you receive from here, rather than, for example, the penalties carrying over from Monza to this track. You've got 8 hours to make up that the time lost, whereas next time round it will only be 4 hours, half the time to make up the same amount of time lost, if that makes sense. It's sort of going in circles, but either way, I think that sort of makes sense. But we've got Pavel Andrzejewski here at the moment. Had a bit of a mixed race. Have Hyperion Esports. They sort of, as the sun went down, it all started to unfold a little bit for them. But they're currently sitting in 7th place. They're clear behind. They've got about a minute. They've almost a lap up on the Sean Clark Racing vehicle that's in 8th, but they're over a lap down on Scuderia Ferrari Esports. So they're not really concerned one way or another. They just want to keep going, keep their noses clean, and just get to that checkered flag, making it their way through some of this traffic. There are yellow flags in Sector 2 though. Is that Mark Vermeer who's gone off? It looked like he was rejoining. There's someone very slow at the top of the hill though. Someone facing the wrong way. That's one of the BMWs, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's De Cruyff. Let's quickly see what's happening with him. Yeah, it looks to be going slowly. He's had some sort of issue in turn 5 there. That gets very close with the Hyperion LMP2 as they come past. Race Clutch also getting up the inside of them. This car's had a couple of issues today, which is why they're 12 laps off the leader. But also, as we get to 20 laps to go, yeah, they need to be trying to get out the way. Oh, squeeze it across. There's one, the LMP2's trying to come to their right hand side. That's the on-off racing car. I believe that's the 3rd place in LMP2. Then they're going to be getting Scuderia Leone also coming past. So definitely a lot of issues still happening for a few of these drivers. And my thing is wrong. It says some of these drivers are in the pit lane. I click on them. They're definitely not in the pit lane. There's Nico Barkley currently in 5th place as it stands. So yeah, still unfortunately not really fighting for the podium actually. At one point they're up into that 3rd place, but they're now 3 laps off Eunice Rivio, who is currently in those podium places. As of course we just saw the 20-lap counter, so it's definitely working. The laps definitely working their way down slowly but surely in this race as Winchick Racing continue to lead the way.
Yeah, and a reminder, if you want to follow the live timing at home, it's a bit late now, but you can find the live timing on the Sim Racing Club website. But yeah, keeping going, we've got Henry Sinek at the moment in 11th with Satellite Racing, looking to carry on as he is. He's got a 12-second gap behind to Tom Kapusta, so that's their teammates actually in the number 67. Could perhaps put a little bit of pressure on, but there's a 12-second gap in 18 laps. It's going to be a bit of hard work for anything to change there, and that's if the team want their 2 cars to be battling each other out there on the tarmac. But there do seem to be yellow flags creeping in a lot at the moment, more in Sector 1. Hopefully nothing big, and for the moment it looks not too bad, although those yellow flags seem to be pretty persistent. We'll have to see what's going on with that.
Trying to...
It seems...
Yeah, don't... Oh, yeah, I do actually. Yeah, P15, that is Ben Gaida in the number 78 machine for Schubert. He's had a bit of an issue coming through turn 5 as well. Yeah, in the last 2 laps, a few drivers going off there. It is a difficult corner. We've seen it plenty of times today. And yeah, they're not enjoying life too much. 14 laps, I should say, off the leader in their class. But definitely turn 5 catching out another drivers. Now they're just behind. That's the race leader, isn't it? That's Sedlacek for Thomas Eng Racing, going past them, putting another lap down. And Thomas Eng, I mean, how dominant they have been is quite an understatement. They've just led so comfortably. Currently 2nd place in the championship. The number 91 Blackhawk finished 2nd place in Monza, therefore 2nd in the championship, and now they're 2nd place. Sorry, other way around. Blackhawk 1 in Monza, Thomas Eng 2nd, and they're the opposite way this way around. So I believe that means they're going to be tied on points going into race 3, as obviously they're having the same positions just swapped around. So that's going to be a nice championship battle in GT3.
Yeah, it is. Does seem to be shaping up for a good season with some of the results that we're expecting tonight. I think for the most part, those at the top of LMH are the same as last time, except they've moved around positions. So I don't know, we've got a lot to look forward to, and it seems that these races could go either way. Now I'm having a look at Tom Lartolo, who we were watching earlier. He is in 3rd place with rFactor, and behind is David Mrozek, who we know are on fresher tyres, but doesn't seem to be gaining any time. They're still about 7 seconds behind. They've been about that since this car exited the pit lane, and they're pretty much even for lap time, maybe a give or take attempt every lap or so. So not too much going on here, but it is shaping up to be a very good result for rFactor, as we've said already. But around the track, it does seem that everyone's sort of just keeping an eye on everything else. As you said, the gaps are big. The field is properly dispersed, and I think that's partly a result of just the amount of incidents there have been in this race. We've had, I think, 3 proper code 80s over the course of the race, which have not done much to keep everyone together, because some people will pull into the pits with the advantage gained if they're on the right part of the track, others won't be able to, and as a result of that, we've got people everywhere. But it does mean that moving into the rest of the season, there's all that potential for these positions to be swapped around, especially lower down in each of these categories. So we should be shaped up for a good season as well as a result of that, as there's more yellow flags. So it does seem that maybe everything's getting a little bit hairy as we enter the closing stages. Ooh. They're pretty much gone as soon as they're...
Yunus Raivio, 3rd place in GT3s. He's had an issue at turn 5, adding to the list. I wonder how that happened. He was looking so calm. Maybe just a bit of a mistake. But, oh, no rear wing. Yunus Raivio's got no rear wing from 3rd place. Where is 4th place? He's a lap down. Just over a lap down. So Yunus Raivio, once he gets these damage repairs, he might be losing this 3rd place for BS Plus Zoom competition. That could be a costly mistake, or was he pushed? Of course, we won't know unless we see a replay, but certainly big changes there for that car that's currently in P3.
Yeah, that's really bad news. This far on in the race and losing the podium position. There's only 15 laps to go, and that is really unfortunate for Yunus Raivio. Not entirely sure what's happened, but you've been saying a lot. Turn 5 seems to be a sort of death trap for these drivers. Not entirely sure the inside was the right choice there for Rick Van Aller, the race leader, but seeming to get through it just about, especially in front of the pit lane when this car evidently needs to go into the pits. But seems like that's just about been managed, and flashing lights, here's Yunus Raivio as he makes his way along, and he's probably going to lose at least 1 position, maybe even 2. There's an extra 2 laps down from 4th place to 5th.
As there's Henry Cynic also in the pit lane. He must have had a crash as well, because that is a slow-moving number. So I think he's up to 222 seconds in the pit lane. So Cynic's also had must have had a crash or some damage somewhere as well. So the race might be getting to the end, but lots of things still happening out there on track. And I thought you could just in the pit lane, but he's not. But yeah, so to run you through what is going to be happening in your GT3s, here is Breutigam. But wow, he's got loads of cars around him in that Aston Martin, just about in the middle of your shot there as he gets all the LMP2s coming past. He is potentially going to be getting up into that 3rd place. Yunus Raivio is going to have a big pit stop to repair the rear wing on that car. And you'd assume maybe some suspension damage as well, not just the aero damage, so be potentially a long pit stop. And now Breutigam might be getting himself inside that P3, which would be a very nice one for Blackhawk, because they'll have 2 cars on the podium.
Yeah, they could be very pleased with that if they manage to get up there, the 2nd and 3rd, the number 91 and the number 81. So we'll see how that goes. There's an LMP2 in the pit lane as well. I think that might just be a splash and dash. I'm not entirely sure. Pretty late in the game to be making any sort of scheduled pit stop. Other than that, we've got Darius Andre here for Gold Racing Esports, currently in 4th place in LMP2. He is trying to, I think, just make his way around. He's not actually in any direct battle, but carrying on, we've got Tobias Bumshine. That's the Visceral Esports car we've seen put into the pits, so quite low down already in the order. It's possible that this is a damage pit stop. I'm not entirely sure, as we haven't been seeing too much of these guys over the course of the rest of the race. It's very possible. Having to reverse actually to leave the pit lane, which is quite unfortunate given how empty it is. It just happens to be that the place in front of them is also occupied by a car.
As yes, it's looking nice. Broidcombe did make it his way into that third place, past Eunice Rivio. So congratulations to Blackhawk. 2 cars on the podium. We don't often see that, to be honest, over the course of the race. As Cardozo there comes into the pit lane as well. So yeah, plenty of final smashes and dashes coming into the pit lane. Yeah, Eunice Rivio there still repairing that rear wing. Henry Cynic as well getting some repairs. Is this going to be just a splash, you'd assume, with just 12 laps to go?
Yes, you'd think so, wouldn't you? As we continue on with the race leader here, Rig Van Erle with the Vincic Racing team vehicle, carrying on as pretty comfortable there in the lead of not just the race but also the category, or the other way around. 54 seconds is the gap behind, and it looks like, to me anyway, the hypercar, onto the grass a little bit there, the hypercars seem to be pretty set in the order at the moment. It looks like Tom Rosler is going to be able to very comfortably hold on to that third position. David Moshek is only dropping further behind. So Rick Van Erle, our race leader, just navigating his way through traffic, getting a little bit close here and there, but nothing, of course, that they won't be used to after 7 hours and 40 minutes of racing. That's when the green flag was waved to start this race. Seems like quite a long time ago, because, to be fair, it really was. And carrying on now just to get through these last few laps. There's only about 12 or 13 minutes left of this race, and then they can finally have a bit of time to relax, because, as we've seen, this has been quite a stressful race. Incidents cropping up literally everywhere, and sometimes, or a lot of the time, people getting involved or embroiled in an incident when they were never really a party that was supposed to that really had any impact on its cause in the first place. So it seems like luck has been playing as much a role as anything else in the outcome of this race.
Yeah, certainly it's been a difficult one, but one team that's done well is Winchick, to be fair. And as it stands, they will be joint championship leaders with Race Clutch. If it finishes like it is, they came third in the race in Monza, whereas Race Clutch came first, and those positions are reversed here, with a first for Winchick and then a third for Race Clutch. The car in between, last time was Burst, this time it's Simframe, therefore we'll have the 2 leaders of Winchick and Race Clutch going into the next race, but Burst won't be too far behind in the points as well. So yeah, definitely looking very nice actually to open up this championship with the first couple of rounds of the season. Of course, the next race is just in 4 weeks' time, the 4 hours of Bahrain before another 4 weeks, and the final race of 2023, where we get the 6 hours of Spa, the 2nd of December. We then have the 24 hours of Daytona to start the new year in 2024, before we go to the 6 hours of Road America, 1,000 miles again, but that time in Sebring, before the 4 hours of Imola, and then the 24 hours of VEC Le Mans to finish the season. Plenty of great races coming your way. As we get to 10 laps to go in this one, we certainly look forward to the championship fights that we're going to get throughout this season 16.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a truly exciting season. I can't wait to see the absolute roller coaster that each race is going to take us on, just as today's has. And yeah, as you can see, only 10 laps left. Finally coming to an end of it. It's been quite an exhausting one to keep track of, so I can only imagine what it's been like for the drivers who've been involved, trying to manage all sorts of things happening all at once. And it is a very unique circuit, of course, one we haven't raced on for 11 years, finally coming back to it, and it's been a very, very dramatic return here, and you can see the names of the drivers there on the left side of your screen as we continue onwards. And Vincic Racing Team look to be taking the lead here. I'm not sure how they did at the last race out at Monza. They came third place, so third to first. They're on an upward trajectory. They'll be trying to maintain this as we carry on with the rest of the season. We move to some of these GTs, and once again, it's still a busy circuit, and it's always seems to be busy all the time.
Yeah, they don't really spread out too much on this track, because, to be honest, there isn't really the space to do so. And then when you get sort of caught up behind drivers, that bunches everyone up once again. So it's certainly a very, very tricky circuit. As we have from second place in GT3, it's got Mark Veit coming in for a bit of a splash and dash. 8 laps to go. Or is that drive-through? Or maybe his boxes are very early. But either way, he's gone through the pit lane and he's coming back out. And the cool thing that I'm seeing as well is there's a lot of decent lap times still coming in as we get towards the end of the race. So drivers still pushing towards the end, giving everything they can. Let's give you a run through of some of the closer positions. Of course, Rick Verneuil was leading by some 51 seconds to Sim for him in that third place. Well, Race Clutch, they were looking potentially in their mirrors for this third position, but Burst Esport unfortunately not quite close enough, about 7-8 seconds behind, so they're matching the pace, but they're not closing down, I should say. And to be honest, that is one of the closer positions. We do actually have a bit of a decent battle, actually. Scuderia Leone. So Alves has got out of the car, and Ian Veltons has got back in there, batting with Mark Vermeer. These cars have been side by side on the track for quite a while. 7 laps down, but they're still going for it. 1/10 of a second between the two. This is a battle for 6th place, I believe, in class.
Yes, and it's been pretty good from Scuderia Leone to be moving their way up. We've seen a lot of them actually over the last hour or so. You can see in the bottom right the speed and the gear and the inputs that they are going through as they move round this track. But I think Veltons has literally hopped in for the last 40 minutes or so, because it wasn't that long ago, not even that, just for the last few laps of the race. Maybe get someone fresh and try and put up a bit of a fight. But at the moment, looking to try and get past, moving to the outside of the BMW there, trying to get into 8th place. It's going to be the outside through this right-hander going down the hill, though. Turns to the inside for the first part of the chicane. It's all about how late you can brake, as they're still side-by-side, go right over. Going to have to go very deep through the second part of the chicane. But absolutely flying through there was Veltons. He got that absolutely nailed. I think that's one of the easiest overtakes we've seen so far this race at that part of the track anyway.
And if he's on an absolute tear, look who's just up the road, Romuald as well. So for RKT, these 3 cars, they've been so close to each other for the last couple of hours that we, myself and Hugo, have been in the commentary booth, and this might come to a head in the final couple of laps. Just 2 seconds separate the two. But Veltons, he's got some great pace about him coming to the end of this race. There might be just enough time for him to get past, and that will be for 7th place in your GT3s. Not much more to gain apart from that. So this is the one. Already it's down to 1.4 seconds at the end of the first sector. Getting closer out of turn 7. Up on this back straight. Is it going to be enough? Maybe not this lap, but maybe on the next lap. Could there be something for this car of Ian Veltons to try and get through? He's got a whole host of cars, a few prototypes coming his way. I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I guess it depends where they get past at certain points of the track. First of all, it's going to be the number 7 Go Team Racing sliding past up the inside of that final corner, and then we're going to be getting on the Visceral LMP2s also sliding their way through very nicely. No time lost as it stands. With the traffic. Now Seawolf coming up the inside. Once again, no time lost, but they might be getting close. The RKT car just up ahead, but no, looks like it's going to have to be always, I say that, Go Team Racing. They've gone off there up towards the front of the shot. That's Guillaume Mas. He's had some issues. Another car is going off there as well. Quite a few cars having issues.
I think there might have been contact there. I think one maybe went off and got hit by another, because it's quite an aggressive spin that we saw in the background. Ian Veltons has got past Leclerc Rameau as a result of whatever's just happened. I think we need to see a replay, because a lot sort of all happened all at once. But yeah, as you said, that's Scuderia Leone car sort of been on a bit of a tear up into 7th place. Really not too bad over the course of the last few minutes, especially given that there's only 5 laps left of this race. It is all getting very, very close. And again, there's traffic as per always. We've got David Mroszek here, who's in 4th place, looking to challenge Tom Larteleur, who's in 3rd. The gap between them just 3 seconds now. That's come down by about 4 seconds in just the last 2 or 3 laps. Last time I checked, that was 8 seconds, so it's really coming down quite quickly now. Maybe the traffic's having a bit of an impact. It looks like Mroszek should be able to navigate this quite quickly. He's going to be trying to put on some pressure, find his way back onto the podium just in these last few laps. He's not got much time to do this though, only about 5 minutes at most. And it's going to be when Rick Van Erle crosses the line that dictates the end of the race. And these guys are both a lap down on that. So they're going to have to move quickly. David Mrozek up to 4 seconds now. So it seems traffic not working in his way too much as he passes the Valet Corsa car. And just down the inside of that GT3, you don't want to get much closer than that. And we've seen some people have gone closer and have gone into the wall as a result. But it looks like Tom Larter is safe for the moment. And it's going to have to be a really big push if Mrozek wants to make this move. But look at the traffic he's found himself now in that race clutch car, not in an advantageous position.
Yeah, I think traffic is probably the bigger factor into whether this is going to get ultra close or not into the final lap or two. But they actually get past quite nicely there, not losing really any time with it. They can't actually get on the power. And yeah, you just see Mrozek right in the background there. It is going to be close. But as we're on lap 391, 394, it's getting so close to the end of the race already. The laps do creep up on you quickly around here with there being so close, just 1 minute 10 for the fastest class 1 MP2s. Is that the Seawolf car having a few issues there? Is that Lamar? I think it might be, yeah, Lamar. Obviously having some sort of issue on this lap, coming slowly back to the pit lane and actually doing a good job to get out of the way nicely between these drivers. 2 and a bit seconds it is now. This is getting very, very close indeed between these two cars. But can David get even closer to actually have a bit of a challenge?
Well, we knew the battle for P3 was still on. I was informed of that earlier, but I didn't realise it'd be on in the very closing stages of this race. The gap just 2.5 seconds. It is coming down, but I don't know if it's going to come down quick enough. As you said, the laps come at you so quickly here because they are so short. You can see there making his way through in sync with the LMP2, flashing his lights, was Tom Larter, and he's probably getting a bit stressed now because he can see that burst car is closing up fairly rapidly. 2.3 seconds is the gap. 392 laps out of 394 though. It might not be enough. I'm not sure it is going to be enough, despite all of the effort that David Mrozek is putting into his push right now. He's going to try and replicate what that Scuderia Leone cars were doing in GT3, but I'm not sure he's got the time to do so. We're already halfway through this third final lap, and there is not that much room to get through as we come around the final corner. And there is Tom Larter there on our screens at the moment, still 2.5 seconds ahead. That gap's not really increasing or decreasing at the moment. On the last lap as well, it was 7/10 quicker was David Mrozek. No, he wasn't. In fact, they're pretty much bang on each other in terms of time. But look at this traffic. This is not good for Larter. He's stuck behind that GT3 in front of him. He can't make any time, and that's going to really put it into Mrozek's hands, especially if he can get through this traffic in a more advantageous position. This could be very interesting.
Yeah, it's just a few tenths like that here and there. That is what it's going to be. But then, of course, Mrozek's got to come through the same traffic. But look where he's caught the Satellite GT on the straightaway just in the background. So this is getting close. Inside 2 seconds now. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race. Rick Van Erle is coming through. So sector 1 as it stands. So just a lap and a half remain. We 2 laps to go for race clutch and burst. When they get to the line, is there going to be enough? Because of course, we've been seeing the whole day. You can get within a second with a bit of traffic, but getting within half a second and actually making a move is something a little bit more difficult. 2 laps to go for these drivers, and it looks like it's going to be Larter on that podium, or can Mrozek do anything about it? 1.4 at the line.
I mean, the ball is definitely in Larter's score. Oh, there's an off there. Try and keep him out of the way of the rest of these cars. That was Luca D'Amelio there having a bit of a big one right into the wall. So that's not good news at all. And I think it's away from Andres Corrali, but we're going back to this battle now. There's only 1 car in between them. It's less than a second, only half a second as through the gap there. That was very audacious from Mrozek, heading down the hill now through the right-hander. They're going to be at the chicane in no time. This could be Mrozek's one and only chance. We're on the final lap of the race, or the leader is anyway. Still have 1 more lap beyond this, heading down the hill though. Look at this gap. This is how you want to see an end to a virtual endurance race. Only just a few tenths of a second in it. We've been driving for 7 hours and 52 minutes, and look at the gap. Still fighting for the podium as down the inside goes Mrozek. He can't find the room to get his nose in there, and it looks like Larter is going to be able to defend. He's only going to have to defend for 1 more lap, as crossing the checker line very soon will be Rick Van Erle to bring an end to the race. So it's all sort of cooking off at the moment, and we'll see what the result of this battle is, because it is not decided yet.
Yeah, Rick Van Ola on the back straight for Winchick Racing. They've led the race for so long and they've been so dominant. They came third position at the first race of the season a few weeks ago in Monza, but they've come out swinging with the pole position and they're going to be taking victory at the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. Absolutely loving life today. Winchick Racing and Rick Van Ola finished the race in first place. Congratulations today. They take victory here at Road Atlanta. It'll be Martin Hemmingson just in behind taking victory in your LMP2, and we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to find out. With Michael Sedlacek is going to be... Oh, there's a car going off in the background there, a little bit higher. Crashes further back later in the race. Let's see how David Mrocek is doing on his final lap as we wait for the GT3 leaders. He's not going to be close enough. It is going to be Tom Lartalou and Race Clutch taking the final place on the podium. Hard-fought battle between the two. They had their issues. They had their penalties today. They had their spins. They had even contact between the two, but it is Race Clutch just about by 1 second for David Mrocek there in fourth place as well. As we see Thomas Eng Racing with another dominant win. It was Black Hawk last time out, but they swapped positions this time, so they're going to be joint championship leaders between these two teams as we head into the third round of the season. And Bahrain in 4 weeks' time. Sedlacek takes victory for your GT3s after a hard-fought battle. It might be in big gaps, but it's so difficult to get to the end today. But certainly a close finish there in many of the places. But certainly Hugo, what a victory it was there for Rick Van Ola. But actually, let's get you the results as it stands. Rick Van Ola from for Winchick Racing from Simfream in your second place. Race Clutch get third, and Burst T-Sport will be in fourth position. Go Team and NeedRacing.com are inside your top 6, with Sim Racing for Holland and Virtual Drivers by TX3 inside your top 8. Go Team Racing, the highest of the rest of the hypercars, sort of in that lead pack. Martin Hemmingson rounds out your top 10 for Team Iris, taking victory today. Arm Cyber in second place with your LMP2s, with On-Off Racing in third. Gold Racing are followed by Netrex, and a bit of a bad day for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Unfortunately, they had some issues in Monza as well, so they're a bit further back in the championship than they would have wanted. Hyperion coming next with Sean Clark Racing, Undercover Radium, Team RTR, and the second Netrex car inside your top 20 of the overall standings. We then go to Seawolf, who are on our screens plenty of times today alongside Visceral LMP2 and Valet Corsa, but not for the right reasons for those three teams. The other Arm Cyber car rounds out your final LMP2 driver. Michael Sedlacek for Thomas Eng Racing take victory today. The two Black Hawks round out the podium, so that's a good day for them. BS Plus Zoom unfortunately lost out on the podium with a crash towards the end of the race. Wanako coming in fifth place, and Caspian inside your top 6 for your GT3 category. Then on to the next page, we have Scuderia Leone, a great recovery drive from them. They managed to overtake RKT and the two Visceral cars, and also Kapusta for Satellite Racing as well in the final couple of hours. Panchi rounds out your top 36 overall. Juices and Satellite inside your top 38, with Schubert and Tomelli inside your top 40. Wow, Tomelli had a bit of a day, finishing 20 odd laps off. And here's all your DNFs. We got the TX3 LMP2, got Seawolf, their hypercar there. Team Iris, unfortunately, their second LMP2 couldn't make it to the finish. Then got Juices, Geeks, Satellite, Understeer, United, Arnage Competition, Go Team Racing, and your final team, Ramada Motorsport. So 10 DNFs across 8 hours of racing here at Road Atlanta. That was quite something, but that's not it for the season. Of course, we've got plenty of races to go, 7 to be precise for this 9-race season. We go next to Bahrain International Circuit, the 4 hours of racing we're going to be doing then 4 weeks time before we get to the 6 hours of Spa to finish the year of 2023. I'm sure it's going to be hotly contested between all of the teams. It's certainly a very difficult race for many of them tonight. But that ends it here from Road Atlanta. It was a great return after 11 years. And at the end of the day, it was Winchick Racing taking the lead. From myself, Cam Roger, Hugo Barrow, and of course, UNO